Chapter 76. Killer. Vess had never seen so much blood in his entire life. It pooled into a couple of puddles as deep as the carnelian he installed on his first mech. The two bodies of the armored pirates laid still in an undignified heap, as pathetic as the manner in which they died. Meow. Lucky released as he retracted his claws and gently brushed his body against his owner's legs. It was as if the last minute simply didn't happen. Okay. So my pet is a killer assassin. Okay. That's too much crazy for me to process. If Dietrich could see him now, he'd probably slap his back and tell him to man up. The pirates were out to get him, and the only way he could stay free was to rob them of their lives. Over many weeks of interaction with the confident pilot, some of it must have rubbed on Vess, because he recovered after only a couple of minutes. I'm pathetic. This is life in the age of mechs. I design and produce massive machines of war, goddammit. I already have a lot more blood on my hands. After all, did he not sell a mech to Vincent Ricklin, who used it to massacre scores of innocent bystanders? It was not as if Vess ignored the consequences. The true impact of his actions were too distant, and he received some training in college to rationalize his actions. Still, coming so close to a death caused by his circumstances made him feel extraordinarily queasy. I've got to snap out of it. The pirates must still be connected to each other. If I'm right, they must have noticed the deaths already. Vess snapped back into action. If any other pirates came and saw him dazing around over the bodies of their comrades, they'd shoot him in a heartbeat. He quickly entered the bathroom and rinsed away his vomit. Then he returned to the main cabin and grabbed a fallen laser pistol. TCH. It's locked, but that won't stop me. He went to the half-burned dresser and retrieved a small pack of mini-tools from his luggage. As a mech designer, he always ensured he had access to a set of essential tools in case he wanted to tinker on something, or needed to conduct some emergency repairs. He did not stop to mess around with a laser pistol, but instead left his cabin as quickly as possible. Come on, Lucky. We can't get caught by any pirate right now. The cat dutifully followed Vess as they both ran down the corridors. Now that they left the soundproofed cabin, they heard clear footsteps, screams, and weapon discharges. It turned out that some of the other passengers had also smuggled in some weapons. Unfortunately for them, anything they sneaked past the ship's sensors failed to scratch the paint of an advanced exoskeleton suit. To be honest, even his pilfered pistol lacked sufficient punch, but he still brought it along. After running down the stairs and entering a random open cabin, entered the bathroom and shut himself inside. Right. Pistol. Come on and open for me. Vess whispered as he opened his miniature toolbox and started to fiddle with the laser pistol's control module. Though he had no background in infantry weapons, his familiarity with their mech-sized counterparts allowed him to identify almost every component underneath the weapon's casing. Alright, so this is the control module. Now how can I disable its identity check? Vess had no means of hacking its software. The modern weapon appeared to be an upscale luxury model, so its safety features must be quite substantial. Still, as a compact weapon, its manufacturer did not devote too many components into keeping the weapon locked. After a couple of minutes of identifying what each component did, he retrieved a couple of tools and went to work with his utmost focus. His heightened concentration allowed him to shut off his fear and other external influences. His jury rigging skill allowed him to solve his problem with unconventional solutions. His hands remained as steady as a machine as he delicately cut off some parts while forcibly welding other parts together. After finishing with the locking mechanism, he even started to mess around with the energy cell and capacitor. There. That should do it, he said as he packed up his tools and attached his set to his belt. He gingerly picked up the laser pistol and turned it on. The lights turned green as the weapon started to accumulate a charge. His hasty tinkering succeeded in unlocking the weapon. After pressing a button, a projection came into view over the rear of the barrel. The simple figures displayed the pistol's charge and heat capacity. Currently, the pistol showed that it was ready to fire a charge of 200% in a single heavy beam. Such a charge went way above the weapon's maximum safety limits. Only his recent tinkering allowed the pistol to go beyond its limits. Well, I doubt the pistol will last an entire day, but at least I stand a better chance of penetrating heavy armor. Such a weapon was exceedingly dangerous. If Vess did not aim carefully, the laser beam might burn through a bulkhead and damage the rooms ahead. If any passengers huddled nearby, Vess might actually kill someone innocent. He'd be in big trouble if he caused the deaths of anyone other than pirates. It's a risk I have to take. I can't sit still and let the pirates decide over my life. He also wanted to keep Lucky safe. Though the Cap mostly acted lazy, he felt a deep connection with what could be his only link to his missing father. Let's go hunt some pirates, he whispered to Lucky, and they both snuck out of the bathroom and peeked outside the corridor. I don't want to take the fight to them, but I won't let myself be cornered either. We have to retake control of the ship. He doubted the still fighting crew members appreciated his involvement, but he did not trust them to have the interests of the passengers in mind. Though the laws obligated them to defend the passengers to the death, he occasionally came across some news articles where the captain and the crew were less than passionate when facing down the barrel of a gun. A pair of heavy footsteps approached his hiding place. Vess guessed that they possessed sensors that were capable of detecting heat, so they could follow the traces of footsteps and his lingering body heat. From the lack of haste, they probably did not realize that Vess was one of the bastards who killed off a couple of pirates. That was good. You. In that cabin. Get out of there. Vess slowly rose and held onto his charged-up pistol. Since exoskeletons possessed all kinds of sensors, he did not bother to hide its substantial heat emissions. Fucker! He's armed. The pirate still remained human. The pair of armored men focused all of their attention to his radiating pistol, ignoring the gem cat sneaking up from behind. As a mechanical pet, Lucky barely released any heat as long as he did not deploy his energy claws. By moving slowly and regularly, he was as inconspicuous as the ship's standard cleaning bots. Just as they directed their aim at him through the bulkhead, Vess yelled out, "Lucky! Now!" Like a silent killer, Lucky jumped in the air and landed atop the back of the rearmost pirate's neck armor. His claws sank deep inside the plating as if it didn't exist and shredded the vulnerable flesh underneath. As one of the pirates gurgled and died, Vess poked out his body from the broken door frame and shot his pistol with haste. His aim drifted a bit to the left, causing him to hit the surviving pirate's shoulder instead of his center mass. Still, the overloaded laser beam managed to convey a lot of heat at a single spot, which spoiled the pirate's aim. His rifle barked upwards well over its target's head. Damn it! Lucky, finish him off! Vess swore as he jumped back inside the empty cabin. His pistol started to smoke and his confidence evaporated. He waited until the scream cut off before taking a peek again. His eyes gazed at another pair of bodies. This time he processed the act of killing without losing control over his stomach. He managed to approach the rear of the Sainthurst with remarkable haste after his latest killings. The boarding parties mainly concentrated their efforts in controlling a few critical compartments along with subduing the passengers. As most of the passengers still huddled inside their rooms, once Vess left the cabin area he encountered a lot less patrols. Who? I thought so. If these pirates are still fighting with the Mechs outside, then that means they can't risk sending out too many boarding shuttles. They sent just enough pirates to subdue the passengers and crew. If they lose a couple of men, then it's no big deal for them as long as they recover their gear. Vess did not envy the life of a pirate grunt. Unless they could pilot mechs, they were treated as no better than a slightly smarter combat bot. At least one merit to the use of living bodies was that they could not be hacked. Just because the big shots don't care about their lives doesn't mean they will obediently roll over. Vess had very little means in repelling the 100-odd or so pirates aboard the Sainthurst. The cheap passenger liner's security contingent obviously lacked exoskeleton armor, as the dead crew members that Vess encountered sported nothing heavier than lightly armored suits. He approached the engineering compartment which hosted the ship's engines and the power reactor. A lot more pirates milled just outside the heavily armored hatch. they installed a portable laser driller that was in the process of dismantling the blockade. Once the pirates had access to engineering, the game was up. The pirate engineers could do a lot of things, from cutting off the connection to the bridge to redirecting the Sainthurst's course. As a last resort, they could also threaten the entire ship by blowing up its vulnerable reactor. Lucky! Can you sneak closer and count how many pirates are there? The cat bobbed his cute head and snuck around the corner. A minute passed before he returned. The cat softly scratched a bulkhead with single claw. 24 pirates. Are they all inside an exoskeleton? Okay, so they only have 2 lightly armored engineers. Right. I know what to do now. He instructed Lucky briefly, then got ready to take action. He kept a healthy distance from the pirates in order to avoid tripping their sensors. He approached a hatch and used his tools to fiddle with its control mechanisms. After finishing his work, he packed up his tools and readied his pistol. The long wait caused him to drip in sweat again. He was about to do something very foolhardy. Engineer down. Protect the other one. Shoot down that bot. The 2 pirate squads rose into action as Lucky went to town. While Lucky bounced around and spoiled the aim of the pirates by hiding behind their comrades, Vess quickly crept around the corner and aimed his smoking pistol at the drill. The beam melted the laser drill into a pile of slag. He immediately jumped back, but a pair of pirates who ignored the commotion and kept their eyes peeled in his direction shot their own weapons in response. A laser almost hit him before Vess rounded the corner. The bulkhead blocked out the beam long enough for Vess to get away. The other pirate adjusted his light cannon's aim. Its massive size could only be carried by a powered suit of armor. The pirate pulled the trigger, causing an shell to accelerate towards the intersection where Vess briefly fired his weapon. Though Vess managed to take a few steps back, the shell exploded into a nova of force. The shockwave pushed him off his feet while a small fragment clipped the side of his torso. Ah! His vacuum suit automatically sealed up the gap and stemmed the flow of blood as best it could. The suit injected him with a small dose of painkillers in order to suppress his agony. Damn it, I got hit. Lucky! Get out of there! Vess hobbled away as some of the angry pirates thundered after him. He quickly jumped past the closest hatch and waited. The bot is running away. He did not have to wait for long until ran past. Now that Lucky succeeded in getting away, Vess slammed his palm onto the hatch's control console. A heavy slab of metal fell down, shutting him momentarily from the enraged pirates. Don't mess with a mech designer. Vess impulsively spat at the closed hatch as a small group of pirates pounded its surface from the other side. He raised his middle finger and saluted the frustrated gang of criminals. Come on, let's get out of here. They'll be on guard against us now. With his trusty cat in tow, he smartly made himself scarce. While Lucky possessed unimaginable capabilities, Vess did not want to risk his life against 2 entire squads of heavily armed pirates. Killing the engineers and disabling the drill was the best he could do for the ship. Hopefully he bought enough time. Chapter 77. Disembark. For the next hour, Vess did nothing but hide. He went all the way up the decks and hid himself in the most useless compartment of the ship, the observatory. As distant flashes of light exploded in the darkness of space, Vess remained still as he laid under a couch, holding Lucky in his arms. I'm not an expert on pirate raids, but if the dramas I've seen are somewhat accurate, then they should not take the fight to the death. The pirate business ran on the same principles as any other company. They invested in mechs and pirates to conduct raids on ships and planets. They stayed around long enough to pick off all of the low-hanging fruit before getting away once enemy reinforcements arrived. As the MTA enforced a universal law among humanity to band together and render aid in emergencies, the pirates had a time limit. The clock ticked as the other civilian ships caught in the invasion banded together and grouped up their escorts in a formidable force. They'd slowly sweep forward and pick up any isolated ships, adding to their threat as they neared the distressed ships like the Sainthurst. As long as the pirates can't take control of the Sainthurst, the crisis will end. After all, losing those expensive suits of exoskeleton armor along with the mechs hurt their bottom line. The Sainthurst was just a run-of-the-mill passenger liner. The kind of passengers she carried were not the wealthiest sort of people. The pirates only quickly grabbed the most affluent among them, leaving the rest behind. It wasn't worth their time to shake down a passenger with only tens of thousands of coals in savings. An hour quietly passed as the vibrations downstairs disappeared. The fighting had stopped. Vess did not dare poke his head out or let Lucky scout ahead. Meow. Lucky mewled, his eyes looking dimmer than before. Those energy claws took a lot out of you, right? Meow. Don't worry, buddy, you did good. I'll be sure to buy an energy cell to top you up again. Meow meow. Ah, so you also want to munch on some minerals? All right, I'll be on the lookout for something rare once we reach the Lemar system. A large series of faint vibrations followed. If Vess guessed correctly, the pirates gave up on taking control of the ship. The invaders instead retreated back to their boarding shuttles and lifted off from the ship. The intercom sparked to life as the local jamming receded. The useless captain spoke again. Attention passengers, the pirates have retreated from the Sainthurst, but we cannot guarantee your safety yet. Stay where you are and do not move while my men sweep the decks. Another couple of minutes passed before the entrance of the observatory opened. A trio of lightly armored crew members took a peek inside. Vess held up his hands. I'm a passenger. I'm injured. As soon as the crew secured the observatory, a female spacer approached his side. Where's your injury? My vacuum suit sealed the wound. I got cut by some shrapnel from an explosive shell. I'm still running on painkillers. The woman looked at the smoldering pistol by his side and narrowed his eyes. Please confirm your identity. Hey, I'm not a pirate. I stole it off the pirate I killed. The crew took precautions nonetheless. They secured his arms with bindings and put Lucky in a reinforced cage. Some spare crew members in charge of processing the wounded and captives transferred him to a secure part of the medical bay. There he received more extensive treatment for his wounds from a medibot while he waited to be checked out. How are Vess? Looks like you've popped your first cherry. Dietrich celebrated as he entered the med bay along with an officer. I didn't think you had it in you to slaughter a couple of those pirates. Mr. Larkin's son, we have investigated your circumstances. Though it is unfortunate that the pirates have scrambled all of our surveillance equipment, from what we have gathered so far, you have been indispensable in repelling the pirates. Thank the heavens. Can you get me out of these bindings? I'd like my cat returned as well. The officer coughed awkwardly. We can release you from custody, but we cannot let your mechanical pet run loose. Do not worry, he is safely stowed in our restricted storage compartment. You can visit him at your leisure. It figured that the crew worked out that his pet did most of the killing. Vess did not even hide his tracks, which was a mistake. He turned to Dietrich as the bindings fell off. He rubbed his wrists and left the medical bay along with his guard. Can you tell me what happened outside? I sure missed your presence, you know. Dietrich grimaced a bit as he recalled the fight out in space. I got my ass kicked pretty much. Those pirate mechs are tough as nails and they came kitted out for space combat. While my mech can still maneuver in space with its flight system, I did not train a lot in zero-G combat. You're alive at least. That's what matters. What's the damage? Well, I managed to stay functional long enough to annoy the pirates. They had to redirect at least one of their mechs on pinning me down. That crazy bastard kept shooting lasers at my sweet Harrier. Her chassis has a lot of melted holes and I lost an entire leg. Vess imagined the cost of repairing all of that damage. Most of the armor must be damaged beyond redemption, which was not good news since it was often the most expensive component to replace. Ah, I know what you're thinking, but the space line is not completely heartless. They promised commendations for the both of us for stepping up against the pirates instead of cowering under a bed or something. I should be receiving a voucher that entitles me to a free repair job for my mech at any coalition-affiliated base. That's good news, Vess said, surprised the Friday coalition spared them the coals. Their status as foreigners did not entitle them to many rights. All in all, the impromptu convoy of ships departed from the edge of the Twin Tigers system in a large group. Only by sticking together could they ensure their safety against any opportunistic attacks. The Sainthurst, together with a dozen other civilian ships, transited into FTL towards the same destination. Despite the pirate raid, it was still important for them to arrive at their destination in time. Some sensitive cargo had to be delivered on time in order to avoid any penalties. The Sainthurst kept traveling towards Lima in order to conduct a thorough inspection and repair. They carried away most of the wounded and the captives at an earlier stop and picked up other passengers who weren't willing to book another flight. Thus, 2 days later, the Sainthurst finally arrived at the Lima system, 1 day late. The mighty Lima system belonged to the wealthy Carnegie Group. Though they failed to excel in terms of martial might, they built strong relationships with elite mercenary corps who took on much of the burden of defending their territories. Over time, Carnegie Group diverted from the coalition's trend of looking down from their ivory towers and started to open their borders further to attract talented outsiders. The group developed the highly defensible Lima system as their intellectual heart. The Lima Institute of Technology, together with 14 other educational institutions, bought vast tracts of lands on one of the 3 habitable planets in the star system and made themselves home. As a system that nurtured the future elites of the coalition, the Carnegie Group treated its security strictly. 8 major star bases secured the edge of the star system. Any ship that flew into the interior without being cleared would encounter immediate retaliation from pursuing ships and hidden weapon emplacements. When the stern-faced security officers boarded the Sainthurst, they interviewed a couple of people involved in the pirate attack. Vess was naturally one of their persons of interest. So tell me, how did you come to possess a mechanical pet of such prowess? It's a present from my dad, I think. He probably thought I could use some insurance in case trouble finds me. Vess told the truth, knowing that the security personnel possessed all kinds of means to sniff out lies. If it's not from my dad, then it's definitely from the Future Sons Technology Institution that granted me a couple of old production licenses. The security officer ran down the institution's name. He paused when he found out the institution had its roots in the dreaded New Rubath Empire. His questioning eased off, and after a perfunctory interview they gave back Lucky without another word. So that's the convenience of a powerful background. Vess whispered to himself as he appeared a little dumbfounded how easily he got out of trouble. Not that he was worried about getting arrested, but the delays could have prevented him from participating in the qualifiers. Too bad the nebulous FSTI was just an empty shell conveniently brought into being by the system. Fortunately, the caretakers in charge of sensitive cargo recharged Lucky's energy, so the cat returned to being his lively and curious self. The cat meowed in relief at being reunited with his owner. All right, let's meet up with Dietrich and prepare to disembark. Fortunately, the inspections finished quickly, and the ship received permission to enter the inner system. She slowly headed towards Lima 3, the furthest most habitable planet. After delivering its passengers to the planet's space station, the Sainthurst traveled onwards towards Lima 2. When the banged-up vessel finally docked with the planet's orbital space station, Vess left the ship along with Dietrich and his damaged mech. All right, we can contract one of the many mech workshops at the surface to repair your Harrier, Vess said as they both approached the shuttle terminal where different vehicles constantly flew to the surface of the planet and back. I'm eager to see how these second-rate ponces will fix up my baby. I feel naked when she's sitting uselessly in a container. Both of them bonded over the incident and grew a little more closer. At least Dietrich did not treat Vess like he was a wimp anyone. The baptism of combat also subtly changed the mech designer's attitude. For the first time, he felt as if his Larkin son blood came alive. He came from a line of distinguished warriors, and though he did not inherit his father's potential to pilot mechs, he still possessed some teeth on his own. Thinking about how proud his father must be for fighting back against a pirate raid helped process the potential trauma of his first stint of combat. Thus, Vess boarded a shuttle along with Dietrich and traveled to Lima 2 with renewed confidence. He had taken on pirates and survived. The elite, pampered mech designers who he was about to compete against did not look so formidable anymore. Chapter 78. Walker. Lemur 2 hosted for different educational institutions, all of whom occupied one of the 4 major continents of the planet. The Lemur Institute of Technology, or LIT, took up the eastern archipelago dotted with thousands of islands of varying size. Its renowned faculties occupied the major islands, with the Mech development faculty taking up the crown jewel at the center. After riding an ordinary shuttle to the eastern archipelago's spaceport, Wes and Dietrich looked around with wide eyes. The amount of wealth and technology on display staggered the 2 natives from the Bright Republic. They had never come face to face with this level of extravagance. First of all, almost half of the people in the spaceport flew in the air. Their feet never touched the ground as tiny anti-gravity modules embedded in their clothes lifted them up and brought them to their destinations with just a moment's thoughts. If Wes didn't know any better, he'd mistake them for celestial fairies. The people weren't the only ones who hovered above the ground. The immense spaceport featured an open design, many floating plans and buildings, many of which offered expensive services reminiscent of those offered by the Torch of the Vanguard. Only with an abundant pocketbook could someone enjoy the plentiful services of these exclusive stores and clubs. However, not everyone was capable of flying. Those with less extravagant clothing merely walked around with their own 2 foot, limiting themselves to the cheaper stores at the ground floor. Only a few workers using anti-gravity platforms or small vehicles could hope to reach the floating structures. Man, it doesn't look very special in the dramas, but seeing it with your own eyes is something else. Dietrich whistled as he envied those wealthy second-rate citizens floating in the air. What's the price of a set of antigrav clothes? Wes opened his comm and searched the galactic net. The cheapest set is around 10,000 coals, or about 1 million bright credits. And that only referred to a single outfit. A well-off citizen of the Friday Coalition owned dozens of outfits at the very least. Only the immense wealth of the state ensured that most of its citizens possessed the luxury to squander so much money on high-tech clothing. As expensive products, the clothes also offered other systems such as temperature regulation and vacuum sealing. I can't afford an outfit, but what about you, Wes? He shook his head. I'm not going to play this game. If I buy one outfit, I can't keep wearing it each day, or I'll become a laughing stock. It's better to stick to our third-rate identities and keep our expenses minimal. Dietrich looked uncomfortable as a pair of elite coalition citizens passed them by from above their heads. They're already thumbing their noses at us like we're a pair of blood-sucking leeches. We're just another bunch of economic refugees them like the rest of the walkers here. That was how the people of the coalition called the people who left their homes from their third-rate states. The so-called walkers could never in 1,000 years afford a set of antigrav clothes. They were consigned to a life of walking with their feet and buying from the cheapest stores. If I have to make a choice between money or dignity, I'll choose the former every time. Wes declared. After all, he already sullied his career by selling a mech with a codpiece, so how much lower could he go? I'm certain it won't matter much when it comes to catching the eye of a master. They shouldn't care too much about a mech designer's background, or else they won't call it an open competition. Wes had studied the patterns from the previous times the LIT conducted the open competition. While the masters presiding over the events mostly took in mech designers who came from elsewhere in the coalition, they sometimes shocked the crowd by taking in a pupil from a third-rate state. Still, it happens rare enough that having a good background can improve my chances. He murmured to himself. While the masters were beyond ordinary considerations of wealth and power, it did not mean they ignored it entirely. Oftentimes, taking in a disciple offered them a good opportunity to negotiate a partnership or long-term business deal. As a pair of walkers, Wes and Dietrich were forced to follow the crowd and go through many stringent checkpoints. The LIT not only hosted a number of eminent masters, they employed a great number of professors and researchers. They also taught the coalition's present and future elites. With such a high concentration of human capital, the spaceport security personnel investigated each arrival thoroughly. A stern-faced security officer shook her head as she studied her data pad in front of Vess. Since your mechanical pet is classified as a Class 2 autonomous combat bot, we can't allow it to enter the lit without restrictions. If you are not willing to accept our restrictions, then you can let it stay behind in our pet storage. What will it take to bring my pet along? We will have to muzzle your pet for the duration of your stay. The female officer opened a box and retrieved a sophisticated collar. This restrictor can immobilize any Class 2 mechanical pet of a certain size. It won't do anything but track your pet, but it will activate a security screen the moment your pet activates any lethal weapons. The restrictor might not be pleasant to Lucky, but Vess was hardly in a condition to argue otherwise. He calmly stood by as the officer secured the collar around Lucky's neck. The cat looked sullen and betrayed, as if he couldn't believe Vess would roll over so quickly. "All right, Mr. Larkin's son, everything else is in order. Your partner is already waiting for you outside." As a potentate and an active mech pilot, Dietrich enjoyed a greater level of service, even if he came from a third-rate state. He leisurely sat at an outdoor cafe, sipping on some beer. He gulped down the rest of his drink when he spotted Vess. "What's the plan, boss?" Vess mentally checked his internal schedule. "We're late by a day. I hoped we could have time to explore Lima, but we only have half a day left before the qualifiers start. That will take 3 days, while the main event takes 2 more days. As it is, we should find some lodging first." As outsiders, the pair only had access to a small area on the outskirts of the territory claimed by the LIT. The outer area mostly serviced visitors such as himself, though even this region differentiated between walkers and proper citizens. The differentiation between rich and poor was starker than Vess thought. He witnessed an obvious immigrant using a floating platform to enter one of the massive floating hotels. The flying machine malfunctioned as soon as it neared the hotel, causing the man who stood on it to scream and fall. The device rebooted after a couple of seconds, but it wasn't capable of arresting the drop entirely. It crashed in a heap along with the man boarding it falling right after. He let out an excruciating wail as his legs snapped like twigs. The reactions of the people around the poor sod interested Vess. The walkers shook their heads and continued their journey without pause. As for the citizens, some smirked and clapped as if enjoying a show, while others behaved as if they stepped on a turd. Luckily for the man, the coalition wasn't entirely heartless. A couple of medical bots floated towards him and lifted him into a stretcher that brought him to a local medical facility for further treatment. As for how he will pay for it, well, that came later. "This has nothing to do with us," Vess said to Dietrich, who looked pissed at some of the callous reactions around them. "While we are citizens of the Republic, we're on foreign soil now. We have to play by the rules set by the Friday Coalition." They spent some time visiting the most decent-looking accommodations. Unfortunately, the open competition drew in thousands of mech designers, some of whom came with relatives or a retinue of followers. Most of the hotels in the area had no vacancies. As for the ones that did, they charged a ridiculous amount of coals for a single night. "What? 50,000 coals? That goes beyond robbery. That's like digging my grandfather's grave to steal all his jewels," Dietrich yelled as he slammed his fist on the counter. "My apologies, sir, but our offer still stands," the bot standing on the other side of the counter responded. "This bot isn't programmed to offer any deals," Vess said as he pulled his incense guard away. The hotel looked fairly run-down and ill-maintained. Its garden was overgrown with weeds and unsavory insects. To charge more than 1,000 coals for a night was already excessive, let alone 50,000, but what else could they do? They arrived far too late and all the best hotels were booked. "Let's ask the locals," Vess said as he looked back and made sure their floating luggage carriers were still there. Maybe they have a suggestion that isn't mentioned in the galactic net. Too bad the crowd barely spared a glance at them. Their clothing, accents and behavior all marked them as recent arrivals of no importance. No one wasted their time trying to help other immigrants. As for those who did spare the time, they provided no answers other than to pay the exorbitant fee. What did you expect? 50,000 clueless mech designers take part in the competition each year. Of course the prices are through the roof. Though Vess knew that a lot of mech designers came to Limar to pursue their dreams, he did not expect the lit to be so ill-prepared for the influx of visitors. They don't care. Those with means can pay any amount of coals. As for the rest, they have to fend for themselves. Vess figured out. The Limar Institute of Technology attracted countless hopefuls each year. They only wanted to take in the best. They could have built much more accommodation with the amount of land they possessed, but they left most of it in their virgin state, as if they disdained to coddle poor bums like Vess. We shouldn't be the only group who's late and doesn't want to pay the stupid hotel fees, Dietrich remarked as he looked around. There's no homeless people hanging around. They should have found a place to stay. He asked around and finally received a clue. Check the southern docks, a half-drunk Walker said as he sipped a bottle of beer Dietrich bought at a small store. There's boats there. Not those fancy shuttles, but rail boats that float on water and stuff. You can find a place to sleep over there. Intrigued, the both of them walked through the streets and past more and more decrepit structures until they finally reached a massive dock filled with rusted boats. Vess looked shocked when he saw these rickety floating castles. Most of them were built out of scrap mech components. The better-looking boats were made out of smooth plates of armor, while the less well-off boats used whatever they had on hand, such as limbs or even pieces of the internal frame. It made for an eclectic sight. Ori. Over here. We have vacancies on our boat. It's very cheap, only 5,000 coals per person. Breakfast included. The crier who called out to the pair sat on a chair made out of a mecha's finger bent into a peculiar shape. He sat in front of one of the more haphazard-looking boats, but by now both Vess and Dietrich just wanted to get past this ordeal without losing too much money. They curiously approached the young man whose smile grew wider and wider at the prospect of guests. Greetings, gentlemen, to the Belladonna, my pride and joy in this beautiful archipelago. My name is Klaus Blaine. May I ask if the two you are together? The skinny man asked. We are. Vess answered as he curiously looked at the misshapen boat. How could it even stay afloat? For a single room with a double bunk, that will be 10,000 coals, please. While Dietrich transferred the credits through his comm, Vess scrunched his face and tried to fathom why a wealthy institution such as the Lit even tolerated these floating scrap wrecks. As he noticed the bafflement of his guests, Klaus smiled ruefully. Ah, you are new here, right? That's right. I can't help but wondering, but why the boats? That's how the Limar Institute of Technology works. External students like us don't get to stay in a fancy floating hotel. Nope. The LIT wants us to work for it. Unless we can afford our own antigrav clothing, we aren't allowed to stay in any accommodation on land. We have to build our own floating homes. This rule sounded cruel and contrived, as if its sole purpose was to demean immigrants from third-rate states. However, what else could these students do? They put all their hopes on studying at Limar, and if they managed to pass its stringent entry requirements, they already had a foot in the door. To turn back without attempting to fight was to disgrace their spirit and the people supporting them. That was why students such as Klaus persisted in building their own rusting floating dorms. Vess had an unpleasant premonition that the open competition might not be so open after all. If the Lit treated some of its students this way, then how will it treat outside mech designers without backing like him? Chapter 79. Student Life. For a few hundred coals, Klaus allowed Vess to ask him questions about his life on Limar. While Dietrich boarded the ship and stared at the horizon while sipping a beer, Vess found a random piece of scrap and sat down next to the owner of the boat. First off, what's up with the boat? Klaus shrugged. As I said, the students have to build their own accommodation that either floats in the water or flies in the sky. The catch is that we have to salvage or fund the process from our earnings in Limar. The LIT practically runs on an internal credit system that everyone calls lims. Without leams, I can't purchase components off the internal market or buy access to the scrap yards where I can salvage broken parts. It turned out the transaction they just made already got logged by the sophisticated AIS that ran and enforced the internal credit system. The 10,000 coals Klaus received automatically got converted into 10,000 leams under his student account. I see. Vess nodded. So the rich guys can't simply buy everything available by using their parents' pocketbooks. Ha! You wish. Antigraph clothing is an exception. There's exclusive classes and facilities available only to flyers. A walker like me can dream about getting access. Even if I scrape enough leans to buy a suit, I can't afford the fees those places charge anyway. Trust me, the moneybag students have lots of ways of earning easy leams. That sounded remarkably ineffective to Vess. Back on Rittersberg, as long as Vess paid his tuition, he had nothing to worry about, so he put his full efforts into his studies. I know what you're thinking about. You think I'm so busy crawling on the ground picking up scrabbling for tiny amounts of leans every day, when I could have gotten an easy time back in the Terek Republic. Busted. Klaus smirked and gestured to his ramshackle ship. I built this boat with my own 2 hands. While I might be groveling and scraping for leams, I still have my own pride. Despite the intense competition, I'm still able to stay afloat. Do you know that 70% of first-year students drop out within the semester? It's a brutal life out here in the archipelago, but those who can tough it out get more than just a diploma. As Vess stared at Klaus, he recognized the peculiar fighting spirit in his eyes. The LIT evidently fostered a peculiar mentality. I guess the diploma helps open a lot of doors as well. I envy you and your chance to study exotic subjects that I haven't been able to touch back at home. That's right. This is Lima, one of the centers of mech development in the Star Sector. You can't find many other places in the local sector that can match the sheer amount of R&D this place pumps out every day. Too bad Klaus declined to go into deeper detail on the things he learned. Evidently, the Lit strictly punished any students who blabbed about the things they learned to outsiders. So do you have any tips for the open competition tomorrow? Good luck with that. Klaus smirked. You can't imagine how many people are competing. I don't even think the masters are serious in watching out for a promising disciple. How else can you explain that out of 50,000 hopeful mech designers, the masters only apprentice an average of 3 or 4 out of them all? You think they have ulterior motives? Sure I do. I'm guessing that they want to gauge the overall state of young mech designers from the Komodo Star Sector over time. They record everything you do and put it all in a database for further study. I even accessed a part of that database for a research assignment. You can't imagine how much bullshit they put into paper. I bet they even know how many nose hairs you have. Both of them shuddered a little. Though it sounded outlandish, they could not rule it out for an initiative that tried to record as much as possible. So what can I do to increase my chances to get into one of the 5? Vess asked, not even considering the overwhelming chance of missing out. He was not the Vess of the past who only possessed a few mediocre skills. I don't know, really. If you ask me, try to emphasize your design philosophy and catch the eye of a master who matches it. You're going to hear a ton of speeches about design philosophy tomorrow, so I won't be explaining it. Just keep your ears open and work hard. So if you don't have a strong design philosophy, you don't stand a chance. Yup. Klaus shook his head. A lot of students have figured out that the masters only want to adopt a nominal disciple if they pick someone from the crowd. They don't want to go through the effort of holding your hand and shaping your design philosophy when you're already rather old for an apprentice. They'd rather save their energies for their own descendants or promising geniuses at the start of their mech design studies. That made sense. A master could shape a young mech design student's mentality in any direction by tailoring his teachings. As for those who already graduated, they were more set in their ways. That said, don't underestimate the worth of a nominal disciple. You get access to exclusive books and guidance that you can't get anywhere else. You may not get any personal guidance from the master, but you will at least get access to a small part of their internal knowledge base. That's cutting-edge research into subjects that you can only dream about. To a normal young mech designer, that may sound like a dream. To Vess, that held little attraction to him. How could the power of the system compare against a single master? After finishing their discussion on life as a student at the LIT, Vess and Dietrich went to bed. The boat only had a few cramped cabins that looked more like closets than an actual bedroom. After an uncomfortable night of sleep, they freshened up with a cheap sonic shower and got ready to go to the parade grounds where the opening ceremony was held. Good luck at the competition, Vess. Klaus clapped his back as Vess exited the boat. It's going to be hell out there, so keep persevering. Without willpower, you won't be able to make it to the finals. What about our skills and knowledge? Quick learners are a dime in a dozen. If the Limar Institute of Technology only wants to stuff as much learning into our heads as possible, they won't kick out so many students each year. The galaxy is tough, so you have to fight for what you want. It was a profound view that Limar could afford to hold due to its immense popularity. Vess nodded his head and left to find transportation. Luckily, unlike the students, visitors such as Vess and Dietrich were allowed to board a large passenger shuttle that brought them straight to the parade grounds. Vess stared out the window and spotted plenty of boats below. Most flew elegantly in the air, but around a quarter of them floated listlessly in the water. I won't be able to stay by your side when the competition starts, Dietrich said as he munched on an apple. Don't worry though, I'll be cheering for you at the stands. You've already helped a lot when the Saint Host got attacked. From what I've heard, your presence was essential in preventing the pirates from pressing the guard mechs too hard. Yeah, but I got beat up pretty bad. These pirates only conducted an opportunistic raid. If they fought to the death, I'm sure the only way I can get away is by ejecting my cockpit. Vess felt depressed when he heard Dietrich's words. He lost a bit of confidence after the battle. Comparing yourself to the standards of a second-rate citizen was poisonous. Well, don't drink your sorrows away. I still need you on your feet for the return trip. I know. I'm more worried about my mech, frankly. I hope the local technicians don't skimp on the repairs just because I get it for free. As they neared the venue, Vess spotted a lot more shuttles arriving from different directions. Most of them looked as average and utilitarian as the one he rode. A few looked smaller and fancier, evident of that passenger's wealth. Some appeared completely unique and outlandish. One shuttle even mimicked a dragon with wings and all. The thing that impressed him the most were the shuttles dropping straight down from orbit. Evidently, not all of the arrivals were forced to wait at the outskirts first. These privileged sons and daughters comfortably slept in their ships until the day the competition started, where they could leisurely board their private shuttles and descend straight toward the parade grounds without going through security. As soon as they finally reached the massive landing areas, the pair disembarked along with the other passengers. They noticed a young woman wearing a peculiar uniform gesturing at them to leave the shuttle area. She wore a royal purple uniform adorned with a couple of strange symbols and a dark blue sash. Hey! Welcome to the Limar Institute of Technology. I'm Amy Dubois, second-year student at the Mech Development Faculty. It's great to see you all here. Now if you can follow me, I'll get you to the parade grounds where the whole show will start. The student acted so young and chipper that the visitors hardly believed she was a mech design student. As Amy acted very differently from Klaus, Vess figured that she was one of those rich kids who received plenty of privileges. If she wasn't guiding a group of lower-class arrivals, she'd probably be flying above their heads like some of the other guides and visitors. Once they left the outskirts where all the shuttles parked, they approached a final checkpoint where exoskeleton-suited guards checked each passenger thoroughly. Fortunately, Lucky was still allowed inside as long as he kept wearing his collar. Vess already passed the cat to Dietrich, who held it as if he had never carried a pet before. Lucky is pretty smart, so you don't have to worry about anything. He knows he can't stick by my side during the competition. Right, but if he pisses on me, I'll throw him off the stands. The security around the parade grounds was omnipresent. Vess already spotted hundreds of exoskeleton suits patrolling the grounds. What impressed him the most was that they didn't use any bots at all. It made sense, as any bot could be hacked or tampered with. It still ramped up the costs. As a mecca of mechs, the security forces also employed mechs. With his knowledgeable eyes, Vess recognized most of them as advanced current-gen mechs. These were the top-of-the-line frontline models that did not lose out to the Carnegie Group's main mech core. What impressed him the most was that the officer mechs actually looked like next-gen models. No two next-gen mech looked alike. Those must be the personal works of the masters, a designer from their crowd uttered, causing everyone to admire their exquisite engineering. After passing one final security checkpoint, they walked through a security screen of some sorts that also blocked their view. Once they reached the other side, everyone held their breaths and looked up. A massive statue as tall as a capital ship stood defiantly as it raised its weapons to the sky. Is that a juggernaut? Isn't that illegal? It looks melted. I don't think it's functional anymore. Amy clapped her hands to attract the group's attention. That's right. Our big old colossus here is a juggernaut that survived a proximity nuclear explosion. I can already tell you that the side who launched the bomb got mercilessly wiped out by the MTA, but not before this big hunk got slagged. The Rubathans decontaminated the wreck and pieced it back together as best they could. For some reason or another, they paraded it around for a few decades before selling it to us once they got bored of it. Interesting story, right? As the group resumed walking, each of them stopping talking and thought about the statue represented. For all of them, this was the first time they came across one of the pinnacle creations in the field of mech design. It made some visitors feel small, while challenging others to work hard to design something similar one day. As for Vess, his thoughts remained on the nuke. There's always something greater than mechs out there. Mechs are not the pinnacle of warfare. Not yet, at least. He wondered if he could one day design a mech that could withstand a nuke. Chapter 80. The Masters. A massive crowd stood in front of an elevated platform. Over 50,000 mech designers eagerly crowded the field. The walkers remained standing on the field while the flyers stood on empty air as their anti-grav clothes held them aloft without effort. If so many people gathered in a single location, they'd normally acted boisterous. However, none dared to utter a sound because of the awe-inspiring figures sitting silently before them. On the podium, a handful of masters stood atop pedestals that listed their functions and achievements. A handful of uniformed students and retainers surrounded the tall pillars. The other reason why no one spoke was that the giant colossus loomed right over their heads. It blocked out the sun, casting them all in its gigantic shadow. The effect was pronounced, and all of their confidence sapped out as they resembled ants. An old and distinguished-looking gentleman approached the front of the stage. Age, dignity, and an almost palpable aura transcendence emanated from the figure. This was definitely a man who benefited from extensive life-prolonging treatments. If Vess had to guess, this man was more than 500 years old. That meant he was born before the age of Mechs, and witnessed its rise. The man gazed his piercing eyes over the crowd, causing every visitor to feel their breath stolen away. Most did not know who this person was, but the few that did bowed their heads and dared not to meet his eyes. Even Vess had no clue who he was, and that meant something as he had studied the mech development faculty extensively during his travels. "Are you proud?" the old man asked, causing the crowd to fall into confusion. Of course they were proud. They represented the future of mech design in their home planets. They were the best of the best, and judged themselves worthy to compete on a higher stage. You are young. Pride makes you courageous. That is good. Without enough daring, one will never go far in the world of mechs. The galaxy does not stand still at your leisure. It spins inexorably. Never stand still. Never give up. And above all else, never betray the human race. The people around Vess fell into confusion. Was this old doddering man about to ramble? Humanity is kept safe from alien aggression for centuries now, that we have forgotten their ferocity. The major alien threats are still lumbering, building up their strength for a major offensive. As humans, we are doing the same. We have quietly developed deadlier warships and engaged in horrific research in more devastating weapons of mass destruction. Do not think that you are the guardians of humanity's sovereignty. In our eyes, you are merely children playing with toys. That elicited a murmur of disbelief and discontent. This was the age of mechs. Potentates received countless privileges as soon as they turned 10, and mech designers with achievements under their belt were treated like royalty. To hear from someone authoritative that they were worth nothing caused plenty of designers in the crowd to lash out. Our work has value. We are not a bunch of wastes. Have you forgotten your meds? Go back to your retirement home. Warships isn't as cool as mechs. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed. His sudden shift caused everyone to fall silent. That's the spirit. Do not be content with your illusionary pride. Fight for your craft and fight for your mechs. Keep advancing and bring the mech world further to the forefront. The man turned around after finishing his short and bewildering speech. Half of the crowd gave the departing old fellow an applause, while others still grumbled at being belittled so casually. An old woman took the stage this time. Thankfully, everyone knew her identity. As the dean of the mech development faculty, Edith Marshall was a renowned professor and a senior mech designer herself. She helmed the faculty for over 50 years, keeping its reputation steady. Welcome young mech designers to the Limar Institute of Technology's 73rd Open Competition in Mech Design. As the administrator of one of the centers of mech design in the Komodo Star sector, and I am gratified to see so many hopefuls have arrived to take part in our event. I will go over the rules in a moment, but first, let me introduce the masters overseeing the competition. Somehow, the surrounding area grew darker, to the point where you couldn't see your own finger if you stretched out your arm. Only Professor Marshall remained visible. She gestured towards the leftmost pillar, which lit up slowly, casting the master and everyone around it in a contrasting shadow. First up, let me introduce you to our youngest seat, Master Guillaume Duchamp. At the spry age of 103, he has managed to break through and receive recognition of his peers for his groundbreaking innovations in the application of liquid armor systems. This underdeveloped field is rich in potential, and Master Duchamp has steadfastly pioneered a viable path to progress for the future generation such as you. Everyone enthusiastically clapped without reserve. Master Duchamp was a genuine pioneer who persisted in developing a field untouched by the elites in the center of the galaxy. With the partnership of many different research institutions, he managed to lead the successful development of prototype armor that possessed both solid and liquid attributes. It was still an early product that performed only half as good as regular armor, though it did have some redeeming features. One of its major advantages was that the armor could be easily supplemented by pouring more of it in liquid form. As a relatively newly ascended master, Vess was not very impressed with Duchamp. Besides his narrow specializations, his other skills still fell behind. The only times he designed a pinnacle-level mech was when he partnered with his fellow masters. Still, as a newcomer, Master Duchamp should also be the one most eager to attract new apprentices. The amount of people standing around his pillar was the least. A true master never worked alone. By apprenticing promising designers, not only could he expand his influence, he could also nurture a group of assistants who were able to assist him with his work. At our next seat, we have the eminent Master Timothy Nguyen. He has been a sitting professor of our faculty for over 200 years, joining just after we have founded it. His contributions has been invaluable in making Limar 2 a heaven for all things mechs. As for his mech design chops, his previous studies in shuttle systems and his current expertise in flight systems has broken many grounds. He is currently assigned as the chief designer for the Carnegie Group's frontline flight mechs. Master Nguyen was another old fellow who rose to prominence at the beginning of the age of mechs. He used to study shuttle design, but switched over to mechs once they became all the rage. This 3 centuries-old patriarch ruled over a dynasty of descendants, all of whom he cherishes greatly. All of his core disciples consisted of his most promising offspring. The only problem was that none of his descendants excelled enough to take over his mantle. Though he still put a lot of effort in grooming his grandsons and granddaughters, he started to apprentice outsiders to supplement his peripheral influence. It was a pretty decent deal for those nominal disciples who did not wish to get too involved, as Master Nguyen did not demand much from them except to occasionally give a helping hand to his incompetent descendants. He also remained a genuine master in flight systems, one of the most complex mech components to work with. Flight-capable mechs possessed a lot of mobility and could be utilized in many ways. Flight systems were also essential in operating in outer space, where there was no surface to speak of for ground mechs to maneuver. Only their immense energy requirement stopped them from being implemented universally. For our third seat, we have our pride and joy, Master Meredith Katzenberg. A lady after my own heart, she is one of the most remarkable minds in the field of exotic materials science. Her Katzenberg Research Institute has been a forefront in partnering with many other research organizations into the field of finding more affordable substitutes to expensive exotics that are scarce in our corner of the galaxy. Without her ceaseless work, our mechs would never possess the might to propel the Friday Coalition to a proper second-rate state. Everyone rose up and gave a thundering cheer to Master Katzenberg. While most designers specializing in material science tried to incorporate ever more expensive exotics, the gracefully aged woman instead turned that around. It was a matter of resource distribution. The mech designers situated closer to the center of the galaxy were spoiled for exotics, and could afford to incorporate all kinds of rare materials without considering their cost. Master Katzenberg recognized that this constant race toward scarcer materials could not be sustained in the remote Komodo Star sector, so she sought to find ways to replicate the specs of rare exotics with abundant common materials. Her few successes had been vital in lowering the costs for high-performing mechs. Even if she hadn't been able to achieve a complete success, she still developed many alloys where she diluted the main material with a handful of cheap stuff, essentially lowering the amount of exotics required without impacting its effectiveness too much. Due to her split focus in multiple specialties, her designs never really excelled in terms of performance. However, they were always significantly cheaper and easier than any other comparable mech. Each of her designs achieved massive sales, which made her extremely desirable for anyone to request to be their master. She had the most apprentices under her wing as a result, though only a few of them gained enough of a success to bear her mantle due to the immense learning required to become proficient in her specialties. As for our fourth master, please welcome Master Carmen Olsen. She is our most distinguished guest professor, and has contributed much with her unique perspective on mechanical engineering. Her work on ultra-efficient engines has been incorporated into many of the Friday Coalition's endurance-focused frontline mechs. Master Olsen was from the same generation as Master Duchamp. She was actually a genius nurtured by another group from the Coalition, and received recognition as a master a little later than her male colleague. Nevertheless, her specialization in engines and mechanics was almost universally in demand. She partnered a lot with other masters when they requested the use of her efficient engines. This exposed her to the inner workings of other masters, allowing her to shore up her weak points. Her recent solo designs gained instant appreciation from her clients due to their excellent endurance and well-roundedness. As a guest professor, she was destined to move on after a couple of years. Thus, she did not involve herself too deeply into Lima's matters and kept a healthy distance from anything too sensitive. One quirk of hers was that she showed very elitist tendencies. Practically all of her disciples and retainers came from the upper portion of Coalition society. I'd rather eat dog food than become her apprentice. Vess silently muttered to himself. Some of the rumors floating around Master Olsen suggested that she was an entitled bitch in private. Too bad she had the backing of an entire major partner of the Coalition. Our last master presiding over the competition is our famous Master Null. At least, that is the name you should all have learned. If you happen to know his real name, then please submit yourself to our security officer so we can excise it from your memories. Everyone laughed at the little joke, though nobody was genuinely amused. The man sitting atop the last pedestal elegantly waved his smooth and skinny hand that was only possible if he was young or received the best life-prolonging treatment. Of course, his most intriguing feature was that he hid his face underneath a black, expressionless mask. I'm sure you have heard the rumors and conspiracy theories, so it makes little sense for us to deny that he is a fugitive. No matter his origins, Master Null only seeks a quiet home, thus he is a living treasure to our faculty. Though we do not dare to reveal his specialties, he has never been found lacking in any field. As a supposed fugitive from an advanced second-rate state or a first-rate superstate, Master Null acted as an all-rounder, decent in any field but excelling in none. Of course, everyone knew he hid something special, but to prevent his pursuers from sniffing him out, he never publicly revealed his specialties. As someone with no outward weaknesses and strengths, he was every young mech designer's second choice. Perhaps Master Null gave up on making a name for himself, for he was also a prolific teacher. He had the most core disciples under his name, and even taught his nominal disciples diligently. Unfortunately, his lack of courage in passing down his specialties meant that his disciples only developed a mishmash of mediocre specialties. They were good enough to stand on their own, but not enough to propel them to the highest levels of mech design. By now, all of the pedestals glowed in the dark. Professor Marshall smiled and spread her arms. 5 out of 13 of our faculty's masters have expressed interest in taking on an apprentice, thus they are now before you. Be mindful of your behavior and show your best performance, because you might be one of the handful chosen to ascend the skies. Master Duchamp, Master Nguyen, Master Katzenberg, Master Olsen, Master Null. If Vess wanted to progress his career, he had to catch the eye of one of these eminent persons. Barring the snobbish Master Olsen, Vess already started to formulate strategies intended to accomplish such a difficult goal. Chapter 81. Culling. After Professor Marshall finished her introduction, the entire crowd separated into groups of hundreds. Each of them were guided towards different locations, where every mech designer had to stand at a pre-designated spot. Even the flyers had to stay put above the heads of the walkers. Professor Marshall patiently waited until the student guides made sure their groups were in the right places. Now, let us begin with the qualifiers. 3 days from now, the best of you will showcase your skills to our most distinguished guests. Only 100 of you will receive this opportunity, which means we have a big task ahead of ourselves in order to cull 99.8% of all contestants. Everyone shuddered a bit. Too many mech designers had flocked to the competition. Even with the age limit of 30 years, the Komodo Star sector was simply too big. Every time the LIT held its open competition, they liked to mix up their tests. Though the organizers often reused most of them, the selection of tests still gave the contestants some anxiety. After all, no one claimed they excelled in everything. For the qualifiers, we will hold 2 rounds today and 1 more longer trial tomorrow. In our first round, you will be tested on your fundamentals. Without a well-rounded foundation, you have no right to be considered by our masters. In our experience, many of you fail to make the cut, so only 1 out of 5 will qualify for the next round. A projection lit up in front of everyone's faces. To the surprise of Vess and everyone else, it consisted of a series of exams. What the hell? Are we back in school? Damn it! I already forgot half of what I learned. Huh? No exam will stop me. I'm the learning expert. Some mech designers moaned as if beset with tragedy, while others arrogantly claimed they could ace any exams in a breeze. As for Vess, he maintained his confidence. He might not have been the best book learner, but all of the knowledge he gained from the system had been comprehensively stuffed in his mind. There was no way he'd forgotten any details. In the real universe, when you are hired to do your job, you are expected to perform competently. Any of you who have slacked off in any fundamental subject will never have what it takes to grow in the industry. Every senior, master and star designer has reached their heights by relying on a combination of hard work and talents. Mere connections and wealth can give you a head start, but no designer has ever achieved enduring success by staying lazy. The din quieted as some of the designers understood the professor's viewpoint. Most of the participants came from far away in order to impress the masters. These eminent figures could not be swayed by regular means such as the size of your wallets. Designers, please prepare to fill in the tests. Each of you have received 5 different exams at a level just beyond what we expect our last year students to master. You may choose 3 of the subjects to fill in and submit. Take note that we will only give you 5 hours of time, more than enough to complete the exams if you are proficient in your chosen fields. Your scores will be counted together and only the top 10,000 will pass. That meant that 40,000 mech designers were forced to bow out in the very first round. The Limar Institute of Technology did not hold back in their attempts to diminish the giant crowd of designers. Most of these mech designers were about to have their hopes crushed without even getting a chance to show off their skills in front of a crowd. Start! The projections unlocked, allowing each designer to interact with the digital exam files. Ves spread them all out to see which topics Limar picked out for him especially. Computer science, mathematics, mechanics, metallurgy, physics. Ves swore to himself. He forgot that he declined to round out his foundational skills when he last received a windfall of DP. While he considered his mechanics and metallurgy skills to be his best, he neglected to improve his computer science, mathematics and physics. Well, out of the 3 latter skills, I suck the least at physics. In order to boost his confidence, he chose to start with his best subject, mechanics. He flipped the page of the mechanics exam book and started to tackle the problems within. This is easy. While the old Ves might have crashed onto a cliff, the current him hardly stumbled at the sight of these questions. He leisurely used the correct approach to answer the questions. Some of the problems even concerned how to accomplish greater speeds, which fell right into his alley with his highly developed speed tuning sub-skill. Only at the end did Ves encounter some snags. He vaguely suspected that Master Olsen had personally formulated these problems, because they fell into her specialties. He did not specialize in designing energy-efficient mechs, let alone engines. Only his solid foundation in mechanics allowed him to provide basic answers to the toughest questions. I guess anyone who followed courses under Master Olsen should breeze through these tests. Anyone else can just blame their poor luck. When Ves put aside mechanics and opened his metallurgy exam, he raced through the first questions with record speed. While his foundation in metallurgy was a little shallower, he still had a massive head start compared to the vast majority of his rivals. Thankfully, most of the difficult questions at the end had to do with alloy compression. Only the elites who studied at the best second-rate institutions were exposed to this exclusive subject. An anomaly like Ves, who had every possible subject in his reach, simply cheated his way into mastering the basics of alloy compression. In the end, he was quite confident that he aced this exam. Now, on to physics. Hopefully my previous scores can compensate for my abysmal performance here. Pure physics formed the basis of many other related subjects. Ves gritted his teeth and struggled through the problems like a soldier crawling through a trench. He used his much more solid foundation in other skills to figure out the crux of the problems posed in this exam, with mixed success. He only got off lightly when he encountered problems that had to do with his armor optimization sub-skills. After 5 hours of tortuous number crunching, the buzzer sounded and the projections winked out. Time is up. That is enough, ladies and gentlemen. Take a moment to rest while our processors and assistants will score your work. Almost every walker collapsed. While the flyers endured very little stress due to the comfort provided by their expensive anti-grav clothes, the walkers had to fill in 3 entire exams while standing up. Ves supposed the organizers wanted to subtly test everyone's endurance, for he had witnessed a few contestants collapsing after an hour or 2 of standing straight. Those guys who can't even stand for a couple of hours are pathetic. This test isn't fair. Why do they test us on math when processors take care of everything nowadays? I have no idea why I'm being tested on assembly. It's not like I intend to pursue a career as a fabricator. Evidently, a lot of people fared worse than Vess. He did not sympathize with them. If you wanted to compete at this level, then you'd better be as good as the students who graduated here. If Vess was still stuck as an average novice mech designer, he'd never have the guts to show up. All of his fellow contestants who overestimated themselves were about to receive a harsh dose of reality. While everyone took a half-hour break, Vess visited one of the bathroom stalls before grabbing a free lunch. Many designers huddled together and squirmed as they awaited their scores. All right. Time's up. We've graded your exam papers and most of you have done a passable job. Yet we do not have any use for average results. Our masters only seek the best, and I am sorry to say that most of you will find your journey ends here. Professor Marshall then pressed a button that caused a lot of people to light up. Anyone who is lit up by a red light, please vacate the area. An uproar ensued as many overconfident designers protested their heartless elimination. While most of the walkers simply shook their heads and stepped away with glum faces, the flyers kept yelling that the evaluation was flawed and mistaken. Silence! The dean yelled, and a large group of guards showed up with their stun rifles charged and ready to fire. We are not your babysitters. Anyone who wishes to view their scores and protest the way we've graded them, you can go backstage. Do not hinder these proceedings. Under the threat of getting stunned, even the most obstinate designers lowered their heads. Vess found it sad that most of the walkers had left the stage. They were simply unable to keep up with the advanced curriculum of a more developed state. He figured that most of the poor bums that are left must have some strengths to rely on to make it past this strict test. To everyone's amusement, not everyone got the picture. This isn't fair. I'm the son of Dash. The poor fellow got shot by a stun projectile, shutting him up pretty quickly. A handful of his type joined him in his unconscious bliss. Fortunately for all of them, their antigrav clothes kept them aloft. Through some override, the clothes automatically floated them off the fields. Now that we have that out of the way, we will proceed to your next challenge. Your task is to see whether you have what it takes to defeat your opponent in a mech design duel. Like all conventional duels, you are given a period of time, in this case 8 hours, to design a mech out of a fairly limited selection of parts, though you can design your own if you wish. Vess already participated in this kind of struggle during the qualifiers where his mech ran a gauntlet. This time, his mech faced another one in a duel, which meant he'd have to pay attention to other aspects. This time we've added a twist. You see, while you are allowed to design your mech in peace, you will do so in full view of your upcoming opponent, who will likewise be able to spy on your every move. Every aspect of your design is exposed to your enemy, from its loadout to its shape and even programming. That was new. Vess had never fought a mech duel like that even in practice. This turned out to be a lot trickier than he thought. If I'm designing a flight mech, my enemy can just designing a heavy artillery mech in response. I can counter that by designing a knight, but my opponent can counter that by designing a flying marksman. A headache already started to build within his mind. How could he design a mech in peace when he and his opponent kept spying on each other and changed their designs to incorporate counters? Chapter 82. Transparent Duel. Now that the previous round eliminated most designers, everyone gained sufficient space to work. The regulating system automatically paired mech designers against each other, forcing everyone to shuffle around. Vess walked to the left side of the field and met his opponent. Hi. I'm Vess Larkin's son. He greeted politely. He looked at the man's floating nameplate. So you are Floyd Lee. TCH. This will be easy. The Limar graduate contemptuously said. Unlike the other students who wore purple, he wore an exclusive blue uniform decorated with many more symbols. He also wore a silver sash, which carried a special meaning that Vess couldn't figure out, though only a few graduates shared the same colors. Vess frowned a bit at his opponent's lack of response. He wanted to spark up a conversation to learn more about his opponent, but his contempt revealed no further openings. He only figured out that this handsome floating man was an elite, and from his accent he likely originated from a core planet of the Carnegie Group. "Give up, loser. I have no idea how you got through the first round, but I can assure you your progress ends here. Save me the trouble and make way for a future master." "No thanks. I'd rather stay," Vess said in a clipped tone. He encountered plenty of entitled bastards in the past when he studied at Rittersberg, and he learned that the best way to cope with them was to keep your responses minimal. Floyd intended to press the conversation. "Don't think that the rules will stop a man of my caliber. I have ways of cleaning you up if I find you displeasing. Are you sure it's a good idea to say that in the open with all kinds of monitoring systems active? This little school doesn't care." Evidently, Vess placed too much faith on the Limar Institute of Technology's impartiality. Past competition sometimes ended strangely when contestants of lesser means dropped out or spontaneously fell sick. Eventually it grew so bad that the lit had to make a statement and put a stop to these unsavory actions. His mood sank when Vess figured out that mere words could not elicit protective measures. He considered Floyd closer. Though he looked imposing, Vess did not find him to be particularly notable. He didn't recognize his face or his name, so he shouldn't be too famous. As someone who recently stared death in the face, Vess was not easily cowed. Not anymore. Though he still acted discreet, he recently realized there were times when he had to forge ahead even if he ran into obstacles. "You refer to yourself as a master, but all I hear is bluster. Come back before me with an official master seal from the MTA and then we'll talk. Until then, prepare to go back to your villa, because I'm going to eliminate you in a couple of hours." "You." In effect, Vess burned his bridges with his opponent. Without any means of reconciliation, Vess backed himself into a corner. If he succeeded in attracting the attention of a master, then clueless blowhards like Floyd were inconsequential. If he failed, then not only did he fail the system's mission, he'd also have to watch his back on the return trip. The duel started soon enough. The noise disappeared when a new projection surrounded everyone. Everyone recognized the familiar interface of a virtual mech workshop. The only addition was that everyone could view their opponent's workshop and even access their files on the terminal. Professor Marshall explained how their designs were tested at the end of the design period. "As with all standard duels, your designs will be piloted by our proprietary AIS in 100 different simulations. Whoever designed the mech that wins the most will qualify for the next round. There's only one little change." Everyone waited in anticipation. The piloting AI will remember the previous matches and can improve from its previous experiences. This was a bombshell. Even after several hundred years of development, piloting AIS could never really match up against real pilots. The normal simulations only used the most basic, foolproof AIS for testing. Generally, only high-grade AIS were able to adapt intelligently to prior experience, and required a lot of processing power to do so. The conventional strategy in designing a mech for a duel was to make it as simple as possible. The simpler the mech, the flatter the learning curve. This allowed the piloting AIS to grasp the mech as fast as possible and effectively use its strengths. In a situation where the mech had time to learn from its mistakes and improve its performance over time, the story was different. Higher-performing mechs were usually more complex, featuring a much steeper learning curve. The advantage of more complex mechs were that they usually performed much better in certain situations. If the AI was able to grasp the right technique for the right situation, it could leverage a complex mecha's strength to incredible heights. You have 8 hours to complete your design. Now start. Everyone approached their terminals and opened the interface. At their current level, the LIT did not expect everyone to design a functional mech from scratch, so everyone had a choice of standard components. Vess took a look at what kind of parts he had to work with, and estimated that they matched up to 3-star mechs in Iron Spirit. That's a little beyond what I'm used to, but with my recent improvements I should be able to handle them. First, I have to determine the shape and weight classes. He took a look at Floyd, who confidently picked a frame without even bothering to wait for Vess. His empty workshop shimmered and the giant shape of a panther-shaped mech came into view. The floating designer laughed down at Vess. Ha ha ha, I gave you a chance to retreat, but now it's too late. I'm at the top of my class when it comes to felinid mechs. Let the Beastmaster show you how it's done. To his regret, Vess was not very familiar with beast mechs. Even if Vess could see everything Floyd was doing, without understanding most of it, he might as well be blind. If Floyd chose to work on a humanoid mech, Vess could easily dissect his every move. Now, he could only guess at his design choices. From what he recalled, beast mechs usually flexibility for superior mobility. With 4 limbs, these wolf or tiger-like mechs possessed unequaled speed and agility, sometimes surpassing humanoid mechs of the same weight class. In exchange, these quadruped mechs had less choices to work with. Wolf-shaped mechs usually relied on their highly sophisticated jaws, while tiger-shaped mechs also used their claws. There were more differences, but these were the main points. From what Vess could gather, Floyd's tiger mech was on the lower end of the medium weight class. Such a mech relies on speed and momentum to pounce on their opponents. In an open terrain, a light mech built for endurance can maintain their distance and chip away at the slower tiger mech. Vess doubted that this was the correct solution. Who knew if Floyd followed some classes under Master Olson and could temporarily boost his mecha's speed? He was unwilling to gamble on this front. I have more leeway if I make a more durable mech. It's best if I design a heavy mech, but I don't have any practical experience in designing them. I can only resort to hefty medium mechs. Though he didn't know if the X Factor worked on AI pilots, he still took a few minutes to sharpen his intent. His improved concentration made it easier to fall into the right mood. Even as Floyd occasionally tried to interrupt his thoughts, Vess easily swept aside the words. If Floyd fancies himself a Beastmaster, then my mech will become the ultimate hunter. In the end, Vess deferred to his past experience in working with the Caesar Augustus model. He scrolled through the parts section and picked out any legs, arms and torso that conformed to the Caesar Augustus. All the basic parts of his medium mech eventually appeared in his virtual workshop. With a sturdy torso and legs, the mech he envisioned should be able to withstand a charge if it held a shield. Against beast mechs, the best way to fight them was to shoot them down before they came into melee range. If Vess knew what kind of terrain the duels took place, he could comfortably make his choices. Yet Professor Marshall hadn't said a thing, which meant that the duels took place in randomized environments. He could not ensure his mech could face the beast mech in open terrain. The main armament will be a sword and shield. No, perhaps a spear is better, with a knife as a backup option. The best way to deter a charge is to point something long and sharp at them. Then what if Floyd implemented ranged weapons on his mech? Vess studied his opponent's early progress and noted that the mouth and flanks possessed the right infrastructure to mount a couple of rifles. He wanted to keep Vess guessing. If Floyd intended to be meticulous, then he'd definitely incorporate at least one ranged weapon. That meant that Vess had to respond in kind. He studied his chosen parts and noted that the arms only allowed for shoulder mounts. He could forget about wrist-mounted weaponry. Shoulder mounts are too fragile, but I don't have any choice. If I resort to a rifle, then my mech will take too long to switch weapons. Everything had their trade-offs. A mech with shoulder mounts could never match up against a dedicated rifleman in a shootout. Vess persisted with his choice because he doubted Floyd relied entirely on lasers or cannons for his beast mech. As time passed, Floyd laughed when he saw what Vess decided. Ha ha ha. Can't make up your mind? You're not going anywhere if you split your focus. Vess ignored everything but his own work. Unless Floyd ditched his beast mech and turned to an entirely different frame, Vess gained nothing if he kept staring at his opponent's design. He trusted in his design and its ability to hunt tigers. He chose to design his medium mech based on armor, agility, and close-ranged prowess. Fending off a beast mech required a certain level of fluidity. If he made his mech too sluggish, it could not keep up with a flanking beast mech. The parts he chose already possessed pretty good armor. He only replaced the base plating with a lighter but more durable variant by using the alloy compression machine. Those who were not familiar with alloy compression could only scratch their heads, but someone like Vess who mastered the basics, he could still produce the plates when fed with standard materials. Fabricating all of the replacement armor by hand took 3 hours, and that was with a virtual workshop giving him a speed boost. The process was much slower in reality. As mech duels were only supposed to be finished within a day, these virtual workshops customarily offered these kinds of conveniences so the audience wouldn't get bored. He spent another 2 hours slapping together the rest. As Vess chose to go with a simple loadout, he did not have to extensively rearrange the internals. This saved him quite a bit of time. Together with his high mechanics skill, he easily pieced together the different parts into a harmonious whole. He only made minor modifications to strengthen his mecha's spear handling. A hunter slowly took shape. With a couple hours left to go, Vess raised his head to see how Floyd progressed. His jaw dropped when he looked at his opponent's design. Somehow, he converted a medium ambush-type Tiger mech into a heavy artillery-type Centaur mech. The mech somehow gained massive amounts of armor without conflicting its movement, while its head had been replaced by a narrow torso that held an ominous laser rifle. Floyd even gave up on the claws and crudely replaced them with heavy hooves. Its main weapon, however, was the prodigious amount of missile launchers mounted on its back. While the Centaur mech possessed no close-ranged capabilities, its numerous missiles and its high-class laser rifle meant that it could chew up anything that came within sight. The sudden changes also introduced numerous flaws. The engine power could not keep up and its laser rifle used up too much energy for the power reactor to catch up. That still left Vess at a fundamental disadvantage. His humanoid medium mech could never compete at a distance and was too slow to close the distance in time. I screwed up, Vess admitted to himself. He put his complete focus into maintaining his concentration, which made him forget that he could take a peek at his opponent's work. Now he paid for it by allowing Floyd to make a U-turn without alerting him. Turned out that focusing too much on the X factor was not always a good thing. Chapter 83. Unconventional. His brain started churning hotter than ever before. The feeling of crisis hounding after his back was distinctly unpleasant. He had to figure a way to climb out of his own hole. There's only 2 hours left. Before I do anything else, first I should see if Floyd is able to pull another fast one. As Vess studied Floyd's jury-rigged Centaur mech, he found many minor errors. Instead of starting anew with a basic heavy frame, his opponent chose to forcefully increase his beast mecha's weight class by slapping a lot of parts together. He understood why Floyd went in this direction. If he replaced the frame, he'd have to throw away at least a couple of hours of work. Evidently, he couldn't bear to start over. Is he crazy? Vess asked when he realized what Floyd did. In his perspective, it was better to use a frame built to withstand the stresses of a heavy mech than to forcefully reinforce a lighter frame. This ungodly Centaur mech certainly had its faults. Compared to a purpose-built Centaur mech, his chimera speed, power, and integrity was awful. Floyd wasn't stupid. His mech might not be capable of chasing an opponent, but it possessed enough firepower to devastate anyone at range. The missile launchers was also a source of anxiety. Floyd had left them empty. He'd probably chose the missile type at the very last second. With the variety of missiles available, Vess had no way of modifying his mech to withstand a specific missile type. Odds are, he's going to resort to one of the 3 major types: high explosive, thermal, or kinetic. I doubt he'd pick something indirect like EMP or smoke particles. If Vess could pin down the mix of damage types and optimal ranges of the launchers, he could work some additional armor. I don't think he'll replace those missile launchers with other weapon types. His mech can't withstand the weight or energy consumption of anything bigger. This gave him an idea. He looked at his mecha's shoulder lasers and made some optimizations. He enhanced their accuracy and fire rate at the cost of impact. He even went to the trouble of incorporating an enhanced targeting system into the head, allowing it to track fast-moving projectiles. In the end, he turned them into decent anti-missile systems. Vess spied on his opponent again and confirmed he didn't change anything again. Floyd still tried to paper over the worst cracks of his hasty modifications. Besides the missile loadout, everything was set in stone. His design still stands a better chance than mine, he concluded after a minute of consideration, though with a narrow margin. They chose to pursue different extremes. Vess designed a structurally sound mech with the time allotted to him. Floyd embraced the weird duel format and changed his design midway in order to counter his opponent's efforts. While both had their strong points, Floyd took the lead by making his switch at an opportune moment. Vess had no time to change his fundamental design. "I've got about an hour left. There should be something I can do." He looked left and right, but unfortunately he couldn't steal anyone else's ideas. The projection systems only made the workshops viewable to their owners and their opponents. Only the audience and the organizers were able to see everything, but they had no way of communicating their observations to participants. "I need to think outside the box. I can't just submit this design without taking advantage of the competition format." He thought about his opponent's mech. Its main damage dealer was its missiles. The laser rifle also posed a threat, but not too much due to the Centaur mecha's insufficient energy and heat absorption capacities. As the mech gained a pair of humanoid arms, Vess also couldn't rule out that Floyd added a melee weapon such as a spear at the last moment. He considered his options again in light of this information. While a spear might make the Centaur possess some bite at close range, it wasn't enough to fend off a purpose-built melee mech. If his hunter successfully closed the distance, he'd bet his medium mech could bit the Centaur mech 80% of the time. That Centaur is slow as hell, and will probably fall apart if it tries to run. Does my mech even need a lot of speed? His mech already weighed a lot for a medium mech, so he gave up any strategies involving a dash. Instead, he considered the opposite. If he beefed up his mecha's armor and shields, then it stood a better chance of fending off the missile barrage. I don't have a lot of leeway in adding more protection. Although, if Vess submitted his design in a blind duel, he'd never overburden his mech. Now that he saw what his opponent was working on, he could avoid the pitfall of choosing an overly specific loadout only to risk stumbling on a direct counter. I don't need to stick to conventional limits. The best way to endure a missile bombardment is to put as much layers in between the missiles and the mech. His memories provided him with some inspiration. He especially revisited the concept of modular armor. Naturally, he had no time to replace his mecha's armor with a modular system, nor did he wish to do so in the first place. Instead, he referred to the system's premise. The goal of a modular armor system is to treat armor as a disposable product. When necessary, it's better to discard a spent piece of armor in exchange for a reduction in weight. He could apply this concept to a shield. He wanted to design an incredibly thick shield, one so heavy that it had to be supported by wheels or tracks if possible. Who cared if his mech slowed to a crawl? He'd bet it was still a bit faster than that rickety Centaur mech on even terrain. After regaining his spirit, Vess implemented his crazy idea in the hour that remained. Even if Floyd stopped his tinkering and puzzled out his intentions, there was nothing much his opponent could do to respond. Vess obfuscated his work by designing only a small portion of his shield. Like a pre-assembled block, if he duplicated its shape, he could easily stack them together, though without alloy compression. Before he did so, his opponent laughed at its small and weak-looking shape. "Ha ha ha! That little shield isn't big enough for what I have in store for you. Even if you used alloy compression, it still won't stop my firepower." Again, Vess questioned Floyd's sanity. If he stopped laughing so much, he might notice the camouflaged attachment points at the shield's extremities. Despite his bewilderment, he kept pretending to work on something else. The last minute initiated some frantic changes. Both Vess and Floyd sped up and added a lot of new parts. Vess kept one eye on Floyd's actions while he implemented his own plan. As predicted, Floyd added a melee weapon to his mech. Instead of a spear, he chose to add a halberd instead. As for the missile loadout, he went for an even mix of high explosive and kinetic payloads. The kinetic missiles excelled at damaging shields and slow-moving mechs, while the explosive ones fared better in damaging lighter and more exposed components. Just as Floyd finished his additions, he took a taunting look at his opponent's workshop. His grin vanished. Impossible! That's impossible! Vess removed the useless fittings meant to cover up the attachment points on his shield. He scanned the design and duplicated its very basic shape with the most basic materials. The virtual workshop allowed him to duplicate any material as long as it wasn't too complex. The shield barely qualified, but Vess successfully duplicated a handful of identical plates with simpler materials. With the quickest speed, he clicked them all together, forming an oversized rectangular barrier. The main point of the shield was its layered composition. If the front layer became too tattered, the mech could easily detach it by prying off a few locks. With up to 4 different layers, the wide and tall shield provided enough bulk to withstand the Centaur mecha's entire missile complement. Naturally, his mech could not even lift a big and heavy shield without cracking its arms. To support the shield's alignment, he hastily added a couple of unpowered wheels to the bottom. They served no function other than to bear the shield's weight and make it easier to push forward on flat terrain. If the mech came across more complex terrain, its pilot could choose to discard some layers in order to carry it like a conventional shield. This is cheating. Anyone? My opponent is cheating. Sadly, Floyd received no response. The virtual workshop scanned both designs and approved them without comment. Vess ignored his blubbering and sat down on the field. He worked for 8 straight hours. He deserved a rest. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have submitted your designs, we will see whether they can vanquish the opposition. In the interest of finishing this round in a prompt fashion, we will speed up the simulation so that we can receive the results before the hour is over. Let the duels commence. The virtual workshop environments vanished into thin air. Instead, a new set of projections appeared. A projection of the automated duels appeared in front of every pairing. As expected, each duel was held in a completely random environment. Some fought in a city, while others fought in a forest. A couple of duels even took place on a low-gravity moon, which threw both AAS off whack. Vess and Floyd's first duel took place in a fairly average desert environment. The hot environment favored the medium mech, as it mainly relied on its melee weapons to deal damage. The Centaur mech had to watch its heat build up, and it showed as its AI chose to slow down its rate of fire when it spotted its humanoid opponent. Fucking idiot! Shoot faster! Empty those launchers! The fast forwarding made it difficult to judge what was going on, but Vess saw that his mech held an overwhelming advantage. The relatively flat terrain facilitated the jury-rigged wheels. His unnamed mech sluggishly advanced, making sure to hide as much of its profile behind the giant shield. What kind of shit forebrains did the lip put in my mech? It's not even moving a lot. Even the Centaur's piloting AI thought it was a bad idea to test his mecha's speed limits. Floyd underestimated the importance of his mecha's integrity. With all the crude additions, it was a wonder his mech didn't fall apart. The medium mech started to speed up. It stoically endured the missile bombardments and discarded the damaged layers when they were spent. When the shield lost half of its mass, the mech was able to speed up and cut short the Centaur's lethargic bombardment. The halberd proved to be a little troublesome, but the Centaur AI lacked familiarity with the weapon. In the end, the medium mech discarded the shield and flanked the Centaur from behind. The Centaur could not keep up with the change in direction and got its rear area wrecked. Vess won the first match. Only 99 to go. The second match took place in one of the worst environments for his design. The hilly forest terrain impeded the mecha's oversized shield. After a few minutes of fruitless fumbling, it finally learned to detach most of its layers and regain its mobility. After a few minutes of patient hunting, the Centaur finally revealed itself as it fired a sudden missile salvo from a hill. The Centaur easily prevailed. It leveraged its height advantage as much as possible while the medium mech suffered from discarding most of its shielding. The duel sped up after the first couple of matches. Vess already determined the overall trend. As long as his mech was able to maintain its shield, it won as it easily blocked every missile in its way. The Centaur grew smarter by seeking the most complex environments to make it stand. Thus, the first couple of victories favored Ves, but after the 20th duel he lost his lead. The AI pilots both adjusted their tactics while responding better to their opponent's actions. The medium mech learned to angle its shields and spread out the impacts. The Centaur mech aimed its laser rifle at the wheels attached to the shield. On and on the duels progressed, until finally the last one finished. Yes! Ves yelled and raised his fist. He prevailed over Floyd by a comfortable ratio of 58 wins to 42 losses. He qualified for the next round while Floyd was sent packing. While the Limar graduate possessed some solid skills, he lost his cool and tried to one-up his adversary by turning midway. If not for his questionable decisions, he might have reached further. After his excitement cooled, Ves faced his opponent and held out his hand. It was a good duel. Floyd spat downwards and turned his back on Ves without a word. Chapter 84. Gene Boosts. While it felt good giving Floyd a mental smack, Ves knew he provoked an angry bear. If the stakes weren't so high, he'd rather take a step back. Now, his pressure increased. He was not content to take second place this time. He had to dazzle the audience and mesmerize at least one of the masters present. The road ahead has just begun. If I take Floyd as a standard, then I will only encounter tougher opponents. Plenty of contestants wanted to dispute the results. Most of them mainly blamed the AI pilots for failing to unearth their mecha's potential. Most of the complaints came from the flyers. You cheated. There's no way a nobody like you can beat my awesome mech. Sadly for Floyd, no one cared about his accusations. While a student supervisor arrived to address his results, he had no leeway in giving the alumni from Limar a helping hand. According to the logs, both mechs are designed within acceptable boundaries. Mechanically, there's nothing fishy there, even if both of you made some unconventional choices. What about my crappy AI pilot? I obviously got a retard for a pilot. The supervisor shook his head. Every mech in every simulation started with the same AI pilot. They all have the same capacity for learning and adaptation. According to the logs, the AI pilot for your Centaur mech peaked midway. It couldn't figure out new strategies. As for your opponent's medium mech, its AI pilot constantly unearthed new things to try. In other words, one mech provided slightly more options than the other mech. There was a limit how diverse a pilot could utilize the tools at hand. The main factor that limited the Centaur was its crippling slow speed. The lack of speed narrowed its options to purely offensive and defensive stances. As for the design submitted by Ves, the AI pilot was able to take the initiative in most battles due to its freedom of movement. It could charge straight ahead or it could take it slow by flanking its opponent. This was actually the main reason why heavy mechs never achieved dominance. Without sufficient mobility, a mech was nothing different than a sitting duck. After verifying the validity of the results, the supervisor took the devastated Floyd away. Sadly, some of the losers kept making a fuss, though they were easily taken care of with a few stun bolts. Ves couldn't believe how many designers broke down and acted like babies. I always thought it took discipline and constant study to become a mech designer. I have no idea how these rich kids managed to graduate with a degree in mech design. PFF. It's genetics, man. A fellow Walker supplied. Everyone knows their parents constantly injected their kids with genetic boosts. They take 1 hour to learn a theory that regular people like us take a day to understand. There's different injections available that can strengthen your muscles, make you smarter, or even remove the need for sleep. That was fairly new to Ves. I thought those kinds of things are illegal or don't even exist. To commoners, they might as well be fairy tales. It's a conspiracy the upper echelon is happy to keep under wraps. They even banded together in order to suppress any credible mention about these boosts. If you don't believe me, then try and uploading a post. I can guarantee you'll be arrested quicker than you can take a leak. Vess almost didn't believe it if not for one thing. Had he already taken some injections himself? When he recalled the few times he ingested the system's attribute candies, he measurably grew stronger in a couple of areas. Was the system messing with his genes each time he ate a candy? The news shook his view of how the galaxy worked. He always treated those rumors about genetic tampering as air, but perhaps he underestimated the progress humanity made over the years in terms of human genetics. Do you have any proof? PFF. Of course not. I'd be dead if I had anything. I've only been able to learn a bit because I have a money bags for a friend. As today's program came to an end, everyone slowly left the parade ground. As Vess tried to keep an eye out on Dietrich and his cat, he reconsidered the matter of upgrading his attributes. Now that he developed some decent skills, perhaps it was time to upgrade his intelligence. If I had another windfall of DP, I can afford to splurge on a couple of intelligence candies. The price of a candy corresponded with the height of his current attributes. Any attribute between 1.0 and 2.0 could be upgraded by buying a candy worth 1,000 times the desired height. For example, with his current intelligence of 1.2, if he wanted to raise it to 1.3, he'd have to spend 1,200 DP. If he wanted to raise his intelligence to 2.0, he'd have to spend a cumulative amount of 13,200 DP in total. After reaching the threshold of 2.0, the price of the attribute candies multiplied by 10,000, meaning that he'd have to spend 21,000 DP to upgrade his intelligence to 2.1. The price of upgrading an attribute grew to stupendous heights the more it growed. At his current level, Vess had no way of earning enough DP to upgrade his intelligence to a meaningful level where it could make a difference. That was why up to now, he always emphasized the acquisition of skills. They provided concrete benefits at reasonable costs. Vess always planned to upgrade his intelligence and perhaps some other attributes in the long term. Despite his envy, he maintained his current stance. At most, he'd upgrade his intelligence by a couple of points so that he wouldn't come across as stupid when faced with a master. Vess sighed when he thought about his empty DP reserve. All of his plans meant nothing if he didn't gain another source of DP. With both his virtual and real universe sales stalling, he had no way of buying anything from the system to help him out in the competition. He had to rely on himself to reach the top. He only became a little disappointed when the Mech designer system became less unique. The rich and powerful had their own ways of getting ahead even without a supposed reality-altering software program. Vess finally found Dietrich near the exit. The pilot yawned as he greeted his friend. Man, this is the most boring competition I've ever watched. There's nothing exciting about watching thousands of nerds geeking out over a couple of stupid exams. The only part that interested me was the duels, but it finished way too quickly for me to enjoy. Ha, it might not be very exciting for you, but for mech designers like me, it's been a thrill. Are you sure you mech designers are still human? I'm not surprised if you've all been replaced by aliens. Without a technical background, pilots like Dietrich could never appreciate these kinds of events. Vess enjoyed the opportunity to cash against his peers. Watching his skills grow better from a boring status was much less tangible than winning an actual match against a living person. It made all of his improvements look real. Different from before, the lit erected temporary housing for the remaining visitors. Each modular apartment came with all of the basic necessities, and were fairly secure as well. The temporary housing area became more crowded with the heavy security presence. In order to prevent improper actions such as bribery or sabotage, the entire place turned stiflingly safe. Dietrich whistled in appreciation when he saw how many mechs patrolled the perimeter. Limar sure takes a lot of effort to secure a simple housing area. I'm glad they take our security seriously. I've already offended one bastard from the coalition. There's no telling what he'll do behind my back. As Dietrich lacked any understanding of mech design, he wasn't really able to follow the mech duel in the second round. When Vess explained how he triumphed over his opponent, he snorted. Bah, what a GIT. This guy refuses to admit his loss because he's not as good as you. That should be the end of the matter. Vess truly hoped he had no more encounters with Floyd, but he vaguely suspected he might not be so forgiving. After an uneventful night, the contestants returned to the fields. Out of the 50,000 participants, only 5,000 remained. The final round of the qualifiers aimed to cut down their numbers to a measly 500. The attrition was horrible but necessary in order to make the main event presentable. Just like last time, Professor Marshall addressed the crowd. Today is the day where we will decide the final 500. Who among you will be lucky enough to perform in front of a crowd of the most eminent figures in the mech industry? Who among you will be projected in the homes of every household in the Komodo Star sector? The chance to gain fame and make your name known to trillions of people is in your grasp. Are you not excited? Every mech designer cheered. They all fought hard to make themselves more prominent. Even if they failed to catch the interest of a master, the trip was still worth it if they became a household name. Fame was a precious resource that accelerated any mech designer's career. Now, let me begin with the third round. This time, the format revolves around teamwork. As you all know, mech designers often work together with other designers when involved in a major project. The best and most widely used designs are always a collection of each designer's best results. No mech designer in existence claims to be the best at everything, though the polymath comes awfully close. Everyone laughed a little. Claire Hamza was an absolute genius with a terrifying level of intelligence. The amount of fields she specialized in could fill a whole data chip. Vess secretly wondered if the star designer bathed in intelligence gene boosts since birth. This time, we wish to see some cooperation among you. Everyone will be grouped into teams of 10. Your task is to collectively design a single mech, which will be matched against every mech your rival groups have come up with once. This time the AI pilots will not remember their previous results, so all the matches are absolutely consistent. The top 50 groups with the most wins will collectively qualify for the main competition tomorrow. Everyone gaped at the competition format. Working together wasn't unheard of. Usually, small groups of mech designers often came together to produce designs intended for mass production. The problem was that when the number of people surpassed 5, these groups often became unwieldy. There were too many cooks in the kitchen. Everyone had their own ideas. If some people shared the same specialties, they could easily clash. It was a nightmare trying to corral everybody even if their thoughts aligned. Now you may be wondering how you can control so many designers in a single group. Well, that's for you to solve. You can have one designer do the work while the other 9 do nothing. You can have each designer spend 1 hour with the design interface before letting another take over when their time is up. You can partner with someone strong and beat up those you disagree with. As long as no one requires medical attention, we will not intervene. That's barbaric. Huh? I'm the captain of the boxing club. If you don't want a bruise, you better acknowledge who's boss. Vess had never heard of such an absurd rule set for a group contest. Even physical intimidation wasn't ruled out. Remember, the only design our simulations will accept is the one submitted by the group's designated terminal. We won't care if others block you from accessing the terminal, or if your entire group has argued so much that your design is incomplete. What's on the terminal will be the only thing that's approved. Now, find your group mates and make some new friends. A complex series of projections guided everyone together in groups of 10. Vess quickly met an eclectic group of designers. 7 of them were flyers, indicating their deep backgrounds. 4 of them even wore the LITS alumni uniform. Vess was only one of 3 who came from a less affluent background. He quickly stared at the young man and woman who remained on the ground. Hi. I'm Vess Larkin's son, from the Bright Republic. The woman glowered at him. Missy Phillips. Vesha Kingdom. His smile dropped a little when he heard that. Of all the possible teammates, the organizers grouped him with a girl from an enemy state. Sensing the tension between the two, the remaining guy tried to break the tension. Hello everyone. The name's Clark McCullum, and I'm born and raised in the Coalition. Both of them shook their hands with Clark. Neither Vess nor Missy wanted to mess up their chances by having a fruitless argument over their national pride. "If you plebs could kindly shut up, us real designers are about to work," a bossy woman called from above. Neither of the three walkers appreciated her tone, though they dared not raise their voices. The woman was one of the graduates from Lima. She also sported the most symbols on her uniform, which meant she earned plenty of achievements during her time as a student. Still, Vess did not want to be crowded out by the elites. He summed up his courage and asked, "Who are you?" "You have the pleasure of addressing Cynthia Barakovsky. Perhaps you have heard of B&F Integrated." B&F Integrated was one of the coalition's heavy industry manufacturers. They also dipped their toes into mech production. The sales from their mech division easily surpassed $1 trillion. After a few seconds, Missy's eyes widened. She recognized her name. "You're that Cynthia Barakovsky who reached the top 100 in the last iteration of the Junior Rimworld Games." While Vess still didn't recognize her name, the mere mention of the Junior Rimworld Games was sufficient to overawe everyone present. The Junior Rimworld Games was the most prestigious sports competition in the galaxy for everyone under 25. They expanded into non-physical sports such as mech design a long time ago. Cynthia soaked up the attention with a smile. "You can rest that we will easily qualify with my presence. As long as you don't disturb me, I can easily design a killer mech." Both Clark and Missy practically had stars in their eyes. Vess bewilderingly stared at their worshipping gazes. He never really paid much attention to the massive Rimworld Games, let alone the smaller junior edition. He could only stand in place and witness Cynthia bewitching everyone into giving her space to design their group's mech. While Vess did not doubt Cynthia's accomplishments, it did not change that they were supposed to work as a group. Those that survived so far all had their strengths. As someone aiming to reach the finals, Vess believed even his own input should be valuable. He was not content to risk his chances by leaving it up to a stranger. Chapter 85. Teamwork. Their group was already off to a quick start. Cynthia Barakovsky rolled over most of her fellow designers with her immense accomplishments. Even Vess became almost convinced. If not for his stellar confidence in himself, he might have let the elite Lima graduate have her way. The workshop's terminal rested on the ground, forcing her to descend. Just as she approached the console, Vess stepped forward and held a hand. "Please wait a moment, Miss Barakovsky." Her eyes pierced his own with a disgruntled intensity. "You are in my way." "Okay, this conversation already went downhill." Vess quickly adjusted his suggestion. "If I may add, I'm sure that with your accomplishments, you are more than qualified to take the position of lead designer. However, I'm pretty sure everyone else can contribute their own insights to our design. Are you willing to let us provide you with some suggestions?" Sadly, Barakovsky treated his suggestions like air. She contemptuously flipped her hair and turned around. One of the flyers sank down in order to block Vess from pursuing her. "Our princess doesn't have time to entertain third-rate peasants like you. Now run along and play in the dirt. Your participation is unnecessary." The other flyers closed ranks and made their stances clear. Vess almost couldn't believe how fast they threw away their pride as designers. He turned around to ask for help from his fellow walkers, only to see Missy and Clark turning their heads as if they were blind and deaf. "Vess, let's not rock the boat. We only have 12 hours to design a mech. A future star like Barakovsky can easily come up with a complete design. Yes, if we distract her too much, we'll only be ruining our group. To be honest, I'm barely scraping by. I'm not good enough to compete at this level anymore. Why not sit back and let her carry us past the qualifiers? Do you know how much of an honor it is to be part of the 500 who will show up on stage tomorrow?" Both of them came up with reasonable excuses. Even some of the flyers agreed with them. After being ganged up by practically his entire group, Vess had no choice but to back down. "All right, we'll see, but if she makes a mistake, I won't hesitate to call it out." Naturally, everyone ignored those words. How could a nobody like Vess even compare against a prominent designer like Miss Barakovsky? She represented the entire Friday coalition in an immense competition that spanned a quarter of the galaxy. Even if she barely reached the top 100, the level of competition in these events was staggering. Nevertheless, Vess thought it was not wise to put all of their eggs in a single basket. Even the disciples of a master never claimed to be proficient in every field. However, he had no means of forcing the issue. He reluctantly stood back and allowed Miss Barakovsky to do her wish without further objections. The young lady started her design process by picking the basic frame. She confidently skipped the medium mechs and went straight for a light mech. Such a choice took a lot of daring due to the lack of options. Barakovsky's other choices made it clear that she wanted to design a skirmisher. If Vess was in charge, he'd pick a safe and boring medium mech. Sadly, he could only watch as Barakovsky went all in on her build. She intended to design a mech reminiscent of his very old Nomad. Certain types of skirmishers excelled in different situations. Barakovsky's skirmisher was obviously built for endurance. Fuel cells took most of the limited available capacity. To complement her choice, she chose to utilize a low-intensity fuel-injected power reactor to provide her mech with a steady amount of energy. Most of this energy would be spent on powering up the mecha's only weapons, a pair of lightweight wrist-mounted laser cannons. Vess frowned at her decisions. He had a decent amount of experience in working with these kinds of systems. The wrist-mounted laser cannons was especially tricky. A light mecha's arms were not supposed to incorporate such an intensive weapon system. One stray shot could disable the entire mechanism. To her credit, Barakovsky knew what she was doing. She revealed her proficiency in metallurgy and physics when she stripped the light mecha's armor and painstakingly designed an entirely new compressed armor scheme that even Vess wanted to praise. She personally fabricated all of the compressed armor plating with practiced skill. She's a true prodigy designer, Missy uttered next to him. She practically gazed at the elite Limar graduate like she was a goddess. That armor is truly divine. I could never in a million years fabricate such pieces without slipping up. Barakovsky evidently mastered assembly as well. The way she smoothly interacted with the terminal and the virtual workshop's tools gave Vess the impression that she spent many hours in an actual mech workshop. Even though he was not a slouch, his system-enhanced skills lacked the genuine fluency of actual experience. As the alloy compression took a very long time, Vess started to take a look around. Curiously, his vision of the projections of the other groups was blocked. He had no way of determining their designs. Yet he could still watch and hear what they were doing, as if the organizers wanted to let others see how their rivals tackled the issue of teamwork. "Well, this is a fine mess," a burly designer commented as he spat out some blood. His clothes were disarrayed. 6 other designers were sprawled on the ground, each of them nursing a lot of bruises. "You did good," a handsome prince-like figure said as he clapped his lackey's back. "Now that we've gotten rid of the riffraff, we can get rid of this trash design and start over with something competent." At another side, a group that happened to consist of 7 walkers bravely tried to fend off the 3 flyers who disagreed with their actions. Their antigrav clothes gave them an advantage in the air, but their numbers were too feeble to reserve the situation. Their constant harassment slowed down the design process and caused them to spend most of their time staring at each other. On the flip side, at least half of the other groups got along cordially, if not entirely harmoniously. The best groups often counted an abundance of Limar graduates on their midst. Their solidarity and familiarity with each other gave them a united front against their scattered groupmates. The weight of their school also counted for a lot. He spotted no genuine cooperation between all 10 members of a group. Even if some of them held a similar opinion to Vess, others dragged them down. His own situation was hardly unique. Practically every group had at least one elite designer that wanted to take charge. The meek and the hanger-ons pressured the others in order to ensure they could get their free rides. While Vess did not claim to be the most observant participant in the competition, he still smelled a conspiracy of sorts. From the size of the groups, to the placement of the terminals, everything had been set in place to encourage conflict instead of cooperation. He wouldn't be surprised if the group composition had been fudged as well. Really, when every group is led by an elite, this round will simply devolve into a series of solo duels. This meant that every group was back to square one. Of the 500 lead designers, only 50 of them would survive. Even if someone like Barakovsky was a cut above the rest, he did not wish to gamble on a 10% odds. Having concluded that this was actually a subtle trap, Vess still had to come up with a solution. He turned back to Missy and Clark. They sat on the ground as if they were a pair of bored little children. He quietly approached them and caught their attention. Only 7 hours to go before we get our free pass. What's up? Vess drew closer and explained his analysis. He expected the two to get their heads back in the game. Instead, they looked at him as if he was a troll. Really now? That's kind of clever. But what difference does it make if every group is similar? It's not like we can contribute to the design. Do you really believe that? Where is your pride as a designer? The two had no fight in their eyes. Vess really thought the speech by the old guy at the start had been wasted on these freeloaders. How could they expect to get ahead in the mech industry if they didn't fight for their jobs? Okay, you two can stay and sit on your asses for all I care. I'll figure out a solution on my own. Perhaps if Vess kept at it, he might have persuaded the pair to back him up. However, when he looked at their soulless gazes, he gave up. These two lazy bastards deserved to rot for the rest of their lives. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but he stood to the side for now. Vess had no reason to interfere as long as Barakovsky worked flawlessly. Different from Vess, Barakovsky started from the outside and slowly worked inwards. Besides selecting all of the basic components such as the engines and power reactor, she spent most of her time trying to harmonize the armor system and wrist lasers. For a light mech, these two components were of prime importance that had the most direct influence to the mecha's performance. Front-loading these components meant that Barakovsky wanted to budget out her time. For example, if she was forced to spend too much time on the armor system, she could choose to spend a little less time on the internals. And indeed, Barakovsky spent a lot of hours just to optimize the wrist lasers. If Vess wanted to do a proper job, he'd need to spend at least 2 days to get it working right. The woman acted too much like a perfectionist and kept fiddling with the most minute components. Vess sneaked a little closer and coughed a little. We only have 5 or so hours left. In the interest of completing the design, I suggest you start working on the internals. What do you know? One of her self-promoted guards spoke as he floated downwards. Those laser cannons are our only weapons. If our lady's time is cut short, who knows if they'll malfunction? Yeah, and who cares about optimizing the internals anyway? It's just a bunch of cables and muscles. There's hardly any complexity involved in uncrossing a couple of wires. The comment from the second goon made it clear to Vess that he had no idea what he was talking about. Having worked with the awful mess that was the Caesar Augustus, he knew more than anyone else in the group the fragility of a crowded and unoptimized internal structure. With everyone set against him, Vess had no way of remedying the situation. Barakovsky ignored his advice and kept tinkering with the wrist lasers. An entire hour went by until she finally put down her work. I'm finally done with these laser cannons. The hard part is over. Barakovsky sighed as she paused in her work. One of her group mates brought her some refreshments, which she enjoyed with relish. All right, there's only 4 hours left to go. The rest is easy. This time, Vess watched as Barakovsky started with the internals. Unlike her earlier performance, Vess cringed when she made a number of shortcuts and other questionable decisions. It became clear to him that her mechanics had not reached the journeyman level. When Vess suggested she was making a mistake, the entire group looked at him with contempt. Really now? Where did you study? Rittersberg? What no-name planet is that? The Bright Republic is the backwards of our Komodo star sector. I don't believe a barren place like that knows more about mechanics than Lee Ma. No one acknowledged his expertise in this area. He stood at a crossroads. If he did nothing, then he might miss one of the greatest chances of his life. There was too much at stake. Maybe I'm thinking too much, Vess whispered to himself. He waited until the group let down their guard. Once everyone turned back to the terminal, Vess sprinted forwards and brushed aside the bodies in his way. Hey! What the? Stop! Once Vess came close, he tackled Barakovsky to the ground. Both of them dove through the projection and landed harshly on the ground. He moved around her body and held her neck in a chokehold-like position. Sadly, he hadn't figured out what to do after that. He had never attended any close-quarters combat classes. After several seconds went by, it became clear that none of the other designers had any clue either. They all looked paralyzed as Vess seemed to transform into a crazy beast ready to devour an innocent maiden. "Unhand me, scoundrel!" Barakovsky hissed as she moaned in pain. The tackle came unexpected and her landing was hard. Her soft, boneless body wiggled against Vess in a weak, helpless fashion. Whatever gene boost she received had not been spent on improving her physique. Both sides were stuck at an impasse. Vess originally wanted to knock Barakovsky unconscious, but he was afraid of dealing more damage than necessary. He already offended her enough. "Look, can we talk about this?" Chapter 86. Carrying. No one made any rash moves. Vess held Barakovsky tight against his body. He hadn't embraced a lot of girls in his life, so the feeling of having a pretty girl in your arms distracted him. The other males in the group appeared outraged while the girls looked scandalized. "You bastard mongrel! That's the class princess you've injured. You're dead now. B&F Integrated isn't a company you can offend." The commotion even attracted the attention of their neighbors. Most of the conflicts happened at the start of the design period. Vess surprised everyone by making his coup with only a few hours remaining until they had to submit their design. "Don't push me!" Vess growled angrily while he tightened the hold on Miss Barakovsky's slender neck. He attempted to channel a bit of his state of mind when he fought back against the pirates on the St. Hurst. The designers drew back in fear as if scalded by hot water. They were as green as the flowers in a garden. "You guys are trying my patience. Can you stop ignoring me all the time and listen to my suggestions?" The 8 other designers stood helplessly as they remained undecided. Vess was glad to see that none of the people here had a clue on how to liberate Barakovsky. It seemed like every mech designer received only perfunctory self-defense training during school. As the mech designers argued about, the hostage had enough. "Quiet! We are not a brood of headless chickens. We are mech designers. Let us talk it over rationally. There's no value in negotiating with that brute." No one treated her latest words seriously. They all thought she just wanted to free herself from her captor's clutches. While the mech designers kept bleating and insulting Vess, he lowered his mouth to her ear. "Look, I'm sure you're a great mech designer, but it's clear you haven't specialized in mechanics. I've got a much deeper foundation in this field." "Who, is that so?" Barakovsky huffed as she tried to untangle herself from his grasp. Her movements only rubbed her slim body harder against Vess. "While I might not have received any tutoring from a master, I can assure you that I've achieved some very good grades in my mechanics classes." Vess shook his head. "This is the big leagues. We're not in class anymore. Have you attempted to develop your mechanics since your graduation?" "HMPH. It's only a few months. Are you any better?" "As a matter of fact, I've devoured 3 journeyman textbooks on my way to the Limar system." Vess smirked. "And I haven't skimmed over them either. I understand the essence of all of them pretty well. If you just let me access the terminal, I can show you how much better our mech can perform." Barakovsky paused a little at that. Her expression still radiated skepticism. "You really claim to master not 1, but 3 entire journeyman-level books?" "Yep, and they're all credible books from credible authors." "Does Takanata, Ulmer, Smith, James, Coventry and Lynn ring a bell to you. While some of those surnames were common, every mech designer should be able to link them to the most renowned academics in mech design. I see, she said flatly as she reconsidered her stance. Even I can't claim to master 3 journeyman books this fast. You're either boasting shamelessly or you may be an undiscovered genius. I prefer to think myself as the latter. Barakovsky giggled a little, surprising Vess. Even in such a tense situation, she displayed no fear. He even suspected that her anger had already subsided. She sighed a little and leaned back against his skinny chest. I don't know which one describes you best, but I suppose an apology is expected. I'm sorry for disregarding your perspective. If you really do claim to be a genius in mechanics, then there's little harm in letting you work on my design. I'm tired anyway. I'm not at my best anymore. Truly, Vess enjoyed talking with intelligent people. Barakovsky was the only person in their group who actually behaved as if they graduated from college instead of from a pigsty. He had more than enough of the overweening pride of these entitled coalition citizens. Deciding to trust her words, Vess let her go. Both of them quickly rose up from the ground and dusted off some of the dirt and grass that clung on their clothes. The other designers stopped arguing when they saw that Vess and Barakovsky acted cordially. Did you give up, loser? Be silent. Barakovsky barked and crossed her arms over her chest. Look, we don't have the time to squabble like children. While my friend here was a little extreme, we've talked over our issues and I've decided to give him a chance. What? He'll ruin our design. She clapped her hands, causing them to quickly shut up. Do I have to repeat what I said? Just shut up if you have nothing useful to say. I'm just as skeptical as you are, but this matter directly concerns our chances of passing this round. If Vess here is truly better than me in mechanics, then he deserves a chance to contribute. That goes for all of you as well. I've been negligent in considering your skills. If you've been holding out on us, now is the time to step forward and make suggestions. Sadly, the entire crowd disappointed her by remaining silent. No one had the guts to claim they knew better than Barakovsky. Besides Vess, it really appeared that none of their group specialized in mechanics. It truly was a bitter state of affairs when almost everyone in the group wanted to sit back and sleep their way through the qualifiers. With her tentative blessing, Vess approached the terminal slowly. If anyone wanted to jump on him, he'd be ready. Fortunately, no one had the spine to contest their intentions, so Vess reached the controls without hindrance. There are a number of things that can be improved that I can point out immediately. Vess began to explain in the hope of getting everyone's acceptance. First, the engines. While Barakovsky chose to go with a conventional high-efficiency engine model, our Mech's loadout is a bit light due to the inclusion of compressed armor. This gives us a bit more leeway with regards to capacity, which in my opinion is best spent on a more powerful engine model. That will make our design less efficient. A powerful engine burns more fuel. Barakovsky pointed out. That's true, but remember what kind of battles our mech will face. We're sending our design off to a series of one-on-one duels. Do we really need to stuff so much endurance in our design when it's only expected to last one single encounter? Our mech is built to outlast any opponent. There's no such thing as too much endurance. That's true, but I also think that there's a point where sacrificing power in favor of endurance isn't worth it anymore. Our light mecha's top speed is below average for an endurance-focused design. When Barakovsky stopped arguing, Vess took that as permission to replace the engines. He chose to install a slightly more powerful engine model from the list of available components. Naturally, the new engines also added more weight, but the additional power was worth it as its top speed gained a substantial boost. What else do you want to change? Vess started reversing some of her decisions and worked methodically on areas that haven't been touched. Though Barakovsky never admitted defeat, she tacitly allowed Vess to implement his own decisions. With his intervention, the integrity of their design gained a massive increase. The mecha's performance slowly stabilized. The chance of suffering critical damage decreased due to his skillful work. In the end, Vess monopolized the remaining hours of the clock. Even when Barakovsky showed some discontent at some of his decisions, she kept letting his run amok. He appreciated her inaction. Somehow, he even suspected she only maintained a negative attitude in order to placate the other group members. The others still did not trust Vess even if he implemented better solutions than anything they could come up with themselves. 5 minutes remaining. Please finalize your designs. Vess already finished his design. After checking over the entire mech once again, he stepped back and gestured at Barakovsky. I'm done now. You can check over our entire design if you want. She shook her head. I've followed your every move. Nothing you've done is egregious enough for me to intervene. Besides, even if I want to change something, there's hardly any time left on the clock. Indeed, as the counter ticked down, many groups had laid down their work. Not all of them were as relaxed. Some groups that suffered from extensive infighting kept fiddling with the terminal. Even now Vess could see that a handful of groups hadn't even completed their designs. They were the abject failures in this round. He admired the Lit for coming up with such a deep and challenging test. While working together as 10 to come up with a single design sounded simple, the reality proved much different. The audience had a field day when arguments and fistfights broke out. All of the mech pilots and bodyguards sitting on the stands painfully looked away when these nerdy engineer types showed off their pathetic skills. Only a few designers had a passable proficiency in self-defense and martial arts. Those who paid attention to their physical training dominated their groups, though whether their design skills was just as good as their fighting prowess was another matter. If any groups understood the essence of this round and genuinely worked together as 10, Vess had no clue. At least he hadn't seen any enlightened teamwork among the groups surrounding his own. His heart pumped faster as the duels commenced. Just like the last round, the projection sped up the simulations in order to save time. As Vess had worked intensively for a couple of hours straight, he had no energy left to concentrate on the action. The duels fast-forwarded so quickly that Vess hardly registered each win and loss. Impressive work. Barakovsky praised as she sat down next to him. It looks like we're winning most of our matches. Is that so? His anticipation grew as he tried to register their mecha's performance. It did manage to dance around almost all of the opponents it encountered. It only ran into a wall when it faced a flying opponent. That's great. We're winning. In actual fact, their mech performed so well that it constantly climbed higher in the giant ranking projection. Half of the designers were too scared to watch the duels. Instead, they kept their eyes peeled on the ranking list. Every time some groups changed positions, the designers groaned or cheered. The third round finally ended in a crushing victory for Vess and Barakovsky's mech. While their light mech might be lacking in firepower and armor, its prodigious mobility and impressive endurance allowed it to keep teasing around any opponents it encountered. It only lost when matched against its hard counters, such as sprinters, flyers, and marksmen. Any other mechs proved too sluggish to match the nimble mech. Yes! We've ranked 16 out of 500. We've qualified. Vess cheered as he saw the final results. Their group only had to reach the top 50 to pass. Reaching the 16th rank meant they possessed ample strength to compete in the main event that started in the following day. Barakovsky suddenly glomped him in order to give him a quick hug. Thank you. Without your help, our mech couldn't have lasted this long. No problem. I'm glad you gave me a chance. Both of them quickly separated. Vess coughed a little. He hardly ever got close to a woman. Her closeness made him a bit uncomfortable. I guess we might encounter each other again in the days ahead. Her smile disappeared. You're right. I won't show any mercy if I end up on the opposite side. The same goes for me. Best of luck then. They shook hands before parting the group. Now that the qualifiers came to a close, the designers had no reason to stick together with those they despised. Of their entire group, only Clark had the decency to thank him for pulling their group ahead. Missy simply huffed before running off, and the other designers flocked to Barakovsky, completely ignoring Vess. All in a day's work. He sighed and left the fields in order to meet up with Dietrich and Lucky. Chapter 87. Banquet. Now that many mech designers and their followers left the premises, the temporary living area received a much-welcomed renovation. The cheap and convenient apartments made way for compact villas that contained room for up to 20 residents. The LIT also stocked the villas with all kinds of amenities, from the rarest teas to the most sophisticated entertainment centers. Vess only met up with Dietrich briefly before a student guide approached him from above. "Mr. Larkin's son?" "Yes, that's me." "Good. Our institution invites you to attend a banquet together with your fellow designers." That sounded interesting. Vess accepted the invitation and followed the guide towards a palatial hall floating in the distance. A floating conveyor brought up guests like Vess who lacked anti-grav clothing to the entrance. As he looked around, he noted that a lot more walkers had made it through the qualifiers, though he reasoned that most of them got carried by their groups. Still, even if they got knocked out tomorrow, they still benefited from the honor of presenting themselves to trillions of people. With their status as a past contestant who made it through the qualifiers, they could leverage that prestige into wealth and status. No one despised the Limar Institute of Technology, especially its famous annual competition. The dining hall was resplendently large. Calm and relaxing music extended from the instruments of a handful of musicians. The main tables offered ample space for all the guests. A larger and more extravagant set of tables sat at the front, reserved only for the masters and the most eminent visitors. Though the hall appeared simple, Vess recognized the precious materials built into the furniture. Even a cannon shell couldn't blast them apart. The subtle extravagance impressed all of the designers who came from humble backgrounds. A small projection lit up in front of him and guided him to his seat. As a no-name designer from a remote third-rate state, his seat was near the end. He looked around and spotted Barakovsky near the front. If their seat positions were ranked, she easily entered the top 20. As for Vess, he was clumped together with the walkers and freeloaders. He sat onto his seat without fuss and waited for the rest to gather around. "Mr. Larkin's son?" A woman called from behind. He turned around to see a familiar face. Patricia Schneider. He had not expected to meet an acquaintance from the Bright Republic. Patricia had always been an enigmatic figure back when he studied at Rittersberg. She was a genius who excelled in every field. Every classmate sighed that it was a pity that she hadn't gone to study at Limar or some other famous second-rate institution. To see her here was a remarkable turnaround. Vess looked around and did not spot any other former participants of the Bright Republic's Fusion Cup. "Don't bother looking around. We are the only ones from the Republic who qualified," she said and took the seat next to him. "I do have to say that I thought you had potential. You're still a few years too early to compete in Limar. It's quite a pleasant surprise to see you grow so much." Unlike any other designer in the room, Vess sensed Patricia had nothing but goodwill to him. He appreciated her willingness to approach him. He missed the casual candor he was used to in the Republic. "I've grown a lot since the last time we met each other. I always thought my last victory was more due to luck and circumstance. Now that I've caught up in my studies, I'm confident I can beat you in a straight fight." "Is that so?" Patricia smiled mysteriously at him. "Maybe we can find that out tomorrow. You never know. I still have to pay you back for knocking me out before I reached the finals." "Ha ha, I had no choice really. My career was at stake." Somehow, Vess acted a lot more confident around Patricia. Before, he always saw her as an inviolable goddess, whose talent in mech design outmatched anyone else at the Rittersberg University of Technology. With the help of the system, Vess improved so much that his confidence gained a massive boost. He no longer regarded himself on a lower level to the former class princess. Patricia raised her eyebrow. "I've heard you've started up a new mech workshop on a rural planet. That takes remarkable courage. Without a large investment, it's very difficult to start an independent business. Thankfully, the MTA provides independents like me some space to do business. Without the licenses, I have to do everything from scratch. Licensing became a popular way to earn income from technology in the mech industry upon the establishment of the MTA. The behemoth organization practically coerced every tech company into releasing their non-cutting-edge developments to the market. Also, industrial espionage was widespread at that time, so the inventors decided to legalize and monetize the acquisition of their technology. The distribution of technology eventually benefited the entire industry. Everyone had access to a uniform minimum standards. No one was forced to reinvent the wheel anymore. It also lowered the barrier of entry to startups like Vess Workshop and restrained larger companies from dominating the industry. After a few minutes of chit-chat, they quieted down when the masters entered the hall. Everyone stared with hopeful eyes at these eminent masters. Of the 5 masters who expressed interest in taking a new apprentice, only 4 were present. Master Null had declined to attend, probably in order to avoid letting spies record his gestures. Even the most hidden fugitives can be identified if they showed up in public too many times. Professor Edith Marshall stood up from her seat and addressed the crowd. Congratulations for making it through the qualifiers. In the last 2 days, the masters and I have witnessed some remarkable performances. You may be thinking that the qualifying rounds appear too arbitrary and whimsical. A few designers groaned when they remembered the hellish ordeal of the past 2 days. The transparent duel and the group duel rounds were especially infuriating for some. The truth is, a real designer has to cope with many different circumstances. The strongest mech designer isn't necessarily the one who can output the best designs. As far as we at Lima are concerned, the ideal mech designer is one who is adaptable. Only by thriving under the most difficult circumstances can you survive the coming storm. Those ominous words sparked a murmur of concern among the crowd. Maybe some of you are already aware of the unrest that is growing in our star sector. We are not alone. The unrest has spread in our neighboring star sectors and will soon engulf all of human-occupied space. Armies will be mobilized and entire mech corps will be thrown into battle. The blood that is about to be spilled will dye many planets red. A handsome designer sitting near the front of the table stood up, courageously interrupting the dean. There's a famous saying among designers. The time of war is the time of our lives. A lot of people smiled at that, though Vess and Patricia kept a stern face. Well said. We develop instruments of war, and only during wartime will we see the most demand for our services. A design is not a static, timeless product. Many times, we receive requests to modify designs in order to cope with a specific planetary environment or to counter a popular model utilized by the enemy. The simulation mech duels you've experienced so far is but a simplification of the great game that is played among the greatest designers. A few of the masters nodded, giving weight to Professor Marshall's words. With a sophisticated industrial base, any state gained the capability mass-produce or mass-modify a substantial amount of mechs. If an enemy happened to favor lasers, you could respond by designing a mech that was resilient to directed energy. Such a change could be done in days if the scale was small. At a larger scale, even a massive entity like the Friday Coalition was able to replace and refurbish its entire mech complement in a couple of months. The capabilities of an industry supported by the full might of an entire state was terrifying. Even the Bright Republic had built up a formidable reserve in order to cope with the coming aggression by the Veja Kingdom. If war eventually broke out, Vess expected to be drafted in order to put his capabilities to use in supervising such super factories. Before we begin to serve the masterpieces prepared by our cooks, I have one more thing to say. When I look at all of you, I am astounded by the variety of your origins. Some of you have proudly graduated from this school. Others have studied elsewhere in the Coalition, while a smaller portion of you have even climbed your way up from more humbler origins. As one of the few designers from a third-rate state, Vess and Patricia certainly knew the others outnumbered them. The resources and knowledge the designers from a second-rate state enjoyed massively overshadowed the best efforts of a third-rate institution. The two could not even come close. Vess only gained the qualifications to attend the banquet due to his cheat of a system. He wondered how someone who attended the same university as him managed to keep up with him. Patricia surely had her own secrets in her pocket. That was one of the reasons why Vess tried to strike a friendship with her. As equals of the same strength, they might cooperate someday. Professor Marshall pressed a button on her comm, causing a projection to light up above the tables. It projected the name of a famous society, underneath of which spelled out numerous benefits. The Clifford Society is the Carnegie Group's most exclusive club for mech designers. Our rules allow any designer who passed the qualifiers to join our most esteemed ranks. Many of those present already knew about the Clifford Society. Anyone present here could apply, though practically only those who were not attached to any major influences actually joined. The real elites already signed exclusive contracts with their backing. No matter your origins, affiliations, or home state, we are a neutral group that serves the coalition on behalf of the Carnegie Group. Certainly the other partners of the coalition have their societies, but we have the most welcoming attitude. As we have attracted numerous influential designers over the years, our reach extends to the entire Komodo Star sector. No matter where you reside, our society is able to provide support at any time. The professor enumerated the many advantages a member enjoyed. They provided an open platform could discuss freely with other members. They offered a small sample of exclusive learning material, some of which could not be found on the galactic net no matter how many coals you were willing to spend. The society even held many gatherings where different designers met frequently with new faces. "Are you going to join?" Patricia whispered quietly at his side. "Yes. This is one of the reasons why I spent all the trouble of traveling to the coalition. The Clifford Society has an illustrious name in the sector. I don't have a lot of sources I can rely on to advance my design skills. The society is a viable alternative to the MTA in terms of their library alone." She shook her head at his words. "Joining the society isn't free. Officially, you'll be prohibited from helping any influence that is hostile to the Friday Coalition. Unofficially, you'll become a man of the Carnegie Group. The other partners of the coalition will close their doors to you, not to mention you'll be stared at by the Hexadric hegemony. As someone who has tried to go it alone, I quickly learned how vulnerable I am. Any casual conglomerate can wipe me out if they think I'm an irritant. The only way I can get some job security is to attach myself to a greater influence." Once Professor Marshall finished her speech, everyone's comm units beeped. They all received an extensive package that contained a brochure and a contract for the Clifford Society. They could sign the contract at any time, though they only had a month before it expired. Some of the people present signed the contract immediately. Others like Vess planned to go over the contract in detail later. Right now he reserved his energy for the competition that started tomorrow. Enough talking. Let's dig in. Chapter 88. Spectacle. The day of the main event arrived. As a prestigious event witnessed by everyone in the Star sector, the LIT did not hold the competition on a plain grassy field. Instead, every participant was brought to a huge and extensive arena complex. Vess, Dietrich and Lucky looked out from the window of the shuttle. After passing through innumerable islands, they finally came into view of the LIT sector famous arena complex. It encompassed as much space as a major city from the Bright Republic. The complex already prepared 500 stages. The most formidable fabrication and projection technology the Carnegie Group had developed underpinned the systems of this immense competition stage. Much like the Republic's Young Tiger exhibition, the competition in Lima disdained the use of simulations. They only resorted to using simulations during the qualifiers for expedience. Now that they were about to broadcast the design contest to the public, they had to showcase their power. Every time the LIT held its open competition, the people from the coalition and many smaller states got to enjoy thrilling fights between real mechs piloted by real mech pilots. It's too bad they don't let outsiders like me pilot on your behalf. Dietrich sighed. He truly wanted to share the stage with Vess and make a name for himself in the dueling stages. It sure sucks to be a pilot. Ha ha. You mech pilots have your own competitions. Vess responded lightly. Humanity currently loved all things mechs. Though mech designers received their fair share of admiration, the highly technical environment made it hard for laymen to get excited. In contrast, mech pilots overshadowed shuttle racers in daring and excitement. Even a small place like the Bright Republic held 100 of different competitions each year. The Young Tigers exhibition might be a prestigious event, but the ones where veteran pilots showed off their skills attracted 10 times more fans. The celebrity culture around piloting massively overshadowed the attention placed on mech designers. When they came close, Vess witnessed thousands of shuttles descending from orbit. As a major event, the competition attracted millions of spectators. Most of them merely came because they lived nearby. Most likely, only 10% truly understood what was going on. The rest just came to see the thrilling mech duels. Limar only paid attention to the guests of influence. Many industry insiders attended from afar. Vess even guessed that representatives from some of the major corporations in the Republic would be present today. The competition not only gave the foreign talents a chance to shine, it also brought a lot of powerful men and women together from across the sector. Many deals and trades were made under the table during each event. All right, please disembark, follow me. It's very crowded today, so watch your step. A guide called out once their shuttle landed. A massive amount of people converged to the arenas. Dietrich and Lucky had to separate from Vess again. They followed the majority of the crowd to the spectator entrance. As for Vess, he boarded a smaller shuttle that brought him and his fellow designers to a resting area backstage. Up on the main stages, a grand spectacle unfolded. The show preceding the competition featured music and dances from the most popular entertainers in the employ of the Carnegie Group. In between, different executives entered the stage to introduce various high-tech innovations such as a new engine model or a renewal of a popular consumer electronics device. The group never fails to milk the publicity dry. A designer sitting next to him remarked. Each year they go through the same process. Vess nodded in agreement. It's a good way to distract the audience when we're still in the design phase. A pure mech design competition is pretty boring to the average viewer. Watching someone design a mech in real time was like watching a sculptor chisel a statue. While the end product might look impressive, no one wanted to go through all the boring parts for hours on end. The other partners of the coalition have their own pageants. This is nothing unusual. Now that we're facing tumultuous times, every power is going all out in attracting talents. Even the notoriously close-minded Khonsu clan have opened their doors. You'd have to be insane to hire yourself to the Khonsu clan. There's hardly any room for promotion for outsiders. That's true, but the Khonsu clan is honest about it. You'll only have to sign a 12-year contract. After that, you're free to go. That sounded like a pretty good deal. If Vess failed to qualify for today's event, he'd probably be forced to crawl in front of their doors and beg them to take him in. Thankfully, he fought well enough to avoid such a miserable fate. After half an hour of advertisement, the mech designers finally entered the stage. They bowed before the millions of people present and the trillions more who watched from their homes. The entire star sector took notice. An executive from the Carnegie Group introduced the rules for the first round. Today is the day where we will hold our famous free-for-all. 500 mech designers are given access to our proprietary QuickForge instant fabrication systems. These designers can choose to rush out their design or take it slow in order to perfect their work. However, the speed in which they finish their design decides the ranking of their allocated pilot. The faster they finish a design, the better their pilot. Limar's renowned free-for-all format had a lot of strategy behind its simple rules. The round lasted for 12 hours. A mech designer was free to submit his design at any point, but if he took too long, then he will only receive a mediocre pilot. The fastest submission always received the best pilot from a batch of 500 cadet pilots from an affiliated mech pilot academy. The QuickForge fabricator was able to produce or modify many simple mech components, giving the illusion that it worked just as fast as a virtual workshop. Naturally, This only applied to obsolete technology. This was the reason why Lima used the equivalent of 3-star mech components in the qualifiers. The time and cost to fabricate more advanced components grew massively at that point. These renowned cadet pilots fought on behalf of their Mechs designers in an enormous space consisting of many temporarily fused arenas. In this random forest environment, giant coins occasionally spawned at random locations. Mech pilots had to search for these coins and bring them to a random location, though they had to look out for ambushes. Regardless who possessed the coins, the pilot who delivered the coin successfully gained a score. To keep it all fair, the 500 pilots were completely isolated. They piloted the mechs remotely through advanced transmission technology. In a real war, there were millions of ways for an enemy to interfere with these signals. In a venue completely controlled by the Carnegie Group, the risk was deemed acceptable. The group did not want to risk the lives of their future pilot officers, after all. The key issue of this round was that a mech only had one life. Once it received fatal damage, the mech did not have any opportunity to collect more coins. The designers who submitted their designs early had more time to collect coins. Those who came later might overshadow the rush jobs, but with lower-ranking pilots and less time to collect coins, they had an uphill battle to fight. Another key issue was that the allocated pilot remained attached to the designer if they successfully survived this round. Only the top 100 teams who submitted the most coins qualified for the second round. The pilot rank was thus of prime importance to your chances of reaching the finals. Now, every year, we receive the same complaints. It's not fair. It's too arbitrary. Everyone should receive the same quality of pilots. The executive turned around and stared at the designers on stage. All of them felt the intensity of a man who climbed his way up the ranks of the renowned Carnegie Group. I am a businessman. You work for us. As a responsible businessman, I expect my subordinates to work promptly and deliver their products on time. Those who can never meet their deadlines will never cut it in the mech industry. The best mech designers are always those who are a step ahead of the competition. It is up to you to decide how much time you wish to spend on your designs. Everyone felt the weight of his words. While some of the designers had little clue what he was talking about, Vess knew better as he already had some experience running his own business. The free-for-all in fact could be considered a race. Those who worked faster gained a lot more advantages, though sometimes the slowpokes turned the tables by submitting an almost invincible design. In essence, Vess had 3 overall choices to make before he even started. He could rush out a sloppy design and gain an elite pilot who could search for coins before the majority of the competition entered the simulated battlefield. This was the highest risk a designer could make and had enormous influence to their future course. If Vess succeeded in his gambit and climbed his way up the top 100, then he paved the way for a clear road to the finals. With a high-ranking pilot by his side, he had the qualifications to fight for the number 1 position. If Vess was not that confident in a quick design, he could take it slower and submit his design somewhere around the average. With enough time, he could design a substantially better mech who could go toe-to-toe with almost any opponent except for the slowpokes. Finally, he could take his time and design a truly perfect mech. With sufficient time, he could build up a mech that enjoyed a full coverage of compressed armor. With such a marvelous protective layer, his mech would be virtually invincible. Still, the pilot I'll get won't cut it. There's a huge difference between a top pilot and an average pilot. Vess considered carefully. He wanted to reach the absolute top. Those who took their time were mostly content with reaching the top 100 or top 50. Only the designers who submitted their designs fast enough had the right to struggle for the limited amount of available apprenticeships. Throughout the competition, Vess already acted boldly. He already staked his entire future to a single throw of the dice. He had to keep walking his chosen path to the end. 3 hours. I should be able to finish a functional design in 3 hours. Vess whispered to himself. The average submission time in past competitions usually hovered around 5 to 6 hours. Cutting that in half meant his mech inevitably retained some serious flaws. The key was to minimize or mitigate these flaws. Chapter 89. Steed. After explaining the rules, the executive retreated and allowed others to direct the first round. A guide brought every designer to their allocated Quickforge system. A marvel of engineering, every Quickforge cost as much as 100 mech workshops. Its impressive capabilities allowed for almost instant fabrication of any device as long as its complexity did not exceed a certain standard. Though insufficient to mass-produce any current-gen mechs, it had no trouble in pumping out 200-year-old designs. These are the toys that the students of Limar can polish their design skills. Vess guessed. The Carnegie Group didn't design these Quickforge units for a simple competition. How I envy those who gained the chance to study here. Designers who spent a lot of time with these miraculous systems could gain a lot of proficiency in working with real mechs. Though the assembly process was massively simplified and sped up, it still provided much more hands-on experience than working with simulations and projections. Once everyone reached their assigned stations, they waited for the signal to start. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone rapidly engaged the Quickforge system. The students from Limar had a distinct advantage. They used their familiarity with its systems to immediately start fabricating a frame. Sophisticated assembly arms flash-produced the alloys in midair, kept aloft by the most precise antigrav emitters. Impressed by the speed of which these systems produced a frame, Vess hurriedly tried to catch up. Right. If I want to finish a frame at the fastest speed possible, I'll have to go for a light mech. Though he preferred to design a versatile medium mech, its larger mass and size meant it took more work to get it running. A light mech not only had a reduced material requirement, its limited loadout meant it only needed a couple of small components to make it fully functional. As Vess wanted to make his mech count in the first half of the round, he focused on improving his mecha's peak capabilities. It needed all the performance it could get in order to remain competitive with the mech submitted a few hours later. The battlefield fortunately featured small resupply depots where mechs could supplement their ammunition and energy, so mechs with shorter running times still had a chance. After a brief consideration, he therefore picked a sprinter mech. He rapidly scanned the list of pre-made components and picked out a laundry list of limbs and internal parts. He particularly paid attention to the legs. Drawing from his experience with the Octagon series, he focused on prioritizing agility instead of top speed, though not to such an extreme extent this time. In the early stages of the free-for-all, it's more important for a mech to be able to avoid damage. The less damage it incurs, the longer it will last. Some mech designers chose to go for the opposite strategy. They built a crude heavy mech brimming with armaments. Such a heavy brick relied on its immense armor and firepower to deter others from taking it on even as it sluggishly transported a coin. The tiny light mechs like what Vess had in mind gained no advantage in taking on such monsters. Though fairly safe, their limited speed and mobility meant that these lumbering oafs had a lot of difficulties finding coins. They could only cover a limited area. Even if they spotted a coin, any rival mech could easily snatch it before the heavy mech reached the spawning point. Heavy mechs are just a dead end in this mode. Vess concluded. Only heavy mech specialists had a way to make it viable. Anyone else only risked their downfall if they played with something they didn't fully master. Now that he developed a concept, he had to attach the proper image to his design. In a contest like this where his entire future was at stake, he had to pull out all the stops. Even as his slower rivals all began to fabricate their parts, Vess still remained unmoved. He closed his eyes and sharpened his intent. My mech will be a Steed fit for the most talented pilot. A proud machine, it cherishes its freedom to move. Any location is within reach. None may blaspheme its integrity. Violators will be speared by its horn if they are weak. Those who are stronger can never touch its surface, for my mech is fleet of foot and can depart whenever it wishes. Vess envisioned a unicorn in the form of a humanoid light mech. Proud, inviolable, and fleet of foot. The new design he had in mind combined all three aspects into a coherent whole. He felt empowered by his vision. Let's go. He started to design and fabricate his mech. Though the interface of the QuickForge system was complex, it basically functioned as a monstrous amalgamation of a design terminal, a 3D printer and an assembly system. As Vess was quite familiar with each system, he had little trouble adjusting to the combined controls. He put his full attention into getting his light mech assembled properly. Though the QuickForge system accelerated the fabrication and assembly process to a ludicrous speed, it also risked the amplification of any unaddressed faults. A tiny misalignment between components could snowball into a massive cascade of structural instability. Vess had to keep his eyes peeled and work with utmost precision in order to maintain control. The only snag he faced was that he had to tune out the commentators. "Look at the beauty Chris Adrian has in mind," a male announcer pointed out. "From how many components he has in mind, he's definitely going to make his splash in the mid-game." At least the mech designers had some measure of privacy this time. Opaque screens blocked their view of their rivals. In addition, each designer had access to a function where they could obscure all of their actions to the entire audience. This allowed designers to hide their proprietary techniques, though they were only allotted an hour of privacy in total. A female announcer complimented her colleague. "Chris Adrian is one of Lima's top graduates of this year. He has graduated cum laude in mech design, so his foundation is top-notch. He recently accepted an invitation to work for the Carnegie Group directly, so he's certainly the man of the hour at this moment. While Chris is a talented lad, look at his self-declared eternal rival. Mortimer Brazzati is on fire." Having climbed from a life from the slums in a dusty planet at the edge of the Carnegie Group's sphere of influence, he quickly gained appreciation from everyone due to his remarkable intelligence. "Now that he's reached this stage, I'm certain this one-in-a-century talent will dazzle us all with his nimble design." That caused Vess to stutter a bit, which almost screwed up his work on fusing a leg to a torso. If not for his quick reaction, he might have wasted a lot of time. This Mortimer sounds like trouble. If he's going for a light mech, then he'll be releasing his mech in the same time frame as mine. I can't let him get the better pilot. With this new information in mind, Vess began to work more recklessly. Though he started to slip up now and then, most of the errors were too inconsequential to bother addressing. He pushed his assembly skills to the limit by speeding up as fast as possible while maintaining control. He felt as if he was balancing on a knife edge. Instead of slowing down to catch his balance, he instead moved faster, causing him to wobble harder. We've tallied all 500 in-progress designs and put our brightest minds to work. The preliminary results are in. About 93 are light mechs, 320 are medium mechs, and the remaining 87 are heavy mechs. That sounds about right. There's always an even proportion of light and heavy mechs every year. How many of them are aerial mechs? A staggering 78 designs show openings for flight systems. It seems like a significant amount of them are built to hunt for coins. The cowards! Don't these designers have any confidence in their work? I want to see some action. Vess slowed down when he reached the arms and legs. In order to preserve his design's offensive power, he had to pay particular attention to the musculature in the limbs. The default scheme of the limbs were sorely outdated. With the advantage of 200 years of progress, he radically tore out the old layout and began to swiftly implement a crude but modern musculature. Though not as good as a proper scheme, his improvised work still raised the specs of all four limbs by a significant amount. He optimized his mech for wielding spears, though he also added in a laser pistol to deter any flyers. While the pistol did not amount to much of a threat, it was sufficient in holding off opportunists who wanted to pick off an easy target. Though the rules did not reward a kill, one of the viable strategies in this mode was to eliminate as much competition as possible before they accumulated a lot of coins. The best targets were those who were in the middle of transporting their own coins. Enough about the boys. Let's check out how the girls are doing. Just look at Cynthia Barakovsky's fearsome light mech. It's only partially, but it already looks like a man-eater. It certainly possesses the most bite out of all the light mechs. Oh, I don't dispute that, but she could certainly speed up a little. By the time she finishes this monster, the battle will already progress to the middle stages. Vess idly noted Barakovsky's mention. Despite her average skill in mechanics, her mech should still be a formidable machine in terms of armor and weapons. If she intended to take her time, then she was certainly designing a light mech killer. That was bad news for him. Looks like our mechs might clash, he muttered. If he allocated more time on his mech, he could close the gap, but that meant he'd miss out on the best pilots in the pool. In order to reach the finals, he had to give up a lot of toys and settle for something fast and cheap. Chapter 90. Talents. Vess towed a dangerous line. He worked faster than ever before using a machine he never touched. If he tripped up even once, he'd fall down the precipice. He made risky maneuvers left and right, all in the name of maximizing performance in the least amount of time. I can feel my skills are integrating. There's no better way for me to master my new gains than to push them to the limit. Despite being one step away from ruination, Vess felt truly alive at that moment. He was made for this. His performance went past 100% as he reached a peculiar state of zen. Only his massively empowered concentration allowed him to enter this special state. Under this remarkable influence, he worked as furiously as a ritually empowered demon, which even managed to attract the attention of the commentators. Who is that foreigner? He's working remarkably fast. While he's a little sloppier than the talents from Li Ma, he's crushing them in terms of decisiveness. Some of the audience even started to divert their attention to Vess. While he had no impressive background or reputation to speak of in the coalition, his frantic pace still marked him out as an unusual contender. According to my files, this dark horse here is Vess Larkin's son, a native from the Bright Republic. He doesn't have any achievements to speak of. He graduated from a third-rate university from a third-rate state with average grades. The only two things to note is that he founded an independent mech workshop without outside investment and that a mysterious charity from the new Rubath Empire has gifted him a couple of last-gen production licenses. Everything the spectators heard so far failed to impress them at all. Only the involvement of the new Rubath Empire took them aback. Even if only a tiny and obscure influence from the massive first-rate superstate took interest in Vess, the news was still sufficient to shock the crowd. Under the rule of the ruthless emperor, those who lived and thrived under his rule had to possess a certain amount of strength. If not, their wealth and possessions would have been snatched a long time ago. It had to be said that even the most banal powers from the new Rubath Empire possessed enough might to crush the Komodo Star sector a dozen times over. Elsewhere on the stage, Barakovsky's smile turned intrigued. Interesting. Seems like my meeting with him was fortuitous. I always knew there was something fishy about him. The Bright Republic can't possibly nurture a mech designer like him. If there's the shadow of New Rubath behind him, it all makes sense. Meanwhile, Patricia's eyes remained tranquil as she steadily built up her design. She took no special note of her former classmate from the Republic. The only thing she had in mind was her design. Her subdued way of working drew no eyes from the audience even if her fingers operated the QuickForge system in a masterful way. There were also some on the stage who treated the news contemptuously. One graduate from Lima snorted offhandedly when he heard the commentary. Truly worthy of the Rubathans to invest in a random and from the most backward place in the star sector. If that influence is truly legitimate, then we'd all heard about it by now. Though Vess attracted a brief spike of attention, the short-lived excitement died down quickly. In the eyes of the insiders, he was merely a talent who got a lucky break. Whether he could transform the gifts he received into his own strength was another matter. Many dazzling talents who graduated from the Lit and the other elite schools of the Coalition possessed much more substantial track records. Their many accomplishments awed the people present. The heritage of the various partners in the Friday Coalition could not be belittled. Despite their intense rivalry, they unceasingly produce successful talents year after year. Only a comprehensive education system could pump out an unceasing amount of talents. The Coalition also nurtured them properly by putting them under the wings of more experienced designers. Speaking of remarkable designers, who do you favor? Is that even a valid question? There's only one person on stage who deserves to be called an emperor of their generation. If you lived under a rock for the past couple of years, then lo and behold the radiance of Carter Gage. No one disputed the commentator's assertion. Even the illustrious household names such as Mortimer Prozatti and Cynthia Barakovsky had to bend the knee in front of a genuine powerhouse like Carter Gage. As a descendant of the ruling Gage dynasty, there is no question Carter will inherit the role of chief mech designer from his father. The Gage dynasty was the strongest partner of the Friday Coalition. They were the first to arrive at the desolate Komodo star sector. With their innumerable assets and power, they blazed a trail and colonized the juiciest star systems. If not for the entries of rival powers like the precursors of the Khonsu clan and Hexadric hegemony, the Gage dynasty might have firmly grasped the entire star sector. Nowadays, their immense strength and unruly behavior often invited universal condemnation. Though the dynasty could overpower any other partner, even they had to halt if the rest of the coalition combined together in opposition. Militarily, the Gage dynasty unquestionably occupied the throne. The Khonsu clan was only a distant second. The almost evenly matched Vimy group hounding at their heels, not content with their third-place position. In comparison, the Carnegie group's core strength did not even come close. The group pursued an economic and diplomatic path to dominance. Their industrial power matched the Gage dynasty while their connections spread beyond the star sector. No one belittled the Carnegie group even if their strength was fairly weak on paper. That is interesting. Carter Gage is disregarding the usual strategies and is calmly designing a medium mech for the late game. If anyone else is doing the same, I'd call them a loser. If it's Carter, then he surely has a sinister plan in mind. His mech will surely be a peerless killing machine, though I wonder how he will gather enough coins. Even if the spawn rate increases bit by bit, it still doesn't give him a lot of opportunities to catch up. His mech will also be outplayed by the higher-ranking pilots. There was a remarkable disparity between the top-ranking pilots and the ones who ranked beyond the hundreds. Those who dwelled in the bottom ranks still possessed a certain amount of strength, or else they wouldn't be present. Still, they've all exhausted their potential, so it was incredibly difficult for them to grow stronger. Carter's arrogance gave him so much confidence that he was willing to kneecap himself with a trash pilot. It was as if he taunted every other powerhouse on stage that he could beat them even with his hands tied behind his back. Despite everyone's praise, the powerhouses among the designers were not convinced of his strength. Even Vess, who occasionally heard about Carter's accomplishments, did not shrink back. Even if he admitted that Carter likely possessed a deeper foundation, he still wished to clash head-on against the coalition's best. As 2 hours went by, his mech slowly came into fruition. Vess spontaneously adjusted his design when he learned new tricks. Though he still pursued speed, he also wanted to bestow his mech with a minimum amount of self-protection. We have our first submission. Who is it? It's a mech designed by Alyssa Phil, a guest from the Mayari 7 Stars. That's not even a proper third-rate state. It's only a fourth-rate minor power. Now that is certainly exciting. Can this quick little rabbit snatch enough coins before the wolves are released on the battlefield? Alyssa literally designed a small and nimble rabbit mech. Among the standard beast types, the rabbit shape offered an unsurpassed combination of speed and leaping power, though its agility wasn't anything to slouch at. However, she rushed through the design and fabrication of her mech with excessive haste. Whether the mech could match even 50% of its specs if it had enough time for development was still in question. The bottom floor of the combined arena space came to life. The lights revealed a temperate arboreal forest interspersed with plains and hills. All of the terrain consisted of real dirt and real trees. Limar spared no effort in making the competition as realistic as possible. Once Alyssa's rabbit mech entered the battlefield, a large and powerful signal engulfed the modified cockpit. The remote controls of the mech engaged. Hidden several hundred meters below ground, 500 simulation pods rested silently as the pilots inside waited to be called up. One of the pods lit up, signifying a successful connection. He's in. Richard Lovell is in. The top cadet of the Ablard Academy has taken control of the rabbit mech. Look at the movements of the mech. He's testing out the integrity of his new acquisition carefully. Only rarely do we see a mech enter the battlefield at the second hour. It should be cruel and unusual punishment to subject a top cadet pilot to such an awfully rushed mech. Just look at its left forepaw. It's practically falling apart already. The entire crowd derived a cruel sense of satisfaction every time a talented mech pilot got paired with an absolutely awful trash mech. This was one of the competition format's greatest attractions. Genius pilots got paired with trash mechs while trash pilots got paired with elite mechs. The struggles between the two wildly different pairings always resulted in impressive fireworks. The rabbit mech is hopping away now. Lovell is sniffing after coins. A pity that for a beast type that excels at sensors, Alyssa only installed the most rudimentary sensor system in the rabbit's head. Those large floppy ears are completely wasted as antennas. The star cadet is forced to scramble blindly for coins in this dense and tricky forest. Everyone laughed at the spectacle. Rabbit mechs functioned as the scouts in any organized group of mechs. They outperformed humanoid light mechs in that regard alone, though they paid for it by faring worse in a head-on battle. Still, Alyssa spent all of her time on making her mech functional. She only spent a couple of minutes installing the simplest sensor system, which happened to malfunction right now. Lovell was forced to rely on his visual sensors, which massively cut back on his detection range. Perhaps pressured by Alyssa's daring speed, a couple of designers pulled the trigger a short time later. 6 shoddily produced mechs joined Alyssa's rabbit in the battlefield. Just as the elite pilots engaged the controls, 3 of the mechs instantly malfunctioned. Amazing! 3 of them suffered catastrophic failure. One locked both legs, another can only actuate about 10% of its motive power while the last one blew up directly. The other 3 mechs are not faring any better. While they can still move around, their integrity is even worse than Alyssa's rabbit mech. They'll simply collapse at the first blow. The early bird gets the worm. Who cares if they can stand up in a fight? They all entered the battlefield before the first fighting mechs arrive. As long as they gather a couple of coins, they've accomplished their mission. With a significant chunk of the top pilots taken away, Vess rushed to complete his mech. He cut back on a couple of luxuries such as a sophisticated sensor system and an improved energy transmission system. Only the essentials mattered. During this sensitive period, only a few more mech designers dared to submit their rush designs. Most encountered setbacks immediately upon entry in the battlefield. They submitted their mechs way too early, and suffered widespread scorn from the entire star sector. A mech designer that failed to judge his own work correctly had no place in the upper echelons. They were never going to live down this moment for the rest of their careers. The audience instead lamented the wasted opportunities for the elite cadets to showcase their skills. In the meantime, Vess finalized his design. He took an incredible 2.5 hours to complete a somewhat functioning light mech. It was one of his first works to date where he fully utilized his newly gained journeyman skills. Gradually, a light shone in his eyes. Chapter 91. Minor Breakthrough. Each time Vess fabricated a mech, he imagined bringing a new life into existence. At his best, he even had the illusion that he became a god. His unicorn mech paled in comparison to his older designs. Made in haste, the mech only possessed the bare essentials. As a scout skirmisher, it was very light on firepower. Besides a piddling laser pistol, it mainly had to rely on a spear to threaten other mechs. Its armor was paper-thin and it possessed merely adequate speed among light mechs. Its faults were also numerous. As a rushed product, not all of the parts aligned perfectly with each other. Though Vess managed to avoid major faults, the mech still possessed numerous inconsistencies that might prove vulnerable later on. At least all of its limbs worked as designed, more or less. The endurance of the mech also fell short. The unicorn could reluctantly support 15 minutes of peak combat before it entered power-saving mode. If the mech failed to recharge its energy cells, it only grew more sluggish and feeble. All in all, the unicorn was one of the worst mechs he ever designed. Yet it was also his best work to date. Vess incorporated many nuances in its design, some of which he spontaneously generated on the spot. In just 2.5 hours, Vess was confident that few could match his efforts. What Vess particularly cared about was the X factor. In the scoring system used by the system, he only achieved a score of C for his inspired Mark Antony design. He remembered the drive and passion he experienced when he completed his first rail mech design. The feeling he had when he completed the unicorn faintly surmounted his previous experience by a small but noticeable margin. It's unlikely I push my score up to AB. The best I can hope for is a C or C+. That still represented a long-awaited breakthrough. Vess harvested many clues about how to progress his implementation of the X factor. If he firmly grasped this step, he could surmount his current limits and be one step closer in achieving his dream of designing a completely original mech. Now, it's all up to the pilot. When Vess handed over the unicorn, he exited the stage and entered a waiting room for designers. He quickly counted the number of people present. 15 designers. That means I've snatched the 16th ranked pilot. I'm still a bit too slow. Vess shook his head. He missed an opportunity to snatch someone better. There was a big difference between the top 10 and the top 20. At least my mech is decently built. It shouldn't fall apart like the other rush machines. The commentators also noted his submission and pulled up the specs of his design. That's interesting. Mr. Larkinson's design is the first one so far that's holding up rather decently. Its limbs aren't locked out and its internals are working somewhat according to their factory specs. What fearful speed! What fearful precision! Larkin's son managed to complete his mech successfully even when he was playing with fire. The amount of control that's required to keep this mech together is quite fearsome. I think whoever is assigned to pilot this machine will cry tears of joy. He surely lucked out by piloting something other than a walking scrap heap. Cadet Reddy Lovejoy here sure has a colorful history. Besides his obsessive love for pickles, he's also a trained swordsman. Oh, that's a bummer for him. His mech is equipped with a spear. Well, it's not like swords are rare. If he can scavenge a sword from another mech, he'll be good to go. Good luck out there, Lovejoy. A few hundred meters below ground, another simulation pod turned active. The pilot inside woke up from his lethargy. The time had come for him to go into action. He patiently waited for his simulation pod to go through its checks. Once it finished testing the connection, the pilot opened his mind and let his psyche expand in the cavernous emptiness that represented his new mecha's mind space. As the 15th ranked pilot from the Ablard Academy, Cadet Lovejoy had piloted numerous training mechs. Many of them were used to being piloted by many people, so they all gave him a worn and familiar feeling. This time was different. He encountered something different this time during his submersion into the unicorn. A faint radiant energy brushed his mental thoughts. Lovejoy instantly raised his vigilance. During his training, he learned to recognize the numerous anomalies pilots might encounter if the neural interface had any issues. Fortunately, aside from that initial brush, he sensed no further strangeness. His mind successfully made a connection with the unicorn, causing the mech to blaze to life. Its systems came online and aside from a few bumps, his mech was ready to go. Let's hunt. Lovejoy smirked as he guided his mech forward. He tested each of the unicorn's limbs and made a few contortions. Ha ha! This mech is good enough for me to display 80% of my strength. It was worth lowering my rank. Mech designers weren't the only group of people who benefited from the open competition. The cadets from the Ablard Academy all sought to win a chance to demonstrate their skills and build a name for themselves. Plenty of pilots who performed magnificently in the past received life-changing offers from major powers. Lovejoy was no exception. Still, he wasn't the only one who intentionally depressed his ranking. Though the benefits of holding the top position was great, no one wanted to end up in a rickety bucket of a mech that collapsed at the first blow. The shrewder and more strategic pilots held back some of their strength in order to maintain a decent but not too exceptional rank. This time I won the grand prize. There's nothing I can't do with this mech. As Lovejoy acclimated to his mech, he engaged his sensors and searched the forest with confidence. Even if he encountered a rival mech, he bet his mech outmatched the majority submitted during this time. For some reason, he felt as if his mech echoed his confidence. The subtle loop that formed between the two caused him to feel as if he could take on the entire galaxy. He held his spear with pride. A coin! With sparkling eyes, Lovejoy enthusiastically dove forward. Just as his mech neared the coin, a ballistic shell shot him from the flank. Ha! As if I'd fall for an ambush. Your marks are all over the place. Lovejoy taunted over the speakers as he used his mecha's superior agility to dance around the projectile. Now that you've exposed your position, get ready to pay. The opposite mech turned out to be a medium cannoneer. As it was piloted by someone with a higher rank than Lovejoy, the mech did not panic or retreat. Instead, it committed to battle and fired off a volley of shells from his ballistic cannon. Each time it fired off a heavy shell, its entire frame rattled loudly. With the kind of racket your armor is making, I'm surprised it's still on its feet. Lovejoy made a judgment call after he saw the state of his opponent. Instead of trying to rush into his opponent's face, he stopped going forward once he got close and started strafing sideways. Though the cannoneer was still able to keep up, its accuracy was horrible due to the faults integrated in its arms. You bastard! I know it's you, Lovejoy. Face me like a man. Gladly. The cannoneer already missed its best shot when it failed to take out the unicorn during its initial ambush. Its designer had panicked and rushed the mech to the battlefield under the pressure of hearing others getting a step ahead. There was no suspense once the unicorn got close. Lovejoy easily utilized his mecha's agility to jump to the side and cut the cannoneer from the flank. Though the initial thrust dealt only glancing damage, the opening it afforded allowed the unicorn take the initiative and relentlessly push the medium mech into a dead end. After a final spark, the medium mech dropped onto its back. Too bad there's no rewards for a kill. The objective of the match remained gathering coins. As there were too many mechs and too little coins, conflict was inevitable, though not always desirable. The more fragile mechs had to choose their battles carefully, lest they incur crippling damage that took them out of contention. After grabbing the shiny cartoonish coin, Lovejoy quickly departed from the site. The noise might have attracted scoundrels, and he didn't want to be the mantis who stalked the cicada, only to be preyed by the oriole behind. He quickly relaxed once he sensed no other mechs nearby. It's still rather early. The battlefield should be sparse. It's prime time for me to hunt for coins. Once he reached the random delivery point, he let loose the coin and allowed it to float to the skies. His systems beeped, acknowledging the completion of the delivery. He gained a score. This is far from enough. If I want to reach the top 100, I have to gather at least half a dozen more coins. The average cutoff varied over the years. In some past contests, the pilots frenziedly sought to destroy each other. In such fraught circumstances, a team could easily qualify by successfully delivering about 4 or 5 coins. Normally pilots behaved tamer. They had to rationally choose their battles. Unless provoked by the possession of coins, they'd normally choose to brush aside when meeting a match. Naturally, there were always a couple of people who proactively sought to destroy the opposition in order to show off their skills and lower the average cut-off margin. As long as these battle maniacs survived long enough, they'd easily swagger past this round. After 15 minutes of fruitless searching, Lovejoy stumbled upon a flyer racing to deliver his coin. A chance! The unicorn set aside its spear and retrieved its laser pistol. It fired a barrage of shots in the direction of the flying mech. As an elite pilot, his marksmanship was decent, though he didn't specialize in ranged weapons. With the aerial machine's speed, Lovejoy had little chance to hit the target with a couple of aimed shots. He might as well substitute accuracy for volume as he crazily overheated his pistol. With the sheer amount of lasers beams in the sky, a couple of them succeeding in hitting the flying mech. Go away! This coin is mine! Fat chance. Your wings are already smoking. I'm eating chicken tonight. The unicorn pressed through the trees and reached the flying mecha's crash site. The mech only suffered a malfunction in its power supply, so it hadn't straight up turned into a pancake. Its pilot ruthlessly cut off its malfunctioning wings with a sword. Whoever designed this piece of dung should stay away from flight systems. The pilot muttered before turning his burning gaze at the unicorn. Hand over your sword and coin, and you can keep your miserable life. You can pry them from my dead hands. Without another word, the two mechs closed the distance. Lovejoy fended off the initial thrust with decent spearwork. As a pilot who specialized in swordsmanship, he hadn't neglected his training in other weapons in case he encountered situations like this. Sadly for him, the opposite pilot was a competent swordsman himself, and despite his mecha's many handicaps, he still managed to press Lovejoy back. As the pressure increased, Lovejoy crazily split his focus. One portion analyzed his opponent's moves while the other kept an eye on the environment. He slowly guided his opponent forward. After making a few more steps backward, the unicorn hastily jumped aside as a volley of high-powered laser beams strafed his former position. Even as they failed to hit their primary target, they still extended forward and glanced the former flight mech. The mech stuttered in its movements as several critical systems malfunctioned. Lovejoy took advantage of the gigantic opening and thrust his spear straight through the mecha's cockpit area. Though the mechs on the battlefield were remotely controlled, any damage to the cockpit that normally killed the pilot inside still counted as a weak point. The flight mech lost control and fell into a heap. Lovejoy threw away his spear and quickly picked up his opponent's sword. He turned around vigilantly, expecting another volley of lasers. When nothing happened, he carefully inched closer to the flying mecha's coin and picked it up. Too bad that laser gunner didn't come forward. His mech must be a shambling wreck. Those who piloted substandard mechs often chose to stay in the shadows. They loved to be the bystanders in a duel between two mechs. They lost their opening when one side vanquished the other in a dominant fashion. Chapter 92. Double Trouble. After 2 hours of careful stalking, Lovejoy managed to deliver for golden coins. Compared to his competitors, he achieved a decent result. His luck was fairly good as he encountered 2 more light mechs in the process of transporting their coins. As these machines had all been prematurely rushed to the battlefield, Lovejoy easily crushed them through his superior mecha's capabilities. However, now was the time when the match transitioned in the mid-game. Shoddy mechs stopped pouring in by now. With at least twice as much time spent on their design, the second wave of mechs all overpowered the early birds by a significant margin. Too scary. It's getting crowded here, he muttered as he vigilantly retreated from a newly spawned coin. 3 mid-game mechs were duking it for possession of the coin. A worn-out light mech like his unicorn had no contending against even one of them. He knew his limits. I still don't have enough coins. Though he could yield in front of most dangerous encounters, he still had to fight for coins. Without at least 2 or 3 more, his chances of making it to the next round might evaporate. He navigated through the forest carefully. By now, plenty of areas suffered from battle damage. The ground was scorched and many trees had been toppled. Broken mechs were strewn about like toys. Many of them only suffered light damage before they completely collapsed. Luckily my mecha's designer isn't a total idiot. I can still hold up for a few hours. The only issue he encountered was that his mech required frequent recharging. The few supply depots spread around the battlefield were all highly visible areas. He always had to watch his back in case he encountered an ambush. His sensors beeped, alerting him to a nearby coin. He guided the unicorn forward and carefully stalked past the foliage. He spotted an unclaimed coin resting against a cliff. Am I truly alone here? Lovejoy wondered as he looked around suspiciously. It seemed too good to be true. With a laser pistol in one hand and a sword in the other, his unicorn crouched behind a dense patch of trees and waited patiently. He decreased the power to his systems in order to make his mecha's thermal signature blend in with the environment. Unless someone is piloting a dedicated scout, no one should detect my presence. His caution turned out to be prophetic, since a well-built light mech approached the coin a minute or so later. The mech appeared to be a sharp-looking skirmisher. Its twin wrist cannons possessed enough firepower to melt the unicorn in a short amount of time, though it would suffer from catastrophic overheating in return. Still, the skirmisher was not a soft cookie but a well-built machine that took at least 4 hours to complete. After scanning the area, the skirmisher evidently failed to detect the unicorn. It conveniently picked up the coin and jogged away. Should I or should I not? Lovejoy considered carefully. If he jumped the skirmisher, he had a decent chance of making a crippling blow. On the other hand, a light skirmisher was one of the worst types of mechs for his unicorn to come to blows. He decided to call off his ambush. What rotten luck. I found a coin only to let someone else take it away. Lovejoy felt as if he did his mech a disservice. He should be fighting it out against his competitors in a frank and upright manner. All this sneaking around only to take a step back when he encountered a formidable opponent only rankled him further. When had he ever acted so cowardly? His sensors picked up a commotion down a river bank. His mech turned around swiftly and approached the noise. From the amount of noise he heard, he realized the fight turned especially intense. Only a battle over coins could lead to such a frigid battle. 2 coins! Lovejoy exclaimed as he approached the edge of a tangled battle between 5 different mechs. He guessed that 2 pairs of runners and pursuers had bumped into each other, with another mech joining in afterwards. What made him hold his breath was that all of the mechs were of the medium weight class. They excelled at head-on fights, but their speed was nothing remarkable. As the mechs all had to devote their full attention to the fight, the original holders of the coins all dropped them to the side. The cadet formed a bold plan to snatch the coins before making off. If he squeezed past the battling mechs correctly, they'd never catch his tail. 10 seconds. If I can avoid getting hit in that time frame, I can get away scotch-free. He was confident he could avoid getting hit by melee weapons, but had less faith in his ability to dodge projectiles. As the mechs in the battle started to accumulate damage, Lovejoy's window of opportunity quickly closed. He had to make a choice. Let's go! The unicorn burst out from the trees and steadily approached the nearest coin. Of the 5 battling mechs, one of them noticed the newcomer but could not respond. As for the rest, they were too consumed in their attempts to constrain each other and only noticed the newcomer when he was within grabbing distance of a coin. "Oh no you don't!" a pilot of a rifleman exclaimed as he shot a laser beam at the unicorn. The light mech managed to grab a coin but suffered a heavy hit on its waist. Its legs still worked fine, but another hit would definitely cripple its mobility. Lovejoy gritted his teeth and danced around the battling mechs in order to approach the second coin. Get the thief! He's too fast! The unicorn received another couple of hits, but they only scraped off the armor. Lovejoy picked a good moment to make his move, as all of the mechs suffered from depleted ammunition or severe overheating. After bending down to pick up the second coin, the unicorn raced off like a cat who caught the canary. Even the commentators who were watching from above noticed the daring raid, though the pilots could not hear their words. Cadet Lovejoy is in for it now. He dared to snatch 2 whole coins from a crowd of serious-looking mechs. Can he get away from their clutches? Ouch! One of his mecha's legs got hit. But wait a moment. The mech is still running like a horse. Incredible! He got away. The medium mechs lost track of the little bugger. How tragic! They fought so long only to end up with nothing but damaged mechs. Their chances of making it through have dropped down to almost 0. In fact, while the unicorn appeared to be running at full capacity, the damage was a lot more serious than the observers thought. The pace the mech had set increased the burden on the damaged leg, which decreased its effective lifespan. Lovejoy had no choice but to keep running at full tilt in order to lose his pursuers. That should do it, Lovejoy tiredly said as he let out deep breaths. He looked down his leg and saw that the damage was fairly bad. It won't last very long, but I should at least last long enough to deliver my coins. Lovejoy sacrificed a lot in order to obtain his spoils of war. He directly discarded his pistol and sword in order to lower his encumbrance. At this stage of the battle, he could scavenge any weapon from a broken mech as long as it was simple. The more sophisticated weapons usually featured identity controls that locked them out against unauthorized users. After scavenging a discarded knife, the unicorn carefully trod towards the nearest delivery point. As he carried double the amount of coins as everyone else, he tried to camouflage his ill-gotten gains as best as possible. He dug some dirt and soiled the coins as best as possible before breaking up a tree trunk and stuffing the coins between a wide cut. It won't fool anyone who comes close, but at least I won't give the game away from the reflections. Most pilots weren't willing to fight against a mech if it carried no coins. Such a battle was pointless and did not help too much in increasing their score. However, there were plenty of exceptions. An innocent-looking rabbit mech hopped in the unicorn's path. Despite its fragile appearance, Lovejoy stopped as he felt a chill. The quadruped mech obviously suffered quite an ordeal. Its entire armor was worn out as it suffered from a lot of glancing blows. What Lovejoy found particularly notable was that despite its sordid look, the rabbit mech managed to avoid critical damage. Its pilot must be a genuine powerhouse. Your mech stands no chance against mine. Can you please get out of my way? A silky smooth voice emerged from the rabbit mech. Not until you show me what you're carrying in your hands. It's just a piece of wood I conveniently picked up. It's a nice distraction if I throw it at obnoxious bastards like you. Very funny. Feel free to throw it at me then. You can practice your aim. Lovejoy would never relinquish his hidden coins. Go away. This is your last warning. The rabbit mecha's pilot stayed silent, but its continued presence was a provocation in itself. He wasn't stepping aside without a fight. The worst thing about the situation was that Lovejoy recognized the voice. Richard Lovell was one of the Ablard Academy's top pilots. His ranking always hovered in the top 3. Such a monstrous pilot could do miracles with any mech, let alone a worn-out rabbit mech. The face-off even attracted the attention of the crowd. That's the top-ranked pilot confronting the 16th-ranked pilot. I've taken notice of that light mech. He's hiding not 1 but 2 coins in that log. How did Lovell sniff out those coins? Who knows, but I'm sure a lot of sparks are about to fly. I've heard a bit about Lovell and Lovejoy. They both clashed a lot of times due to the similarity of their names. A lot of times, they get paired up against each other during practices. Cadet Lovejoy indeed fought many times against Richard Lovell. He lost over 90% of the time. Even with a superior mech, he did not let down his guard. The rabbit mech made the first move. It leaped forward in a powerful hop which startled the unicorn. Lovejoy jinked his mech aside while throwing the log at the rabbit. The flimsy would fail to scratch the rabbit, but the distraction proved enough for Lovejoy to turn around his mech and slash at the landing rabbit. You're too young to catch me off guard. The calm voice of Cadet Lovell said as the rabbit mech kicked out its leg against the grip. After fending off the knife, the rabbit hopped close and amazingly avoided a kick as it snapped its jaws against the damaged portion of the unicorn's leg. The rabbit mech was too weak to snap off the entire leg, but it successfully exacerbated the wound. You bastard! I won't let you take my chances away! Lovejoy roared as he turned berserk. The damage to his mecha's leg had worsened so much that he wouldn't last longer than an hour, less if he stressed the limb. However, he had no thought on preserving his leg as he crazily tried to tear apart the rabbit mech. Even Cadet Lovell was taken aback at the sudden ferocity. He tried to pilot his rabbit out of reach as best as possible, but the mech still suffered from the limitations of its hasty introduction to the battlefield. The rabbit fended off the strikes as best as possible and even got in another hit when it fired off the laser built into its mouth. The unicorn took the hit head-on and only suffered damage to its torso armor. The laser ultimately lacked the power to punch through in a single hit. Lovejoy did not give the rabbit another opportunity to fire off its laser as it finally reached the rabbit. With brutal efficiency, the unicorn pressed down the mecha's head with one arm and slashed it with a knife with the other arm. The knife sliced off both ears along with a decent chunk of its head. The sudden move caused the unicorn to lose its grip. Cadet Lovell successfully moved his rabbit away and crazily hopped into the bushes. "Yeah! Just get lost!" Lovejoy shouted even as he declined to pursue the wounded beast mech. His expression worsened when he read the detailed damage report of the unicorn's tattered leg. Its core integrity was close to snapping. It could not bear so much weight anymore. In order to maintain its shape, the unicorn was forced to walk. "I've got 2 coins. So long as I succeed in delivering them, I still stand a decent chance of reaching the top 100. The rabbit mech had inflicted major damage to his chances of survival. In some years, 6 deliveries was enough to make it through. However, that was no guarantee for this year's competition. Cadet Lovejoy faced an uphill battle. "First, I have to finish delivering these goddamn coins." Chapter 93. Abnormal Mechs. The battlefield became crowded with mechs, both active and disabled ones. The majority of mech designers had pushed their works onto the field. Even if they were unwilling, they had to release their mechs in order to stand a chance to win some coins. While the latest wave of mechs were built a lot more solidly, the quality of their pilots had deteriorated. This led to absurd situations like Alyssa Phil's rabbit mech demolishing a couple of mechs that had enjoyed twice or thrice as much design time. A third of the crowd paid no attention to the other mechs as they rabidly followed Cadet Lovell's ingenious methods. His performance proved that while the quality of the mech mattered a lot, a great pilot was able to work miracles with even the trashiest of mechs. While he hadn't managed to gather a lot of coins, his future was already bright. Barakovsky's light mech also entered the stage. As a supremely built machine, it acted like a crane among chickens the moment it descended onto the battlefield. Its pilot made great use of the tools at hand. While he generously made way for better armed mechs, it ruthlessly hunted the shabby light mechs that managed to eke out a meager existence. The light mech easily snatched a couple of coins with this strategy. On the other hand, heavy mechs also entered the field. Their stupendous amounts of armor and prodigious firepower deterred many mechs from engaging them. Getting dragged into a head-on fight would always be a losing proposition. These heavy mechs simply lumbered around, and whenever they found an unclaimed coin, they simply picked it up and walked to the delivery point without challenge. As for the unicorn, Cadet Lovejoy was forced to squirrel like a rat and avoid any encounters due to his damaged state. With a leg that was almost crippled, Lovejoy had to crawl through the most desolate terrain in order to avoid the crowded spots of the battlefield. "I'm almost there. Only a kilometer to go," he muttered as he vigilantly paid attention to his senses as well as his intuition. "This last stretch is going to be the hardest. The delivery point is right in the middle of an open plain." The delivery points were decided semi-randomly. The battlefield had a couple of thousand potential spots where the systems governing the match could turn it into a delivery point. All of these spots were relatively open and accessible, meaning that some devious pilots might wait in the bushes nearby. After inching closer, Lovejoy sensed no ambush nearby, but that didn't mean much. All of the cadets learned how to minimize their emissions by lowering their heat to a minimum in order to blend their thermal signature in the environment. Some extreme pilots liked to turn off the power reactor entirely, which meant they were completely exposed to damage if someone noticed them before they became active. Lovejoy had to make another judgment call. He decided to rush to the delivery point without reserve. The unicorn burst into the open and jogged as best he could without completely allowing his leg to collapse. The stresses on the damaged leg increased, but his actions proved his worth as he managed to skim away from a small kinetic projectile. "Ha ha, is that pistol shot supposed to stop me?" Lovejoy taunted as he jerked his mech a little to the sides. "Your accuracy sucks." If his ambusher piloted a competent mech, he'd surely pay for his words. Yet from the scattered shots, Lovejoy already determined his ambusher's mech was nothing impressive. With grace akin to a drunken dancer, the unicorn reached the delivery point and let go one of its coins, keeping the other stuffed in its log. The coin successfully ascended into the skies, which meant that Lovejoy gained another score. Haha, you're too late. Keep firing if you want to, but you've already lost your chance to steal my coins. The ambusher stopped firing his pistol. Lovejoy guessed the enemy mech retreated even though he still failed to spot it on his sensors. He smirked at his successful gambit. The idiot thought he only had a single coin and did not know about the second one that was still sitting snugly in his log. Fooled you. He laughed and swaggered back into the forest. Up at the waiting area, Vess nervously sighed in relief as his pilot successfully made it past this challenge. While he wasn't able to communicate with the 16th ranked pilot, he still felt a connection with the man. Both of their futures were intertwined now. Lovejoy's success carried over to Vess, while his own accomplishments meant that Lovejoy could reach greater heights. Hello again, Vess. Patricia. You're done with your mech as well. It's just entered the battlefield. The woman replied and gestured down towards the spot where the mech descended. I know it entered kind of late, but I'm confident my mech can catch up. Vess stared down and gaped at the sight. His former classmate had designed and put together an arachnid-heavy mech. Not only was it very heavy and thus very slow, it also carried a ton of missile launchers. He had no idea why she'd resort to such an extreme artillery loadout. The massive spider mech armed its missiles while extending a powerful set of antennas. After turning on its powerful active scanners, it locked onto a series of mechs and fired off half of its missile tubes in one go. A biblical torrent of guided projectiles rose up in the skies before raining down onto their designated targets. 7 nearby mechs instantly disintegrated. 2 of them carried coins, which dropped upon the destruction of their carriers. A further 11 mechs suffered substantial damage. The sudden strike instantly crushed the fighting spirits of their pilots. All they had in mind was to put as much distance from the launch site as possible. None of the mechs dared to approach the spider mech and confront it even though it was far from invincible at a closer range. What a strike! That's the most deadly move I've seen so far in this match. The commentator praised as he put the replay of the attack on display. Look at those mechs who survived. They completely turned into scaredy cats. One of them even threw away its precious coin. With its powerful sensors, the spider mech slowly crawled over to the fallen coins. Though it took some time to nab all 3 of them, no one ever thought to steal its bountiful prizes. Only a single flight mech tried to inch close, only to receive a swarm of anti-air missiles to its face. The mech quickly fell from the sky like a bird who lost its feathers. All of the other pilots who lurked nearby shuddered and slinked away. That's an incredibly domineering mech you've built. I know. Patricia modestly smiled, as if she was a mother watching her son performing on a stage. I've spent over half a year on its design. Though it will have some trouble trying to resupply its spent magazines, as long as it still has missiles it should deter any challengers. Many designers came prepared with a well-developed design for the free-for-all. Perhaps they spent months calculating every single detail in order to maximize its efficiency. However, many of these over-prepared designers grew nervous or made mistakes once they got on stage. Many of them ultimately released a bunch of mechs that fell short of their theoretical capabilities. Patricia evidently stuck to her design and succeeded in releasing a formidable mech. Vess admired her ability to maintain composure and deliver a consistent product. He also had another reason to rejoice: the introduction of her overbearing mech. The more opponents it killed, the more the pressure on Vess and Lovejoy eased up. With fewer mechs on the field, the easier they reached the top 100. Luckily your mech is on the other side of the battlefield. I'd hate to see my light mech get bombarded by your spider mech's missiles. Perhaps it was luck, but the unicorn never drew attention from any of the formidable mechs currently dominating the field. Mechs like the ones designed by Barakovsky and Patricia were obviously a cut above the average mid-game mechs. Many of their designers had only lucked past the qualifiers. Now that they had to compete on their own merits, their shaky foundation proved to be their downfall. No matter how many hours they spent on their design, they could never catch up to the true talents. That was also why when Lovejoy occasionally encountered another mech, he got away without getting crippled. Most of the badly built mechs weren't able to hit anything with their firearms as their limbs were too uncoordinated and skewed. The abysmal hit rates of most of the mechs in play proved why quality control and certification was essential. Still, some mechs came equipped with rapid-fire weapons. These guns might not pack much of a punch, but their sheer volume of fire meant they'd always hit something if pointed at the right direction. The Unicorn accrued significant damage over its entire frame. Most of its armor had turned into the mech equivalent of Swiss cheese by now. Its responsiveness took a disastrous dive. The Unicorn reached the final stretch just as it was about to collapse. A small distance remained until it could deliver its final coin, upping its score to 6. Whether it was enough to reach the top 100 was still in question. He only had to go past one final obstacle. 3 mechs were battling it out over a fallen flight mech carrying a coin. They must have shot it down when it flew past the area. Unlike the previous situation, all 3 mechs held back their aggression. They faced off against each other in a vigilant manner but failed to make any move. Lovejoy found the situation to be fishy. What are they waiting for? Are they guarding against third parties like me? Or is it just too awkward for them to start fighting when there's 3 of them? Whatever the reason, the Unicorn was at the end of its lifespan. The longer it had to wait, the more likely it would forcibly shut down. He couldn't allow such a thing to happen. After a moment's consideration, he decided to ignite the conflict. He calmly raised his beaten-up laser pistol and fired a couple of ineffective shots. The focusing lens had cracked, so the beams weren't very concentrated or straight. The sudden attack spooked the 3 mechs into enacting their plans. They already stood on a hair trigger. The stray laser beams caused them to attack each other before their brains caught up to the fact that a bystander shot at them first. Like a mouse scurrying between a couple of angry cats, the Unicorn hobbled closer even as they became aware of its presence. The log managed to hide the fact that it hid a coin, but after a second or two the combatants recognized the old trick. He's delivering a coin! Just as 2 of the mechs turned their weapons at the Unicorn, the 3rd mech went for the fallen coin. This drew back the attention of the 2 who were about to attack the Unicorn, which ultimately split everyone's focus. The serendipitous circumstance bought the Unicorn enough time to get close to the delivery point. Just as a solid kinetic slug hit its torso, it managed to toss the coin just enough to land on the delivery point. As the mech finally deactivated due to incurring catastrophic damage to its exposed power reactor, the coin started to glow and fly in the air. I did it! Chapter 94. Score. Cadet Lovejoy's brilliant last moves were noted by few. Compared to the dazzling mechs destroying their rivals left and right, a worn-out mech like the Unicorn attracted little attention. It had quietly served its purpose for the few hours it remained in existence. Vess almost dropped to his knees when he saw his pilot's ploy come into fruition. You're lucky that worked. Patricia noted calmly, as if the move was nothing more than child's play. The quality of your pilot and your mech gave the plan a very low chance to succeed. It only worked due to the enemy pilot screwing up. He knew she had a point. While his pilot clearly knew his business, he wasn't as exceptional as the ones from the top 10. The first-ranked Lovell still hopped around the battlefield with a half-wrecked rabbit mech, ambushing unsuspecting mechs right where it hurted. He managed to gather an incredible amount of 8 coins through sheer skill. While I missed out on the best, I'm quite satisfied with my current pilot. Vess smiled. He already noted down the characteristics of Cadet Lovejoy and even had access to a brief profile. Next time he'd add a sword instead of a spear to his mech. What about your own pilot? He's ranked somewhere in the mid-300s. The difference between a pilot from the top 20 and the top 300 was a very large moat. A lower-ranked pilot performed much worse in many different aspects. In the current round, what mattered most was judgment and battle intuition. Those who picked and chose their battles wisely fared better than those who blindly blundered into unnecessary fights. Surprisingly, Patricia stayed unconcerned. Do you believe a mecha's performance is determined by the skill of the pilot? Of course it is. A pilot is the brain of a mech. If that is what you believe, then that is how your mech is built. The sentence was short and simple, but contained profound implications. If a designer believed the skill of a pilot mattered the most, he'd consciously or unconsciously designed a mech that allowed a skillful pilot to play it to its full strengths. While this might work great if you expected your mech to be piloted by an excellent pilot, in the hands of a more average one the mech would never perform to its full potential.
I see what you mean.
You expected your mech to be piloted by an average pilot, so you designed your mech in a way that is simpler to operate and can be mastered easily. No wonder Patricia dared to design a heavy artillery mech for the battlefield. Any dummy pilot with a brain could operate a slow, heavy mech with simple fire-and-forget missiles. It posed no requirements to finesse and reflexes. A pilot only required decent judgment and a familiarity with missiles in order to operate the Spider mech competently. As cadets from a renowned academy, all of the pilots mastered the basics, including those who ranked in the top 300. However, there should be a limit to how far a dummy-proof mech could go. Vess asked a pertinent question. Will you be able to reach the finals with such a philosophy? Had the masters always apprenticed a designer who reached the finals? Not always. In the history of the Limar Open competition, the masters usually picked up a couple of disciples from the finalists. Usually did not mean always. While the masters usually liked to pick winners, they placed more importance in compatibility. As long as a mech designer had a minimum amount of competencies, they could be picked by a master even if they did not make it through the first round. This was also why plenty of designers valued the opportunity to make it past the qualifiers. Though extremely rare, a couple of masters had once selected apprentices from those who stalled at the start of the main event in the past. It gave everyone the tiniest bit of hope, which kept the competition vibrant. The battlefield kept raging even after the unicorn bowed out. After all of the excitement during the mid-game, the final hours arrived with the introduction of a couple of exceptional mechs. The majority of them were either heavy mechs or well-built medium mechs. Even Barakovsky's light mech killer and Patricia's spider artillery mech had to make way for these alpha mechs. The medium mech designed by Carter Gage attracted everyone's attention. As the top seed of the competition, he boldly spent an inordinate amount of time on his mech. It was built like a hybrid knight. Its excellent sword and shield made it a menace at close range, while its accurate shoulder-mounted ballistic guns ate up anything at range. For all the anticipation, it did not disappoint. Even with a pilot ranked in the top 500, the medium mech moved faster and hit harder than almost any other mech out there. As its pilot became more accustomed to the awe-inspiring capabilities of his mech, he practically turned into a wild beast. His mech savaged anyone in its way, and stole coins left and right. Even the commentators got pulled into the action. Look at that mechanical wonder. He's at it again. This makes it the 12th time it destroyed a mech, and it hardly received a scratch in return. How tough must its armor be in order to deflect such a powerful kinetic round? I don't know, but besides artillery, there's hardly any mech that could deter this killing machine. Besides Gage's invincible medium mech, some of the other latecomers also rolled over the early birds. While some designers simply delivered disappointing mechs, others made full use of the time to submit well-armored and well-armed mechs that was worth as much as for mid-game mechs. Most of the late-game mechs utilized advanced compressed armor that went beyond the basic procedure Vess mastered. He only mastered the shallowest layer of alloy compression. More advanced methods could work with a wider variety of alloys and provide a more effective result in much less time. Vess also learned from the designers in the waiting room that the best armor also underwent highly classified chemical treatment. Certain chemicals added before or after the compression process interacted strangely with some of the exotic materials incorporated in the alloys. These reactions increased the effectiveness of the compression procedure, resulting in thinner, lighter but much stronger armor. The chemical formulas are highly prized secrets. They are one of the core possessions of a mech design company. Some even build an entire dynasty around their formulas. Patricia noted succinctly. Entire research departments might spend decades in order to come up with a single formula. The decent ones have a market value of trillions of coals. This was on an entirely different level. These kinds of core technologies were highly prized assets that only the most formidable organizations were able to possess. Someone like Vess could only ever purchase a license for the outdated formulas that have long been leaked. Even then, the prices were harsh. The first round finally finished at the end of the day. This time, the amount of destruction exceeded last year's result. Many mechs hadn't been able to gather a sufficient amount of coins. The threshold for passing turned out to be around 6 deliveries. The only problem was that a bit more than 100 mechs had delivered at least 6 coins. This meant that some might pass and some might fail. Vess bit his lip as he anxiously waited for the score counters to tally the final results. Finally, the sorting finished. V.S. Larkinson, Reddy Lovejoy, 89th. Yes. He raised his fists. He passed the first round due to having delivered the coins faster than many others who gathered the same amount. This was another minor rule that gave preferential treatment to those who risked submitting their mechs early. He looked at the scores for the few people he knew. Surprisingly, the combination Alyssa Lynch and Richard Lovell earned an impressive rank of 32nd. Considering that Cadet Lovell piloted one of the worst mechs on the battlefield, that was an incredibly heroic feat. As for Patricia, her domineering artillery mech blasted its way into the 70s. While her Spider mech easily demolished any opposition, its traversal speed was as slow as a snail, so it barely gathered 7 coins. He checked the names of anyone else he knew. He finally spotted Barakovsky's name way up at the 19th rank. She achieved a much better result than him even though she submitted her light mech a lot later. Her well-built mech hunted down many badly built mechs and ruthlessly robbed them of their coins. As for Carter Gage, he did not disappoint. His medium mech only came late, but its overall excellence proved even more tyrannical than Patricia's light mech killer. No matter the quality of its opposition, as long as it had a coin, it quickly died. With its supremely optimized sensors, it had no trouble tracking down coins. In just a couple of hours, its pilot easily gathered 19 coins. This guy is in a different league than us. Vess noted as he stared at the top score. He should be participating in events organized by first-rate superstates. Why is he slumming it with us? Patricia nodded in agreement. You're right, but it's a political game. The Gage dynasty wants to press down the Carnegie Group's liveliness by emphasizing their deeper roots. None of this concerned Vess, so they quickly dropped the subject. Now that the main event had concluded, the audience started to return to their hotels. A few designers were invited up on stage to talk about their mechs in the aftershow, but Vess had no interest or expectation that he'd be invited up there. When Vess met Dietrich back at the entrance of the arena complex, he took an irritated Lucky from his grasp. There now, we only have 2 more days before we can go home. A lot of girls have been petting him. Dietrich explained Lucky's bad mood. He's never gotten a proper rest. But hey, I'm not complaining. He's a great chick magnet. Vess shook his head. His pet might look like an adorable cat, but his claws could cut right through a solid piece of armor. What do you think about Lovejoy? He's the 16th ranked pilot at the Ablard Academy. Is he better than you? I'm a marksman, and he's a swordsman. We've got different specialties. His basics are very solid. I have to admit he's got a better reaction speed than me. He'd chew me up if he gets into melee range. Still, he's obviously too green. Any rookie pilot is no good until their lives are put on the line. Well, hopefully that won't matter because they're all cadets. They haven't graduated yet. Dietrich shook his head and pointed at Richard Lovell's name. You're wrong. There's a couple of pilots who are different. This guy is the most obvious one. Every move he makes is focused on ending lives. That sounded ominous. Vess had no familiarity with Alyssa Phil. She courageously designed and submitted an extremely rushed design in 2 hours in order to claim the best pilot available. Someone who took such a daring risk had to have some real capability. Her gamble worked, and she now had sole possession of the #1 pilot, which gave her a great advantage in subsequent rounds. Every formidable designer made it through the top 100. Those freeloaders who passed the last qualifying round while doing nothing all crashed and burned in front of an audience of trillions. Vess was relieved he made it through the first pass, but he was a little disappointed he hadn't reached a higher score. The impressive achievements of his rivals had taught him that he was far from the best. "I've got a good enough pilot, and that's what matters. It doesn't matter if my mech gathered 6 or 19 coins. It's enough to make it through with the best pilot possible." He looked forward what tomorrow had in store. Chapter 95. Second Round. The next day brought the 100 surviving mech designers back to the arena complex. This time, the arena fields had been separated, which meant that the second round no longer took place on a mass battlefield. Vess had a good talk with Dietrich last night about how he should go about designing a mech for a swordsman. Though Dietrich did not specialize in this area, many of his subordinates did, and he was a wealth of practical knowledge. "Good morning, Vess." Patricia greeted him once she spotted him. "Are you ready for the second round?" "The successive duels are always tricky. It'll be a struggle, but I'm confident I can make it. Only 100 of the best designers who came all the way to Lima survived up to now. Those who made it this far were not soft persimmons. No matter who he faced, he had a tough fight on his hands. While he did not guarantee he could win every duel, he still wanted to stand out. After opening the day with a brief performance from some musicians, the announcer explained the rules for the second round. "In the first test, we've tested our designers on whether they could deliver a working product on time. The second round revolves around efficiency and longevity. A mech designer must deliver a product that does the job as long as possible with the least amount of cost." The projection changed into a list of available base parts. They were the same outdated junk they've used in the previous round, but now they had a price tag on them. The number varied widely according to their quality. The first major challenge is to design a mech that costs no more than 1,000 points in 6 hours. If you happen to worry about not being able to reach this height, then don't be. I can assure you that you will wish the limit is higher. Those who reached this stage were all capable of designing a decent mech in that time. A 6-hour design time was rather short, but for Vess, who used the QuickForge system to design a mech under 3 hours, it was an eternity. The finished mechs will then have to duel for random opponents in a standard duel environment, with a 2-hour interval between each fight. The mech designer is only allowed to use the QuickForge system to make as much repairs as possible. If you can't finish your repairs in that time, then tough luck, because many repairmen have faced the same situations during wartime. These 4 consecutive duels tested a designer in multiple ways. First, they had to design a mech in a way that made it easy to repair if it incurred any damage. Second, they had to deal with a wide variety of possible damage and allocate their limited time to repairing the most essential parts. This could get pretty brutal by the time the 4th duel was about to be held. Also, many times a mech sustained so much damage it could not fight on, which straight up brought the mech designer and pilot out of contention. In this case, the pilot had to make their own judgment on how to fight. Taking risks meant fights could finish quickly, but it also left them open to heavy damage that wasn't easy to repair. They also had the option to forfeit a duel at any time in order to avoid accumulating damage when facing a losing proposition. Yet giving up too often dragged down the ranking. Only the top 25 qualified for the third round. When Vess approached his now familiar QuickForge system, he went over the design templates he had in mind. The last time he designed the Unicorn, he did so with the expectation that it would be compatible to any pilot. This time was different. He knew the pilot. He read his profile. He watched him fight. Cadet Lovejoy fancied himself as a swordsman, so Vess should design a mech that revolves primarily around the use of a single sword. Swordsman mechs differed substantially from the standard knight type. Whereas knights benefited from a substantial amount of armor along with a trusty shield, a swordsman had less mass in order to speed up its reaction. In a tactical sense, knights acted as door stoppers. They excelled at defensive engagements where the enemy had to go past the knight in order to complete their objectives. Swordsmen fared worse in head-on clashes, but they performed well when used as a flanker or as a follow-up. A swordsman mech was built around its sword. Ves read up on the basics. A swordsman mech relied on a combination of mechanical power along with momentum in order to deliver fast or heavy strikes. The mech needed to be heavy enough to add a lot of mass to a committed strike, but it also had to be flexible enough to maneuver like a duelist trying to get the upper hand. There's too many things to take note of when trying to design a swordsman mech. Ves concluded as he started to get a headache on how many balls he had to juggle. I can't design a mech as heavy as a Caesar Augustus, and neither can I make it as light as an octagon. He had to leave familiar territory and design a new mech from a different mold. It had to be another rush design, though the generous margin of 6 hours should leave him with a decent mech this time. First, he constructed a mental image again. With his frequent practice, he became more proficient in getting in the right mood. He hardly needed more than a minute to reach a state of sharpened mental focus. The profile Ves received painted Lovejoy as a talkative but diligent cadet. He practiced a lot but became frustrated when his climb up the ranking stagnated. He reached a ceiling where he could not progress fast enough. He probably bumped against the people who benefited from genetic boosts. Ves guessed to himself. If he ended up in a situation like that, he'd tear his hair out until he became bald. While the pilot could not improve, the mech could make all the difference. Ves thought back on the conversation he had with Patricia yesterday. Either the mech had to accommodate the pilot, or the pilot had to adjust to the mech. Well, I'm not designing a mass production model. I have specific information about the pilot so I don't have to dumb down my mech. He envisioned a fairly advanced and mechanically complex mech. A whirling dancer with a sword. One that was swift and agile, but also one that benefited from strategically placed armor. Not enough to weigh it down too much, but enough to add some heft to each sword strike. The model should be nimble enough to facilitate heavy strikes where the entire weight of the mech was added to the attack. With a solid image of the sword dancer, Ves went to work. He first picked out the basic components. In order to keep costs below 1,000 points, he started picking the most essential parts first. A swordsman mech is built around its sword, so the first thing to choose is the weapon. Ves had to admit he did not know much beyond the basics when it came to mech swords. As the default melee weapon for mechs, a mech sword was a heavy, sharp instrument of destruction. It had to be sharp enough to slice through armored portions and sturdy enough to support the weight of two mechs clashing against each other. It's got to be big and heavy, but how far should I go? The profile did not mention Lovejoy's preferred sword type. He could be specializing in a thin one-handed rapier or a heavy two-handed claymore. In the end, Ves made a judgment call and picked out a one-handed longsword model that cost 100 points. With the sword model in place, he designed the rest of the frame around the use of a one-handed sword. He spent 200 points on a powerful pair of engines and power reactors, 50 points on high-performance energy cells, 100 points on legs optimized for burst performance and a whopping 250 points for heavy but powerful arms. He spent much of his remaining points on the parts he prioritized less. With 200 points spent on many entry-level parts like the sensors, cockpit and a backup laser pistol, he completely wiped out his savings. As for his final 100 points, he picked out a middle-of-the-road armor system that only distinguished itself on the ease of which it could be compressed. With all of the parts selected, Ves quickly drew up a basic design. He could afford to spend more time on its design, so he made sure to optimize his prospective mech for close-ranged high-speed engagements. He tweaked many things such as strengthening the fingers so their grip on the sword became stronger. He reduced some of his mecha's rear torso armor in order to improve his mecha's agility. In order to keep the mech balanced, he also had to shift a few internal components so that the mech wouldn't have a tendency to tip over. Once he finished a detailed outline of his design, he activated the forging module of his quick forge system. His time was a little tight due to the lengthy procedure of compressing all of the armor plates, so he rushed through the construction again, though not as extreme. Unlike Barakovsky, he started from the inside and worked his way outward. This way, the mecha's integrity could be ensured while he could cut back on the alloy compression if he ran out of time. Fortunately, it never came to that point. He spent a solid 2 hours on forming the internal frame and the internal components. The QuickForge system worked a lot better than the second-hand 3D printer and assembly system his father acquired for his workshop. The assembly system even came with automated functions that automatically laid out the cabling and other internal infrastructure in the most optimal and non-intrusive way. If my assembly machine was as good as this one, I'd be able to assemble 2 mechs a day instead of a single mech over 2 days. Once he reached the process of forging the armor plating, he got to witness how the QuickForge system fabricated them in a single comprehensive procedure. It definitely impressed him when he saw how various liquefied materials combined together under intense pressure and heat, all of which happened in plain view. An extremely powerful combination of electromagnetic, gravitic and some other sorcery Vess wasn't aware of kept the process contained. All that mattered was that he kept control over the process. Despite the dazzling technologies employed by the machine, the steps it followed differed little from the standard process. His mech finally took shape after the plates started attaching to his frame. The metallic plates treated with the most rudimentary level of compression shone in blue. A sword that underwent a slightly different compression procedure came at the end. Combined with the thick arms and slim legs, it gave the mech an impression that it was an icy warrior. As Vess had timed his work meticulously, he finished a few minutes before 6 hours had passed. Time's up, designers. Lay down your work while your mech gets ready to fight. The first duel starts in a couple of minutes. He finished his job. Now it was up to his pilot. He hoped he could perform miracles with the sword dancer. After all, he formed this mech exclusively for him. He only found it unfortunate that he did not gain any new insights with regards to the ever-mystical X Factor. I got a hint of a future direction with the unicorn.
Why do I feel I missed the opportunity with the sword dancer?
Perhaps the extended time gave Vess too little pressure to feel impassioned. He was a little confused, to be honest. Could the X Factor only be ignited when he was caught in an extreme mood? That made it difficult to employ it whenever he wanted to. After all, while he could hone his thoughts, he could not completely control his emotions. I'll have to unfold this puzzle later. First I have to prepare for repairs. Chapter 96. Need a light. Lovejoy waited in his pod. His initial high at the news of his successful advancement made way for apprehension. He knew that he'd face formidable opponents from now on. Even those ranked near the bottom of the top 100 posed a threat to him with the right mech. Hopefully my designer has got a brain this time and provides me with a sword. In order to ensure fairness, the pilots did not have any contact with the outside world. Cadet Lovejoy had no impression of his mech designer, other than his work was solid. If he could produce a mech like the unicorn under 3 hours, it meant he was a viable contender. He licked his lips. If I managed to reach the finals and stand out, I might get an offer from the Carnegie Group's Mech Corps. Every cadet from the Ablard Academy dreamed of joining the Mech Corps. Those employed directly in the group's most prestigious branch enjoyed the most riches and authority. In return, they'd have to participate in the most pitched battles under their flag and had to live a regimented life. Even with the obligations, such an impressive job will set me up for life. His pod lit up. His mech stood ready to receive his consciousness. Cadet Lovejoy opened up his mind and fell into the usual routine of letting his mind engulf his new mech. What the, it's there again. He muttered as he felt a tingling brush past his mind. There's definitely something wrong with my neural interface. Why didn't I report this anomaly to the technicians yesterday? He swore to himself. He was about to enter a match. This was no time to fix his technical issues. Ugh. Next time then. Once the connection process finished, Lovejoy cautiously extended his senses. He found nothing out of place, so he let down his guard and beheld his new mech. The sensations overwhelmed him for a bit. The mech moved so smooth that he was confused whether it was his own body. Though he eventually calmed down when he experienced the usual sluggishness customary to mechs, he still enjoyed this new mech. "This machine is a lot better than the training mechs of the academy," he exclaimed once he got used to its movements. "Too bad the designer chose to accompany my mech with a long sword." Mech longswords were characterized by their versatility. They could be wielded with one hand or two hands, and they could both slash and pierce through well-protected sections if accompanied by sufficient force. This versatility also turned them into the jack-of-all-trades of mech swords. Lovejoy preferred wielding larger two-handed swords. His fighting style revolved around generating rotational momentum in order to unleash a flurry of devastating slashes. Such a style put great importance on the durability of the weapon. The match started before he could consider anything else. The darkness around him disappeared, revealing a desert arena environment. Lovejoy was ambivalent about the environment. His mech did not rely too much on heat-generating weapons, so he should have an advantage. On the other hand, the lack of obstacles meant he could be shot down from a distance. It all depended on the opponent. When Lovejoy turned on his sensors, he spotted a very powerful signal. "That's got to be a heavy mech." His brows furrowed at the discovery. Heavy mechs sacrifice mobility for armor and firepower. Each mech that wanted to take down a heavy boulder like that had to make a lot of sacrifices. His sword dancer stepped closer. He took his time due to the limited size of the arena. The moderate pace also allowed him to adjust his footing on the sandy soil. Each environment posed different challenges to mechs, and sandy deserts played hell with footing. Fortunately, while his mecha's legs were not too big, the soles were sufficiently wide enough to avoid sinking too deep. The heavy mech came into view. Considering its size and bulk, it did not move from its place, lest it mess up its own footing. Damn, it's a heavy skirmisher. Still, this happens to be one of its worst environments. The second round's successive duels took place in random arena environments. This was standard in many mech duels. It just so happened that this heavy skirmisher that was built around heat-generating weapons like its wrist-mounted flamethrowers and shoulder-mounted laser cannons radiated an immense amount of heat. In a hot environment like this simulated desert, that was a death knell. "Ha ha, this is my lucky day." Lovejoy cheered and approached his opponent in a zigzag pattern. The heavy skirmisher readied its flamethrowers but started with firing its laser cannons first. The high-powered, long-ranged weapons possessed decent accuracy. Their light-speed beams could not be dodged when they fired, so Lovejoy could only dodge while relying on his intuition and the angle of their barrels. Goddamn, whoever designed that mech is an authority on laser weapons. The targeting systems of the heavy mech seemed to excel in locking onto his twirling sword dancer. Without a shield, Lovejoy had no choice but allow his mech to get hit a couple of times. His sword dancer tried to mitigate as much damage as possible by spreading out the hits. Still, he suffered a devastating strike when his mecha's left arm melted into uselessness. "You'll pay for that." With the longsword held in a single arm, he closed the distance with vengeful wrath. The mech he piloted complemented his every thoughts, allowing him to metaphorically dance along his mech. It was a sublime experience that brought his piloting skill to a greater height. He even improved his dodging skill. Now that he reached a close range, he started to circle around the heavy mech. His speed overcame the slow rotation of the powerful but sluggish laser cannons. The skirmisher gave up on the overheated lasers and raised its arms. Twin gouts of chemically enhanced flames departed from the wrists. The desert turned even more stiflingly hot from the immense heat. Even Lovejoy got the illusion that he entered an oven. His mech frantically jumped back in order to avoid the initial flames. As the burning liquids caught nothing, they fell onto the desert and kept burning. Lovejoy's eye sparked as he tried to circle around the fallen flames and approach the skirmisher from behind. The heavy mech was not complacent and fired another gout of flames, only for the swordsman mech to jump back unscathed. After repeating this pattern several times, the heavy skirmisher eventually got surrounded by its own flames. The temperature in the center of the conflagration kept rising. "Ha ha ha, need a light." Lovejoy laughed as he wondered which pilot allowed himself to get boxed in by his own flames. The enemy pilot must have been a pampered specialist who only knew how to pilot a single mech type. Someone like Lovejoy, who patiently mastered the basics of every kind of mech and weapon before settling for swords, disdained those who took shortcuts. He had to work twice as hard in the academy in order to climb his way to the top of the rankings.
I don't know which lazy bastard you are, but you're finished.
The rest of the match held very little suspense. Lovejoy holstered his sword and retrieved his dinky little laser pistol. He kept a healthy distance from the flames and circled around while firing his pistol through the flames. The sheer bulk of the skirmisher made it easy to hit the mech, even if most of the shots got flaked off by its imposing armor. Outside the arena, the commentators noted the strange circumstance of this duel. "Look at that duel. I have not seen such a farce in 3 years. Those are extremely persistent flames. Normally, I'd compliment the designer for formulating such a strong accelerant, but with such a clueless pilot he might as well shoot himself in the foot." The pilot is Michael Forno. He's a renowned laser marksman. Such a mech should allow him to play to his full strengths, if not for the addition of the flamethrower. Has he ever attended a single class on skirmishers? Keeping track of your flames is the first lesson pounded into your head. I don't know about you, but in my opinion Cadet Forno is unworthy of appearing on this stage. What a disgraceful performance for someone lauded to be a future elite. Not everyone in the audience agreed. Pilots only had a limited amount of time to get proficient with mechs. It took years to gain a basic amount of proficiency in every variety of mechs and weapons. If the time spent on broadening a pilot's range of skills was instead focused on deepening them, they could have more elite pilots. Advanced pilots like Vess' cousin Melinda were a dime in a dozen. Any decent academy churned out boatloads of advanced pilots every year. However, even a great second-rate state like the Friday Coalition could not produce a large amount of elite pilots due to the scarcity of pilots with high genetic aptitudes. Demand still vastly exceeded supply. As the commentators chattered, the constant damage wore down on the heavy skirmisher. After 5 straight minutes of shooting, the flames started to subside, but the heavy mech was dangerously overheated. Its pilot prudently forfeited the match in order to avoid damaging his mech any further when the chance of salvaging a victory was non-existent. That was easy. Cadet Lovejoy thought as his damaged mech left the arena and returned to the embrace of the mech designer. His consciousness disconnected from the machine. His next duel commenced in less than 2 hours, so he had plenty of time to take a break. Vess, on the other hand, shook his head at the silliness of his opponent. He had no complaints about getting an easy victory, though he lamented the plentiful times his baby got hit by the shoulder-mounted laser cannons. Once his mech moved close enough to see the damage in detail, he hissed. Even compressed armor can't stop a high-powered laser beam. Laser cannons possessed a destructive amount of energy. While the compressed armor did their job of preventing the damage from reaching the internals, much of the armor needed replacement. Lovejoy tried to spread out the damage over the mecha's entire frame, and while it was the right call, it also gave Vess a headache. The difference between laser cannons and laser rifles did not merely extend to scale. Weapon designers often built laser rifles for the purpose of dealing long-term sustainable damage. Efficiency and durability mattered more than power and penetration. Laser cannons turned those priorities around. They were built to instantly melt through thick layers of armor and deliver a devastating amount of thermal energy in an instant. Pilots on the battlefield loved using laser cannons due to their combination of high penetration and ease of resupply. In short, the damage the laser cannons inflicted had hurt his mech a lot. The only thing Vess could do is fabricate as much replacements as possible before the next duel started. He whizzed up a new set of compressed armor plating, focusing on the most essential parts first. Fortunately, the short duration of the duel worked in his favor. Not all of the plates needed replacement, so he fabricated enough and managed to replace all of the damaged plating just before 2 hours had passed. I can't do much about the residual heat damage that managed to get past the armor. Vess muttered regretfully. Those lasers packed a really huge punch, and even if the armor dispersed most of the heat, a small amount still wreaked havoc deeper inside his mech. It won't matter too much for the next duel, but if the internal damage accumulates, there's nothing I can do. Replacing internal components always entailed more difficulties. It took a lot more time to replace the internals due to the interconnection of the parts. Chapter 97. Worn down. The second duel commenced. Cadet Lovejoy became accustomed to the anomalous sensations and brushed them off as inconsequential ghosts. Instead, he focused his attention on the state of his mech. His mouth curled out. I like my designer more and more. My armor is back to its shiny state. His sword dancer gripped its sword in anticipation of the next fight. Lovejoy hoped his opposition had more bite this time. The last duel was too disgraceful for him to feel any pride. The darkness receded, revealing a normal suburban environment. Small houses and municipal parks dotted the arena. The obstacles were tall enough to hinder a mech but short enough to avoid blocking their view. It was a tricky environment that favored ranged weapons. Over there, he said as he zeroed in on his opposition. It turned out to be a light harasser, a mech that specialized in running rings around melee mechs like his sword dancer. Damn, this one's a challenge. The only thing hopeful about his second duel was that the light mech sustained a lot of damage. Even after receiving some repairs, it still suffered moderate damage to its torso where an artillery shell must have exploded. I can use that to my advantage. Lovejoy moved the sword back to its place and retrieved the flimsy little laser pistol again. He felt a little depressed that he couldn't showcase his swordsmanship and instead had to rely on his pitiful backup weapon. Still, against a mech that moved faster than him, he'd be a fool to chase the enemy. The light harasser responded first by firing its light laser rifle at him. The firing rate of the weapon was high, but the power behind each laser beam was lackluster. Even if the sword dancer received hits, it did not affect its integrity at all due to the strength of its compressed armor. Ignoring the intermittent damage for now, the sword dancer closed the distance. While the light harasser tried to maintain the distance, the complex environment did not always make that possible. While any mech possessed sufficient force to crash through any residential home, such an act slowed it down while also incur some minor damage. For a fragile mech that prized its mobility, that was unacceptable. Get back here, you chicken! Lovejoy yelled over the comm as he started firing his pistol. While its power paled in comparison to the rifle in the harasser's hands, the light mecha's armor could not withstand too many hits. Lovejoy carefully paced his shots in order to avoid overheating the pistol. He aimed specifically at the light mecha's damaged torso in order to exacerbate its internal damage. Thus, the two mechs engaged in a lengthy shootout. The rate of fire slowed down for both mechs once their weapons overheated. The laser rifle held an advantage in that aspect as the larger weapon dispersed its heat much better. The sword dancer started to accumulate a lot more damage than its opponent. Man, this is why I hate light mechs. Lovejoy complained and let loose a few more curses when a lucky laser beam shot a portion of his mecha's damaged leg. The light mech noticed that the sword dancer's legs were slimmer than normal and therefore focused much of his firepower there. The devastating hit damaged some internals which abruptly reduced the speed of Lovejoy's mech. Come on! How is that discount laser rifle able to get past my armor? The tables turned a minute later. Though the sword dancer's legs started to get chewed up, the pistol finally achieved a promising result. The latest low-powered beam that escaped the pistol managed to penetrate the scorched section of the light mecha's torso. All of the successive hits to that area paid off. The light mech toppled over as its power reactor initiated an emergency shutdown. The enemy pilot quickly signaled his surrender before Lovejoy could unleash a few more shots. In truth, if both mechs were in their peak condition, the sword dancer would have lost. The slower medium mech had no way of catching up to a light mech piloted by someone competent. While its laser rifle might be a light variant, it still functioned as a primary weapon. The backup laser pistol wielded by the sword dancer could not compare. Truly fate smiles on me again. Lovejoy smirked as he realized this disparity. He won a match that he should have lost. Bad luck for you. Try to keep your mech in better shape next time. Still, with the sword dancer's half-mangled leg, he risked suffering the same situation in his next duel. He hoped his designer could fix up the leg with the remaining time available. His shootout against the light mech expended a lot of time. In fact, Vess already started to feel depressed. While lasers might not be the most optimal weapon to chew through armor, once it got past the layer of protection, they were capable of dealing immense damage. The abrupt transfer of energy wrecked or melted a lot of vulnerable little components near the area struck by the beam. Some cables and tiny components vaporized entirely, while more distant parts only suffered from the symptoms of extreme overheating. In a practical perspective, these half-molten parts might as well not be functional anymore. For a proper repair job, Vess needed to clean up all of the damage no matter how lightly they got off. I only have 1.5 hours left. That's not enough to repair the entire leg. Technicians hated these kinds of repair jobs. While Vess was lucky that the internal frame didn't sustain any substantial damage, sorting out all of the tiny components and replacing them took a lot of tedium. He also had to set aside the other damage the mech sustained. I bet this quick forge bucket can automate the repairs. Vess boldly guessed. The amount of automation packed in the machine could fill an entire library of books. He refused to believe the machine had to be operated manually to this degree. They likely turned off the easy mode so mech designers like me have to work for our results. With no other alternative, Vess helplessly started to repair the leg. He tried to save as much time as possible by ripping out entire chunks of machinery. He cared little whether the things he removed were functional or not. As far as he was concerned, the proximity to excessive heat had compromised them all. Testing out each component's integrity took too much time. Now I have to fabricate and put back the replacements. Most of the internal portions consisted of simple parts like cables, bolts and other miscellaneous things. They were simple parts that required very little thought in their production. The real challenge started when he had to put the parts back into the hollowed-out leg. Vess had the mistaken impression that he was playing a puzzle in the highest difficulty. Sometimes he had to stuff the parts through an obstacle in order to put it in its rightful place. He prioritized speed over caution, which did not help much with the repairs as other parts sometimes got bent out of shape. As the clock started to expire, Vess rushed his repairs and even started to slip up here and there. The damage he inadvertently caused affected the leg only marginally, but at least he was able to put replacement armor back into place. All right. Let the third duels commence. Cadet Lovejoy had not fully recovered from his last match when he was thrown back into the sword dancer. The extended duel frustrated him. When his consciousness fully grasped his mech, he quickly inspected the damage. He clicked his teeth. The leg looks better, but not at its best. My armor coverage is still the same. The spread-out laser shots also scorched the sword dancer's other sections aside from the legs. Though they did not penetrate the compressed armor, they still weakened it substantially. The third duel started when the frozen lake environment got revealed. The thick layers of ice ensured that most mechs could maintain their footing, but any major impacts to the surface might lead to drastic consequences. No spots of land could be found anywhere. The frozen environment heavily favored mechs that generated a high amount of heat. For example, lasers could fire more often and with higher power without worrying about overheating. On the other hand, not everything worked optimally in a heavily frozen environment. Many mechs were designed to work optimally at average Terran temperature ranges. The further the environment deviated from the standard, the more some parts started to deteriorate. My mech should be fine. Lovejoy judged, though he admitted he was no expert. A swordsman mech is not a mechanically complex machine. It shouldn't have too many vulnerable stuff inside. The sword dancer swiftly trudged through the howling snow. He had to find his opponent and finish him off as fast as possible in order to buy his mech designer more time. His sensors beeped a minute later as it found a heat source. The silhouette turned out to be a medium knight. The mech looked brand new. Aside from some minor scratches on its armor, the entire mech appeared as if it had never entered a duel. That held worrying implications for Lovejoy. Either the pilot or the mech designer is a prodigy. He refused to consider the case where both of them turned out to be geniuses. The only thing in his favor was that swordsman mechs usually beat knights in a one-on-one. The knight mech spotted the sword dancer and readied its pristine kite shield. "You better entertain me properly this time." Lovejoy taunted the enemy knight. "I just came off a couple of duels where my sword wasn't even needed. Hopefully you'll last long enough to satisfy my lust for battle." While the environment could be better, Lovejoy rejoiced he could finally have an old-fashioned melee duel. He increased the speed of his mech and noted that the fixed-up leg held out for now. Reassured, he heartedly threw himself into the fight by attempting an empowered horizontal slash. The knight was no dummy and positioned its shield in place to deflect the obvious attack. However, the incredible force behind the blow hammered the knight a few steps backward. The first blow was not intended as a killing strike, but as a setup move that broke the enemy's guard. Cadet Lovejoy's eyes gleamed as his mech danced around the shield. His sword dancer abruptly reserved its rotation, and its sword swung back from the other direction. The knight sluggishly tried to regain its footing while simultaneously bringing his shield back up. Somehow, the pilot managed to skillfully do both in an instant. The slash resulted in nothing but another dent in the shield. Despite the disappointing result, Lovejoy kept up his aggression. He slashed and stabbed while circling around the knight. Meanwhile, the pilot of the knight maintained composure and blocked each strike without fail. Sometimes he even retaliated by stabbing with the sword in turn, which pushed the sword dancer back. The knight mech turned into an impregnable turtle. After a few minutes of useless exchanges, the knight suddenly diverted from its routine. After fending off another sword strike, it slammed the tip of its kite shield onto the ice beneath their feet. The constant maneuvers had weakened the ice layers to the point of forming cracks. The downward shield strike completely cracked open the damaged ice, causing both mechs to lose their stability. The knight deftly escaped the unstable area due to initiating the move. The sword dancer was caught off guard and almost responded too late. Only its excellent agility and reaction speed allowed Lovejoy to catch up and jump to a safer spot. A hole the size of 10 mechs appeared between the two mechs. Lovejoy smacked himself in the face for almost getting done in by this move. If his mech fell into the ice, he'd not only lose, he might as well total the entire mech. Not all mechs fared well in water unless they were specifically designed for that purpose. Lovejoy took his opponent more seriously. Though he did not recognize his opponent, he acknowledged his skill. "This fellow is top 30 material. We're almost evenly matched." The frozen lake environment annoyed him. He did not relish sinking down in the icy abyss. After circling around the newly formed hole, he resumed his assault against the knight, though this time he upped his guard against any further surprises. After the next few exchanges, the enemy pilot proved its mettle. Having adjusted to Lovejoy's tempo, the knight started to handle the incoming attacks better while delivering more poisonous retaliations. The knight suddenly sidestepped instead of blocking the latest attack. The sword dancer had overextended, leaving it open to the follow-up shield bash. The solid chunk of metal thunked against the sword dancer's head. It instantly crushed half its face, most notably destroying its optics. Just as Lovejoy frantically switched his view to the backup optics, the knight slashed its sword. As the sword dancer had reflexively jumped back, the sword failed to strike the torso. Instead, it managed to cut off an arm. Lovejoy screamed in frustration. He had not expected this sitting duck of a knight to be a porcupine. At least his mech hadn't lost its sword arm. "I can't keep this up. I have to change the game." The enemy pilot's skill restrained his sword play. It was as if he specialized in crushing the dreams of other swordsmen. After a few seconds of thought, he grinned. "Since you like to play with ice, let me give you a nice surprise." The sword dancer retreated a bit in order to open up some space. The knight stood in place, shield ready to receive the next attack. Lovejoy let out a war cry as his mech thundered forward. Just as his mech reached the knight, Lovejoy dragged his mech to the side and made a couple of complex maneuvers. His mech half slid over the ice while directed his sword against the ice. The sword hammered the ice several times, creating cracks near the knight. The sword dancer took advantage of its superior mobility to circle around the knight while repeatedly impacting the ice underneath. While a sword was not the best tool to damage the ice, the sword dancer's arms was capable of transferring a lot of force which aided the mech in its task. After completing a couple of rotations, the ice started to deteriorate on its own. The pilot of the knight panicked and quickly stomped out of the danger zone. "Not today!" Lovejoy yelled as his mech circled around again and confronted the knight head-on with a shoulder bash. While the impact failed to damage the enemy mech, it succeeded in interrupting its escape. The transfer of force also sped along the collapse. A second later, the knight disappeared. It fell down into the lake and sank down in the depths. "I hate ice," Lovejoy said as he looked on from a few steps ahead. His mech escaped the waters at the last second by bouncing back from the enemy mecha's shield. It was a close call and a risky one, but he succeeded in winning without dragging out the fight. 3 down, 1 to go. Chapter 98. Fourth Duel. Vess imagined that others had it worse. He certainly didn't envy the designer of the knight his mech faced in the previous duel. Repairing a submerged mech took a lot of time, perhaps days to get it right. Well, at least my mech has more working parts than broken ones. A busted head and an amputated arm is nothing to speak of after the third duel. The competitions in the past had shown that results diverged wildly in the second round. The consecutive duels tested the skill of both the designer and the pilot. If either of them were not up to standard, the damage accumulated pretty fast, to the point of making the mech a derelict. Only a gifted designer like Carter Gage or a talented pilot like Richard Lovell could turn around this convention. The duel above the frozen lake lasted a long time. The extreme thermal conditions that simulated a frozen planet environment played havoc with the internals, especially since the armor lost its weather-sealing capabilities in the previous duels. The rapid transition from hot to cold strained the more sensitive components. "I don't have time to fix up the internals. My mech has enough redundancy so that a couple of faulty components won't break the mech." Vess only had a limited time to fix up the arm and head. In his view, both of them had the same priority, but he decided to start with the arm. "Fortunately, it's a clean cut. I don't have to sort out the damaged components." Forging a replacement arm did not take a lot of time. As all of the internals had to be made from scratch, Vess did not have to resort to stuffing new parts in an existing space. It only took about 30 minutes to create a new arm, and an additional 10 minutes to add the accompanying compressed armor. That left him with just enough time to sort out the head. The deformed head posed some difficulties to Vess. He did not have enough time to fabricate an entirely new head. Instead, he put his jury rigging skill to good use. He cut off the deformed section and cleaned up as much damage as he could. After fabricating a replacement sensor module, he carefully put it inside. He flash-forged a hastily designed mask and put it over the hollow front of the head. The sword dancer appeared creepy now, but what mattered the most to Vess was that the sensors were operational now. The mask might not provide a lot of protection, but it was better than keeping the entire head exposed. "It'll do." Time ran out before Vess could do much more. He really did not feel comfortable releasing a substandard mech from his embrace. Having gotten used to the MTA's strict standards, it was against his conscience to deliver a piece of junk to a pilot. When Lovejoy connected to the mech for the final time, he also felt let down by its damaged state. The arm is all right, but the rest of the frame is still degraded. He sighed a little as he got used to his mecha's deteriorated performance. "I know it's been hard on you, pal, but you've got one fight left to go. Don't disappoint the crowd." Through luck and skill, he already eked out 3 marvelous victories. According to past trends, he should have reached the top 25 so far, but only at the bottom of the list. One loss might knock him down enough to miss an incredible opportunity to participate in the final round. "There's no way I'm going to miss this chance. Fame, riches, and more awaits me." Lovejoy grinned as he daydreamed about all the amazing luxuries he could finally enjoy. Hopefully my final opponent is a mech in a worse shape than mine. The match started when the environment finished materializing. It turned out to be a hilly prairie. Vast green fields only interrupted by vision-obstructing hills encompassed Lovejoy's view. The beauty of the environment masked a deadly undercurrent. Such a wide open environment with rolling hills and no other obstacles provided ranged mechs with an ideal shooting environment. Lovejoy lowered his mecha's stance so that it wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb too much. As the sword dancer climbed its way up a nearby hill, his hastily repaired sensors pinged when it detected a very powerful heat source. What the hell? Lovejoy uttered when he saw what made his sensors go mad. How much energy does it take to keep that thing afloat? What cadet Lovejoy encountered was the now infamous pterodactyl. Outside the arena, much of the crowd's attention got drawn to the gigantic flying mech. This strange and extremely powerful beast mech stomped over its opponent through superior range and overwhelming armor ever since it came from the hand of one of the competition's most popular contestant. Looks like Wes Larkinson's Swordman mech is matched up against Carter Gade's pterodactyl. Better call the Undertaker, because this poor little sword-wielding mech stands no chance against Gade's brilliant work. Ordinarily you'd think so, but the pterodactyl suffered a lot of damage back in its third duel. I'm kind of hopeful for the mech called the Sword Dancer, to be honest.
Are you blind?
That dinky little medium mech only has a laser pistol. How many times does he have to shoot until the pterodactyl's armor gets scratched? Anything can happen, baby. Even Gage can't work miracles. The pterodactyl's bottom armor still has holes. Wes learned that Gage met a strong opponent for the third duel. His mech fought hard and finally overpowered the enemy cannoneer at a substantial cost. While the flying mecha's armor could take a lot of damage, it also made it hard to replace if time was short. Much of the armor on the pterodactyl had not been treated with the fanciest techniques. This meant that the sword dancer's backup weapon stood a tiny chance of inflicting major damage. As a pilot thrown into an arena, Lovejoy was not aware of those facts. Regardless, he would never despair just because he encountered an overwhelming opponent. He would have long given up if he shrugged his head at every setback. This thing's big and heavy, so it takes a lot of power to keep it in the air. If I can drag out the match and put my mech into power-saving mode, I can drag it from the air. Lovejoy calmly analyzed once he got over his fear. It's slow to fly, so I can outrun its range if necessary, but I doubt this aerial mech is helpless in this regard. The designer must be someone really incredible for designing such a marvel. The sword dancer retrieved its trusty laser pistol and started to fire at the flying fortress. The low-powered laser beams hit a wide area around the pterodactyl. At this distance, many shots flew wide despite the target's huge size and slow speed. The sword dancer wasn't optimized for marksmanship and the weapon came with too many limitations. The shots that did hit the pterodactyl achieved nothing but alert the enemy pilot. The lumbering flight mech turned its avian head towards the sword dancer and fired off a massive ballistic shell from its beak. This isn't fair. Lovejoy yelped as he flung his mech over a hill. The top of the hill exploded into chunks of soil as the shell detonated with a lot more power than usual. The sword dancer had to keep dancing away as a torrent of rapid laser fire erupted from the pterodactyl's sides. Lovejoy frantically kept dodging amid the aerial bombardment dedicated to turning his mech into scrap. Even as he tried to keep his mech operational, he slowly realized something strange. This mecha's marksmanship is garbage. The mech might look shiny, but the pilot is no good. If someone who specialized in ranged weapons was at the cockpit, his sword dancer might already be destroyed. Lovejoy saw an opportunity once he realized his situation. First, he tried the safest option. He shot back at the mech with his laser pistol, but only occasionally. He also deactivated most of his sensors and put his mech into a less intensive mode. The state only ensured the engines received ample amounts of power. The rest had to make do with less. As Lovejoy put his full attention on dodging the shells and lasers, his mech only received minor damage in return. Without any distractions, he became more proficient in predicting his opponent's aim and moved just a fraction of a second before a salvo of laser beams arrived at the spot his mech previously stood. Sometimes, skill trumped over gear. Lovejoy started to grin. While the enemy mech was a grand feat of engineering, it nevertheless did not suit the enemy pilot. In truth, the battle damage the pterodactyl suffered in the last duel still haunted the flying mech. Its head had also been hit, which destroyed its excellent targeting sensors. Other systems also suffered significant damage when its bottom armor got hit. Even with Gage's excellent skill, he only restored the pterodactyl up to 80% of its best state. About 5 minutes later, the pterodactyl's pilot caught onto Lovejoy's strategy. The flyer stopped firing most of its weapons like its finger got stuck to the trigger. The mech slowed down while unleashing its laser beams at a much more measured pace. The pilot also concentrated more on aiming properly, which gave the sword dancer a lot more grief. "This is stupid. How can I get hit more often if that flight mech isn't firing its laser beams so rapidly?" Cadet Lovejoy knew he had to change the situation. He injected more power to the sword dancer's engines. As the mech sped up, it tried to increase the range and therefore make it harder to hit. As a flying heavy mech, the pterodactyl nevertheless flew faster than most medium mechs. With its flight systems at full capacity, it slowly caught up to the running sword dancer and even managed to hit its rear armor with its low-intensity laser barrage. "Ha! How much power are you burning? Can you keep this up forever?" Lovejoy taunted at the flying brick that sought to overtake his mech. There was a good reason why flying mechs never exceeded the medium weight class. The anti-grav systems had to expend a lot of energy to keep all of that armor afloat. Getting it to move wasted even more precious energy. This energy consumption rapidly built up the moment the flying mech increased its velocity. The pilot realized this fact belatedly and stopped accelerating like crazy. Instead, it used its superior lasers to bombard the sword dancer from a comfortable range. Oh well, it was worth a try. Lovejoy shrugged. While the enemy pilot was not as good as him, he was still a cadet who attended the prestigious Abelard Academy. Cheap tricks didn't work on him. He had to figure something else than simply running away. In the standard rulebook of mech duels, the side that played too passively lost by default. The mech that weighed the lightest was burdened with the obligation to seek the initiative. This age-old rule prevented light mechs from running away from their heavier counterparts for the duration of the entire match. Obviously, mech pilots who favored heavy mechs lobbied hard to get this rule accepted. There should be an exception when it comes to flying mechs. This heavy pig with wings is just ridiculous. While the heavy mech was in the open, it enjoyed a commanding view of the entire battlefield. No matter where the sword dancer tried to hide, it could not avoid getting peppered by lasers. Whenever it tried to hide behind a low hill, the pterodactyl destroyed it with an explosive shell. The sheer volume of fire caused the mech to get hit a couple of times. Fortunately, the shots were spread out, so no single part received critical damage. For now at least. Lovejoy estimated he could keep up his dodging routine for about 10 minutes. After that, most of his rear armor would be melted away, leaving his mech vulnerable to a crippling shot. The few times he shot back with his pistol, he might as well be spitting against a wall. How could he turn his awful situation around and bring down that overweight bird? Chapter 99. Lift up your sword. Vess clenched his fists as he looked downward at the stage where his sword dancer tried to fight against an aerial fortress. Even he was rendered helpless when facing one of Carter Gage's impossibly advanced aerial mech. The technology of that time shouldn't be able to support such incredible flight systems. Gage must have spent quite a bit of time customizing the outdated wings and bring it up to the current generation. Ordinarily, that might have led to his folly. After all, the more time he spent on the wings, the less time he could allocate on the armor and internals. Looking at the pterodactyl's performance showed that the flying heavy mech did not lose out that much in other aspects. Its armor was especially resilient even after some hasty repairs. Even the audience thought the match would end with no suspense and turned away to view more even matchups. I'm impressed Cadet Lovejoy hasn't lost his mech yet. one of the commentators noted when he switched his view. Out of all of the pterodactyl's opponents, he's already lasted the longest. That's because Lovejoy is paying more attention to dodging than thinking about hitting back. If he's trying to outlast the pterodactyl in terms of energy consumption, then he's fooling himself. The heavy mech is packed with energy cells. The only chance he can squeeze a victory out of this narrow road is to get a lucky hit with his low-grade pistol. With only about an estimated 10 minutes left before the laser barrage cut through the medium mecha's armor, the sword dancer had very little else to go on. Lovejoy scowled as he pulled out every trick in his bag in order to stay ahead of the suppressive laser fire from above. From the frequency of the lasers, he judged the heavy mech had plenty of reserves. In contrast, his sword dancer had been designed for short-duration high-intensity combat. Even at a lower power setting, it still drained a significant portion of energy over time. "I have to finish this quickly," Lovejoy concluded with difficulty. He gave up on saving power and instead routed more of it towards feeding his pistol. The weapon beeped in alarm when it exceeded its recommended safety limit. Lovejoy had to dig through the settings and override all the safeties. The weapon's programming estimated that the pistol had about 3% chance of blowing up with each shot. This probability increased in accordance with the amount of heat the weapon accumulated. "I don't care if it will blow up in a couple of minutes," he screamed at his pistol and ruthlessly tore down the last safety holding him back from firing high-powered beams. The pistol whined audibly as it discharged the accumulated energy in a single eye-watering blast. The beam shot straight into the sky and burned a small gap in the heavy mecha's wings. That gap represented the first real sign of damage on the pterodactyl. It gave Lovejoy hope, though the pterodactyl also started to increase its speed and sway a little bit more. Both sides increased their power consumption in order to put a quick end to the match. The broadcasters took notice of the increased intensity of their fight and put the battle on the main projection. Alongside the ongoing duel, the faces of the pilots and the mech designers were added to the sides. Look at the faces of Larkin's son and Lovejoy. They are still clinging to the last shreds of hope. Can their sword dancer defeat the pterodactyl in one of the most uneven clashes ever? Our processors have analyzed the odds of Cadet Lovejoy managing to score a deadly blow. He only has a 2.3% chance in the best scenario. It's safe to say that Carter Gage has racked up another victory. There's no way the sword dancer's pistol can get past that heavy mecha's armor. Despite the long odds, everyone's attention was glued to the tragic battle. They all hoped the underdog mech could pull off a miracle and put a dent into Carter Gage's invincible halo. Those affiliated with the Carnegie Group had more reason than many to support Gage's opponents. Of all the talents from Lima who faced the dreaded genius, none had high hopes of matching him equally in the field of mech design. Where would their faces be if they let someone nurtured by a rival partner of the coalition trample on their talents? A lot was at stake for this fight. As the sword dancer had been matched up against weak opponents, it had a high probability of dropping off the top 25. As for the pterodactyl, it had vanquished against a couple of strong opponents, so its passage into the top 25 was assured. A fourth victory in this round would cap off Gage's invincible halo and propel his momentum into an unstoppable tide once he reached the finals. A few minutes went by as Lovejoy kept dancing with the devil. His pistol glowed with excessive heat to the point of starting to melt at some of its softer furnishings. The sword dancer flirted with disaster each time it fired an overcharged laser beam at the gigantic hovering mech. The pterodactyl stoically endured the high-powered laser beams. The accuracy of the pistol left something to be desired, and the sword dancer also had to keep moving, which further degraded its aim. Though the heavy mech presented a large target, half of the beams went wide. Those that did hit its surface only melted a couple of widely distributed holes in its heavy armor. The next shot achieved a different result. By sheer coincidence, the beam impacted near a previously damaged weak point at a spot covered up by flimsier replacement armor. The consecutive hit possessed enough power to melt through the damaged portion and inflict serious damage to the internals underneath. Just as the pterodactyl suffered a minor explosion in its underbelly, the sword dancer's pistol also succumbed to the abuse. The backup firearm had never been designed to tolerate this much heat, especially when firing at a constant frequency. The weapon exploded, causing heat and shrapnel to engulf the sword dancer's outstretched arm. "No!" Lovejoy yelled as the surface of his mech withstood the rest of the shrapnel. He cared little for his mecha's lost arm or the scratches it received. Now that he lost his only weapon, he had no means of damaging the pterodactyl. The game was as good as lost. As for the heavy mech, despite the damage it suffered, the mech was built to take a beating. Heavy mechs never collapsed after suffering a single penetrating hit. Even if it lost some power, the pterodactyl possessed enough redundancies to keep it afloat. What is the pterodactyl doing? It stopped firing. According to our readings, its weapon should have plenty of juice left. It's hovering closer to the sword dancer. The pilot wants to gloat over his victory. Some of the people in the audience started booing at the unsportsmanlike behavior. Only the most conceited individuals disrespected their opponents this way. The worst thing about the act was that the latter half of the duel had been broadcast to the entire Komodo Star sector. On the main projection above, both the pilot and Gage adopted arrogant expressions. Though joined together through circumstance, they both complement each other nicely. Gage wanted to prove his superiority by partnering with a bottom-ranked pilot, while the pilot grew an inflated head due to the excellent mechs he received. A shadow hung over the motionless sword dancer. Lovejoy already gave up on the match and sank down in his simulation pod. He paid little attention to the ongoing match. Like a caveman staring helplessly at an air car, the pterodactyl emphasized its superiority by maintaining its altitude over the helpless swordsman mech. It even dipped up and down in an exaggerated motion, which attracted further scorn from the audience. "Finish it already, you asshole! You don't have to take it, Lovejoy. Just forfeit the match. You're despicable, Gage. If it's up to me, you'd already be tumbling out of Carnegie space." Back in his simulation pod, the constant beeping of his mecha's proximity alarm grated Lovejoy's ears. He stopped wallowing about his impending defeat to see why his mech hadn't been sent to the graveyard yet. "What the? Are you teabagging me?" Lovejoy could accept getting beaten. He could even accept a loss against a much superior mech. After all, this competition revolved around mech designers, so the participating pilots already mentally accepted that they'd face such disparities. What he couldn't accept is the enemy pilot rubbing his face with a victory he didn't deserve. The pilot of the pterodactyl was certainly someone who certainly ranked far below him. The only reason he won in the first place was due to his massively overpowered mech. "Even if you've won, that's no reason to diss me." A spark of anger ignited amid his overwhelming grief. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky while roaring at the pterodactyl. "You can trample my mech, but not my dignity." Caught in the fires of his rage, Cadet Lovejoy wanted to spike the pterodactyl. He impulsively rotated the sword dancer and with a mighty heave he threw the sword at the behemoth in the sky. Despite seldomly having thrown a sword before, the weapon somehow spun in the direction of the pterodactyl without fail. The sword did not only carry the momentum of the sword dancer's spin. It also carried Lovejoy's defiance against his fate. Back in the waiting room, Vest tracked the spinning sword as it flew up with undaunted purpose towards the heavy mech. He had no hopes for the desperate throw either. A sword flung from this much distance lost a lot of its power on the way up. With the kind of armor the pterodactyl sported, it would be like a pebble thrown against a suit of armor. Strangely enough, everyone who took note of the duel still fixed their gazes on the sword. It held a magnetic attraction to them, as if they could sympathize with Lovejoy's frustrations. They also thought it was a pity that his mech stood no chance. Once the sword neared the pterodactyl, the pilot instinctively tried to dodge it by moving his mech. Somehow, the mecha's belated movements caused it to draw the sword to its damaged and exposed section. The pilot had forgotten all about the hole in his mecha's armor and was completely clueless about his mistake. Both Vess and Lovejoy widened their eyes. The tip of the sword scratched the edge of the molten hole before sinking deep inside the burned and melted internals. The remainder of its force allowed the blade to cut through many layers of weakened components before it finally reached a critical cable attached to the power reactor. A massive machine like the pterodactyl consumed a lot of energy even at rest. The interrupted cable along with the other damage the heavy mech had already suffered caused the spot to be engulfed in another localized explosion. While ordinarily this explosion should not be any cause for concern, the safeties that were supposed to be in place had already been destroyed. The explosion caused a lot of damage to other components, which started up a cascade of errors. The pterodactyl suddenly lost 70% of its power. That was not enough to keep the mech in the air. The flight system whined as it tried to keep the mech at a constant altitude, to no avail. The pilot woke up to the sudden crisis and frantically tried to redirect more power to the flight systems. Due to the damage his mech had already suffered, he found no alternative paths. What kind of piece of shit mech only has this many paths? He cussed, completely forgetting his earlier flaunting of his mech. While an ordinary heavy mech possessed a lot more redundancies, Gage only received 6 hours of design time. He could not spare much energy in adding redundancies to his mecha's internals when he had to invest most of his time in improving the flight systems. Smoke trailed the pterodactyl as it descended to the ground in a soft landing. The wings possessed sufficient enough power to avoid a crash landing. That did not help the pterodactyl much when the mech had been designed solely for aerial combat. It did not even possess legs, which turned it into a sitting duck on the ground. Lovejoy's eyes gleamed. Ignoring his mecha's amputated arm and weaponless state, he drove his mech forward and approached the pterodactyl just as it skid along the grass. The pilot of the heavy mech noted the danger and rerouted power from the flight systems to the laser mounts. A couple of weak beams started to pepper the sword dancer. As if those weakened lasers can save you. Lovejoy laughed as the sword dancer took the lasers head-on, causing it to suffer some light damage in the process. The medium mech ignored the mosquito bites and jumped on top of the grounded pterodactyl. The entire audience stood still. Even the commentators had no words to say. As a mech designed to bombard the ground from above, the pterodactyl was not meant to attack any targets that landed on its back. When the side-mounted laser turrets turned around to face the assailant, the sword dancer simply grabbed the barrels of the lasers and snapped them off one by one. They only managed to unleash a dozen ineffectual beams before their mounts got wrecked. Even the majestic heavy mecha's beak-mounted cannon posed no threat to the sword dancer. Its range of motion only allowed the beak to swivel sideways. Just to be sure, Lovejoy stomped his mecha's foot repeatedly on the head until its neck collapsed. The pterodactyl lost all of its weapons. The sudden reversal caught everyone by surprise. "Are my eyes deceiving me?" a male commentator befuddled asked. "Did Gage's mech got strung like a duck? I don't think anyone believed this has happened. A thrown sword changed destiny. The undefeated has tasted defeat. Gage must be stewing in anger right now. Look at his awful face." Lovejoy cared nothing for the commentary even if he could hear it. Somehow, he snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, so he tried to cling to it as tightly as possible. He resolved not to make the same mistake as his opponent and started to dig into the pterodactyl. Without a weapon and only one arm intact, the sword dancer could not inflict much damage to the grounded mech. It had to kick aside a loosened plate and dig into the internals with brute force. After a couple of minutes of helplessly sitting around, the pilot finally bowed down. He could not take the humiliation and exited the match by forfeiting. Vess and Lovejoy won their fourth duel after an arduous match. Their total victories in the second round propelled them to the single digits in the top 25. Their last victory especially gave them a lot of points. It was a no-brainer for them to move on to the finals. "Thank you, Lovejoy. You really saved my skin," Vess said with a smile. He really dodged a bullet there. He could not bear to think what he'd do if he narrowly missed the top 25. Chapter 100. Finals. The next day, before the press how began, an executive from the Carnegie Group took to the stage. He adopted a solemn face as he addressed the crowd that just arrived. "We have an announcement to make. Cadet Freeman, who pilots the Mechs on behalf of Carter Gage, has been found dead in his dorm. Our investigators have ruled the cause of his death to be self-hanging. There are no signs that others are involved. Everyone who listened to his words was stunned. Vess more so than others due to his indirect involvement to this incident. He didn't know his name, but Freeman was the pilot of the pterodactyl that crashed and burned at the moment of its victory. Cadet Lovejoy achieved a miracle when he triumphed over a hopeless situation. Had Gage quietly eliminated Freeman? Vess did not believe a cadet could commit suicide through a method as slow as hanging. These cadets should all be strictly monitored. Security bots should also be patrolling around their dorms, ready to respond in seconds if a disturbance occurred. Vess felt a chill when he considered that Gage might not limit his rage to his idiotic pilot. After all, the mech that handed out his very public humiliation was designed by Vess and piloted by Lovejoy. We at Lima are aware that our pilots and designers are put under an immense amount of pressure. Some believe that we should coddle them more. I disagree. Our young men might not have experienced much of what life has to offer, but they must learn to deal with adversity. Risk and reward goes hand in hand. Those who aim to win must always prepare to lose. Those who cannot endure these kinds of setbacks have no place to compete with the best. Vess did not expect such harsh words after the death of a fellow contestant. He turned his head and noted that the graduates from Lima showed no discontent. They fully agreed with this executive's views. His heart chilled a little further. Due to the unfortunate loss of his mech pilot, Carter Gage has lost his qualifications to continue competing. He has agreed to withdraw from the Lima Open competition. We express our apologies for the irregularities. The finals will proceed with 24 pairs of pilots and designers. It took some time, but the crowd quickly forgot about Freeman's apparent suicide. The festive music and impressive performances by the artists hired by Lima did much to dispel the inauspicious cloud. Only Vess remained unmoved. He could add another name to his list of enemies. Having successfully wiped away the stain, the event progressed to its third and final round. In the first round, we've tested our mech designers on their speed and timing. In the second round, we've pushed them on their endurance and their ability to set priorities. Now, in this final round, 24 of our best designers will now compete against each other with nothing more than pure design skill. A projection of 3 QuickForge systems in a row appeared in front. A generic designer approached one of the machines and started to design a mech. Each of his actions on one machine was duplicated on the other machines. In essence, the designer was building 3 mechs at a time. With our ingenious QuickForge system, a mech designer is able to mirror their actions over as much machines as we choose. Each of our mech designers will produce 3 copies out of a single design, which provides their pilots enough identical mechs to reach the finals. The projection of the QuickForge systems disappeared. A tournament bracket appeared into place. From 24 to 12, from 12 to 6, from 6 to 3. Through a single elimination tournament, our 24 contestants will be whittled down to 3. Their assigned pilots will be piloting a fresh identical match for every duel in order to keep things equal. Those who win their duels have more chances to display their mechs, and thus gain more opportunities to attract the attention of the masters. Naturally, the final 3 will also win a special prize. In practice, the masters always apprenticed the mech designers who made it to the final 3. They possessed enough skill, maturity, and luck to make good seeds. The others also stood a chance. It wasn't uncommon for a master to apprentice someone who lost the first duel due to the qualities they showed in the previous rounds. As for the special prize, it differed from year to year, but it was always a pleasant surprise. The prizes generally ranged from goodies such as production licenses, lots of coals, or even some highly prized shares for one of the Carnegie Group's primary enterprises. Our contestants have 10 hours to design their mechs. This is more than enough time for them to unleash their strengths. Those who have made it this far have already proven their skills among the riff-raff. Now we shall see whether they have what it takes to reach the top. Vess looked at the tournament bracket but failed to recognize his first opponent. The mech designer was a graduate from Limar called Lachlan Kurbanov, and his paired pilot was a woman named Lisa Kwong. Due to his high ranking in the second round, his first opponent should be someone weaker on paper. Who am I kidding? Vess shook his head, well aware of the circumstances that allowed him to earn such a high ranking. I only scraped by the previous round due to luck. He did not underestimate his opponents. Lachlan and Lisa painstakingly fought their way to the final round, beating many highly skilled rivals in their way. Lachlan must be a great mech designer on the same level as Barakovsky. There were no tricks this time. Vess approached his assigned QuickForge systems and picked the middle one to work with. He looked around, only to see his view blocked by privacy screens. He could not spy on his opponents and adjust his design according to circumstance. He shook away irrelevant thoughts and focused on the issue at hand. Now what kind of mech shall I design? Should he reprise the sword dancer design and improve on it? The idea had merit. He already spent quite a few hours refining the design in the previous round, and though he made it in haste, the design had proven itself on the battlefield. His head already swirled with a few adjustments to address the sword dancer's shortcomings. Still, will I be able to impress the masters if I recycle an existing design? The system gave him a mission. His ultimate objective was to become an apprentice to a master mech designer. He had already shown off the sword dancer. In order to provide the masters with a better idea of his work, he should create something more unique. The masters don't want to take on a lazy apprentice. I have to show some effort on my end if I wish to make myself attractive. Vess considered after a moment of thought. A mech designer who always cut corners had limited potential compared to one that always worked hard to improve himself. Though he could not read the minds of the 5 masters watching from afar, he believed they wanted to pick someone with promise. Alright, then let's make a new mech. First, Vess considered the performance of the sword dancer in the previous round. It turned out that Cadet Lovejoy could not show off its strengths due to the nature of its opponents. The last duel against the pterodactyl showed that Vess had to come up with a means to diminish the advantage of range. Should I design an aerial mech or give my mech a better ranged weapon? He did not specialize in flight systems. Though he knew enough to implement the standard flight systems provided by the QuickForge catalog, he could not make any meaningful improvements to them. Gade's pterodactyl already showed how extreme a proficient designer could push a flight system. On the other hand, adding a ranged weapon did not conform to the requirements of a swordsman mech. Some people expressed very extreme opinions about how swordsman mechs should never carry a firearm, not even a dinky backup pistol. In addition, it wasn't like he specialized in weapons tech either. Vess was torn between the two. He considered what his pilot preferred. Adding a flight system will add to the bulk of the mech, but it will also give it more options. Cadet Lovejoy only needs a tool to close the gap. The flight system is not the most important part of the mech. He decided to add a slim flight system to a medium mech frame. It would not increase the top speed of the mech nor turn it into an aerial acrobat. It should give his mech enough tools to respond to aerial threats even without a pistol. Now that he determined the basic features of his mech, Vess filled in the gaps by letting his imagination free rein. He sunk into his mind and sought to match a fitting purpose to his mech in order to unleash its X-factor. Again, while his rivals already started to work on their designs, Vess still worked on generating a mental picture. The strange disparity caught the attention of the crowd. What in the galaxy was he doing? Vess ignored such considerations and started to think back on the sword dancer's final moments. Rage, humiliation, and helplessness. Cadet Lovejoy lacked a means to fight back against his opponent's scorn. His mind also flickered to the final fate of the pilot who ruined Gage's mech. My next mech will be an executioner. It is not a demon or an angel. It cuts anything in its way no matter how unreachable the target. Its sword is both its tool and its badge of office. It executes only mechs, not people. Its sword shall never cut what is not meant to be cut. With a strong intent in mind, Vess opened his eyes and engaged the QuickForge system. He opened the extensive catalogue and picked a slew of parts without caring too much about the details. He let his intent and intuition decide which parts to choose. He started with a heavy, two-handed sword ideal for chopping off heads as well as other limbs. To accommodate the sword, he selected a firmer torso, strengthened arms, and somewhat solid legs to provide a powerful platform. To power his executioner, he picked a high-performance power reactor and a medium-intensity engine model. A more powerful engine added a little bit too much weight, so Vess skipped the most robust models. His choices so far meant that his mech enjoyed sufficient mobility despite having heavier limbs. While it lost much of the agility that defined the sword dancer, it made up for it in raw power. As for the flight system, it should first and foremost avoid hindering Lovejoy's swordplay as best as possible. Due to his lack of proficiency in flight systems, Vess could only pick a default compact model from the catalogue. It consisted of two thick tubes with an unfolding wingspan on each. While it like a pair of deformed trees, it nonetheless provided a decent amount of thrust for the amount of space it took. The only major downside to this system was that it wasted a lot of energy. Since my mech isn't using any energy weapons, I can spare the energy expenditure. Vess considered and went ahead with his choice. After confirming his selection of components, he started putting it all together. He started with integrating the flight system to the back of the torso. Fortunately, the torso model he chose possessed a standardized attachment system that allowed for easier attachment of flight systems. While he could complete the merging of the two components fairly quickly, Vess was not content with the basic layout. He modified the attachment point by strengthening the connection and adding a couple more redundant power lines to the flight system. He did not wish to encounter the same situation the pterodactyl suffered when it failed to find any means to transfer power to its flight systems. After spending 2 hours on integrating the flight systems properly, Vess turned to the rest. Installing the power reactor and engines provided no problems. He took a little more care with the limbs due to his mecha's reliance on momentum and mechanical power to deliver damage. He specifically selected thicker limbs in order to accommodate a more powerful artificial muscle layout. Vess spent an extravagant amount of time on making sure the internals were sound. That left him with 3 more hours. He painstakingly spent an entire hour on optimizing his executioner's armor scheme. He made it more robust and added in a lot of harder edges. It made his mech look more menacing. He filled the rest of his time with producing compressed armor. While he wished he had access to better methods and more sophisticated formulas, beggars couldn't be choosers.